Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa koti womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me my baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you way. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Iluleo, Kosovo lode. Iluleo, Kosovo lode. Ẹ̀yàrá máa gbọ́, obìnrin kígbe, ọkùnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló ń kégbe owó. Obìnrin kígbe, ọkùnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló ń kégbe owó. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́? Àníṣe bí Sisi múra gẹ́gẹ́ wọn ká ẹ̀ mọ́lé. Àní bí Sisi múra gẹ́gẹ́ wọn ká ẹ̀ mọ́lé. Wọ́n wá sọ fún ẹ wípé mo bèrè ẹ títí wọn ò jíṣẹ́ fún ẹ ní àníṣe. Irọ́ ló ń pa o, owó ló ń wá yẹn. Mo bèrè ẹ títí wọn ò jíṣẹ́ fún ẹ ní àní o. Irọ́ ló ń pa o, náírà ló ń wá yẹn.
Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, ayé wo la ò jẹ rí. Tell them, let them know say wọ́n lè bá. Then they see us that they emulate. Then one begin they imitate. Maybe someday they go graduate. Many people don't know about Baba as they go. Owó lọmọ gbàgbé òṣì, Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀, Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o. done the ball with the represent. Olówó lọmọ ṣe yòówù, Ìjẹ̀bú lọmọ kò sóṣì. Ayé wo la ò jẹ rí? Tell them, let them know say wọ́n lè bá. Ìjẹ̀bú Àwùjalẹ̀, Ìjẹ̀bú ọmọ alárẹ̀, kékeré Ìjẹ̀bú o. Come on! Àwọn tó mọ̀ wá o. Àgbà Ìjẹ̀bú o. Àwọn alábòsí o.
Staff sergeant na crook I dey shoot. It be like music, say na hook I dey cook. See as dem dey laugh, they open 32. Who you see? Na Naija actors.
Which one?
Chidimokeme.
King of Shantytown, Ogene.
Make them no come carry me go Ikotek Mene. I for shoot, make you no go hit Mr. Ebu Bele.
See Yabo Joe, Ekwele.
Shoot Mercy Johnson, she get belle. See that Igwe where they rap.
Which one?
We get baby. I for shoot Regina Daniel's hand, but that's weird.
There's a guy standing beside her.
Oh, that's Ned. The guy with the blue suit, huh?
No, that's red.
Eating brown cookies, bruh.
That's bread.
I for shoot Nancy, but she too fine and no be hypo.
Shoot Adesua.
Na banky wife, oh. Make them no go kick your head, no shoot Jim Aiko. Bimbo Ademoye, na their type I like. Shoot Patient Ozokwo.
You know they fear Juju.
Chueta Lago.
You know they fear Juju.
Pete Duchi.
You know they fear Juju.
Kanayo.
You want shoot to Juju?
I for shoot RMD, but that man too cool. I can.
Okay now.
To pẹ̀sẹ̀ bí fi máa ń pẹ́. Àti pátápátá ló wẹ́ ní ìbọ̀gẹ̀ mẹ́wọ́n. Ọkọ yẹn ló fi fi. Ìkíni àyà. Màmá mú sí na ń wá mẹ́tògó pa. Àkàndá ń wá mú jẹ ló ń bà. Òwe kú ní kẹ́. Àkàndí ìlú rẹ̀ kú sí ló wà nìmú. Bàtà mẹ́wàá kẹ̀yà nígbà báyà jọ̀pá.
Don't turn it look on. Yorubas are screaming. Hausas are crying. Igbo brothers are saying. Don't blame them. Igbos are being discriminated. Even food don't turn to gold in Nigeria. Kidnapping, lucrative business in Nigeria. Imagine saying your grandchildren where they kidnap. By now, your soldiers for don't scatter Nigeria. How come a man won't get money for ransom when they kidnap him, his wife and his children? After everything, now they go kill them. See, as Naira, they fall against dollar. Emilokon, don't turn to Ebilokon. And you say make we sacrifice for Nigeria. 7 billion to renovate your residence. 15 billion for your traveling allowance. That's not for you and your only vice president. 40 billion for Asurok maintenance. 5 billion for food and refreshment. 100 of millions for dogs and animals. Meanwhile, hunger they kill Nigerians. What did Nigerians do to warrant this treatment? Even Gary, they no fit afford for the family. Tinubu government blame Buhari. Buhari government blame Jonathan. Hunger day, people they die. This one don't pass jaga. Oh. Was APC party leader during Mr. Buhari Jaga government. Why didn't you help Buhari to solve the problem? Debt under Buhari, 77 trillion. No proof of any positive transformation. Unborn children, I ain't go pay for this evil. You know, say Buhari was incompetent, but you still bring him to destroy Nigeria. Paddy government, now you are the president. Since Buhari don't destroy Nigeria, I hope say you go bring him to judgment. Emefiele printed 23 trillion within 8 years under Buhari government. $6 million for election observers. They say somebody forged Buhari's signature. Now lie, Buhari signed that document, period. Where our refineries, where we not promise to fix. I've been a Dangote refineries would they depend on? How much
never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Listen, you can only see, but you will never walk there. You can only see, but you will never be there.
You can only see, but you can never be there. You can only see, but you can never be there.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Bọ́bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wá fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni bọ́bá lọ gbé fèrè, wá fi jóye ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wá fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàpàdà dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kún gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgbétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkọ́bí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. Ọlọ́run má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. May God never depart from you. So may God never depart from you. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So I will come on screen momentarily, but first to signpost you in the direction of the session that we're having tomorrow. So we're having a special guest come join us. You can see the poster on the screen. Wale Okuniyi, so that's the gentleman joining us, is the secretary to the Patriots Group. He was a former gubernatorial candidate, a political commentator, and an activist. So he's deep and steeped in Nigerian politics, and he will come and share the vastness of his knowledge with us tomorrow. So make yourself available. So that's the link in the comment section right there. So click on it, bookmark it, get yourself prepared. 10 p.m. UK time. You can see it saying on the flyer there. So prepare yourself as Wale Okuniyi joins us to talk us through what exactly is going on within the Nigerian political space. So take a note of that. Take a note of that. So take a note of that. I'll play you one more clip and then we'll come on. So I'll play you just one more clip and then we'll come on. Let me see which one will you delight in the most. All right. I'll play you this clip now since the room is somewhat populated now. I'll play you this clip and then you can tell me in the comment section if you want it to be part of the standard. Should I played it already? Yes, I'll play you this clip. Let me just play it. It's about 1 minute, 20 seconds. I'll play it now. And then tell me in the comment section if you want it to be part of the standard introductory music. So here it is. It's a blast from the past, old school.
Ìlú le o, kò sówó lóde. Ìlú le o, kò sówó lóde. Ẹ̀yin ará ẹ máa gbọ́. Obìnrin kígbe, ọkùnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló ń kégbe owó. Obìnrin ìlú le o, kò sówó lóde. Ìlú le o, sówó lóde. Ẹ̀yin ará ẹ máa gbọ́. Obìnrin kígbe, ọkùnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló ń kégbe owó. Obìnrin kígbe, ọkùnrin kígbe. Kálukú ló ń kégbe owó. Àbí bẹ́ẹ̀ kọ́?
And there it is right there. Ilule oko sowo lode. So for the non-Yoruba speakers, it is tough in the country. There is no money in circulation. That is what that song was lamenting. And if you cast the thought that that song was actually sung in the 70s, then that tells you then that everything changes but remains the same pretty much. That's the story of the Nigerian cycle. So everything changes but remains the same. So everything changes but oh, I've come off screen. So well, let me put myself back. So and then swap myself around, and then there it is. So everything changes but remains the same. So let me know if you want that to be part of the standardized intro music for the session. So good day to you, by the way. Good day to you. Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So I think everybody likes it. Alexander Gomez has given it the Chief Executive Seal of Approval. So we'll certainly introduce that. So and by the way, make yourself, yes, we're in 2024, forward ever, backwards never. Well, you say forwards ever is what is being sung in that song. This is a Choma. If you say forwards ever, but is what is being sung in that song, is it not pertinent to what is going on now? So yes, good day to you, by the way. Good to be in your company, and how are you? So hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day. So that's always the wish. Hope the day has gone in your direction, in your favor. So that's always the wish. So that's the wish. My wish is for you to click on the like button. So I wish you a good day. So I will have a good day if you're clicking on the like button. So click on the like button, do that. So if you're not already subscribed, please correct that as well. So click on like, and if your subscription button is showing red, please correct that as well by depressing it to turn gray. So click on like and then click on subscribe. That's the thing to do. And then if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. I'll send it to the studio again so that, no, not to the studio, but to the stream. I'll send it to the stream again so it's immediate to hand. If you want to be an active combatant, if you want to be in the parlay that is the cotton joust of the one-man experience, if you want to thrust and parry with this bald-headed or your man, click on that link, come into the studio. So do that. So just to rattle through again, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So do those. Share the links in your social media spaces, the places you go to, your WhatsApp group, etc. Do those. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. And then, of course, the $ at the bottom of the screen. You are invited to click on it and super chat, super sticker towards the stream. We have the anticipation of 5 minimum super chats for every stream. So that's not too loftier heights and not to be reached. So just 5 people super chatting towards the stream. So do that, but don't do something derogatory. Don't do it at all if you're not inclined to do it. But don't do it and just to be a punk about it. So do it generously or don't do it at all. Don't be a punk. So do that. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Super chat towards the stream, etc., etc. So we're back to the format that we introduced just a few sessions ago. We're going to be intersecting between videos and readouts. So relax yourself into it. Get yourself a cup of cocoa, a glass of wine, whatever your picadillo is. So do that and then relax into the experience. Relax into the experience. We'll kick it. And by the way, there's a real treat for you as well. We've sent, we've had a lot of people based in Nigeria, Ekene being a notable one, telling us all these fantasized prices of what goes on within the Nigerian market. So we have sent one of our correspondents, we sent him all the way from America to Osun State, and he has reported on just what the prices are like. So we have a correspondent that we sent from America to Osun State to go and test the prices of foodstuff. So I'll be playing you a clip of that just in the course of. So stay relaxed into it, and then you'll see. Because we're not taking anybody's word for anything apart from the word of one of our own. So we have the word of one of our own who has been sent to test the market. So one of our own tests the market, but in this session, then we test the Nigerian political landscape. We test the Nigerian political landscape by kicking it off with this one. So we kick it off with this one. We're back in the realms, we're back in the parameters. We're back in the contentious, controversial space that is the state police. So if we're ever going to have state police, this window that we have now, the Tinubu administration, might not be the one and only window that will open that portal. So it looks as though that portal about to be opened. So state police, Kwara, Sokoto, Adamawa, Kebbi, FCT, delayed decision. So this is coming out of the National Executive Council. So everybody else has endorsed it, but the people that recall the most from the idea of state police has always been the North. You know, it's always been the North, and we know why. If you don't know why, well, okay, I won't tell you why, but let me theorize. This is what I think is the reason why the North is so reticent regarding state policing. The one thing, there are two things that the North is actually really one thing. There is one thing that the North holds over the Nigerian state that allows them to leverage sway. One thing and one thing alone, and that is the threat of violence. So violence has always been the undercurrent that the northern space has always been able to use to override the Nigerian state, the threat of violence. So if we have state policing and everybody is kitted up and equipped, then that threat is somewhat dissipated. I was going to say two threats, the threat of violence, which is their greatest potency, and their population, which is a questionable thing. So I didn't add the population because the population in the north is very much a bruise. But the threat of violence has always been the one thing they held over the Nigerian state. So that's why they've always been reticent towards the idea of state policing. So now we have this window now of Tinubu being in situation, and they're trying to drive it through. State police, Kwara, Sokoto, Adamawa, Kebbi, FCT, delayed decision. This is the National Executive Council. The National Executive Council, NEC, has given the states yet to submit their report on the proposal for the creation of state police to do so now. Let's do that all over again. Let's take it from the top again, actually. State police, Kwara, Sokoto, Adamawa, Kebbi, FCT, delayed decision, National Executive Council. The National Executive Council, NEC, has given the states yet to submit their report on the proposal for the creation of state police to do so on or before Monday, September the 9th. It would be recalled that President Bola Tinubu had on Thursday, February the 15th, 2024, agreed with the need to establish state police as recommended by state governors to curb the rising insecurity in the country. States were thereafter directed to submit their reports to the State Council for deliberation and action. Disclosing the NEC's ultimatum on the matter to journalists at the end of the Council's 143rd meeting at the State House, Abuja, on Wednesday, the acting governor of Oyo State. What is there, and what does that even mean? Should that be the deputy governor? What does it mean, the acting? This is what they've written also. So I'm not misreading anything. It says the acting governor. I hope and suspect that is the deputy governor, because why would anybody be acting as the governor of your state when we have a substantive governor there? So let's do it. Let's run through it this time around. The National Executive Council has given the states yet to submit their report on the proposal for the creation of state police to do so on or before Monday, September the 9th. It will be recalled that President Bola Tinubu had on Thursday, February the 15th, 2024, agreed with the need to establish state police as recommended by state governors to curb rising insecurity in the country. States were thereafter directed to submit their report to the council for deliberation and action. Disclosing the NEC ultimatum on the matter to journalists at the end of the council's 143rd meeting at the State House Abuja on Wednesday, the acting governor of Oyo State, Bayo Lawal, said failure by the four states yet to bring in their report by Monday would mean whatever decision the council arrives at will be imposed on them. So there it is right there. We need that state police. Oh, okay, Amakide is on a vacation. Though Lawal refused to mention those states involved, the investigation revealed that they were Adamawa State, Sokoto State, Kwara State, Kebbi State, and the Federal Capital Territory. So the Federal Capital Territory is being stridden. Let me use that word. The Federal Capital Territory is being stridden by Yemsen Wike. So I'm not quite sure why they are not immediately reporting. And Kwara State is a Yoruba state, so I'm not quite sure. So maybe my previous argument does not apply in this instance. Though Lawal refused to mention those states involved, the investigation revealed that they were Adamawa, Sokoto, Kwara, Kebbi, and the Federal Capital Territory FCT. He said an update on the establishment of state police was considered, and this was as a result of the security situation challenges that we have across the nation in the northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, and south. So why has it felt the need to name the 6 geopolitical zones when it's already said across the nation? So if you said across the nation, then you don't have to tell us northeast, southwest, whatever. He said an update on the establishment of state police was considered, and this was as a result of the security situation challenges that we have across the nation in the northeast, north central, southwest, southeast, and south, so that we would have robust security in our nation. For that purpose, sometime last year, NEC considered the establishment of state police and asked states to make submission of consideration. Today, all the states were supposed to submit for consideration of the NEC. Incidentally, 4 states could not submit for that purpose. NEC decided that those states must make their submission on or before Monday, the 9th of September. Otherwise, whatever decision NEC takes on the establishment of state police is binding on those states that refuse to submit. So there it is right there. They're really fast tracking it. So there are processes involved. I'll see if Ogweni can join us because we may well need his input on this one. There are processes involved in the establishment of that state police. So they have to first universally agree it. Then they have to embed it in their state assemblies as an act of state, as a legal act of their state, and then the Senate has to sign it off. So there's still quite a few steps to go through. So the submission of a universal agreement for the need for it is that's the phase we're in now. But yes, Kwara, Sokoto, Adamawa, Kebbi, SAT yet to submit their decisions. So Kwara, etc., etc. So let's go on to this now. So this headline here is a pushback against what is going on in Nigeria at the moment. So this is it's essentially people trying to assert ownership. Lagos government approves Yoruba language as subject in public secondary schools. So there it is right there. So you'll see a lot more of this. They've introduced Yoruba as a formal language they've introduced Yoruba rather as a formal language for the state assembly on Fridays. So now they are reintroducing Yoruba. I wonder if it's a compulsory subject. Let's find out. The Lagos state government has approved Yoruba language as a subject for testing the knowledge and thinking about ability of pupils sitting for placement test by continuous assessment score CAS in the state. So it looks as though it might well be an entry criteria to access some form of education. So that's what the first paragraph reads like. The Lagos State government has approved Yoruba language as a subject for testing the knowledge and thinking ability of pupils sitting for the placement test by Continuous Assessment Corps CAS in the state. The permanent secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education, Mr. Abayomi Abolaji, made the disclosure whilst speaking at a stakeholder meeting held at the conference room of the ministry in Alausa, Lagos. The permanent secretary noted that the study of Yoruba language is already embedded in the education curriculum of the state, adding that primary 6 pupils transiting to government public junior secondary school would be tested in Yoruba language in the year 2025 placement test by CAS. So it looks as though it is a compulsory rite of passage requirement for them to transit from primary to secondary school. So proficiency and capacity to think in Yoruba language is one of the tests that accesses then secondary school education in Lagos State. So this is some form of indigenization. Is this even legal? Is the question. The Permanent Secretary noted that the study of Yoruba language is already embedded in the education curriculum of the state, adding that primary 6 pupils transiting to government public junior secondary schools would be tested in Yoruba language in the year 2025 placement test by CAS. He therefore stressed the need for encouraging the teaching and learning of Yoruba as an indigenous language in schools, pointing out that this would add value to the culture and total ways of life of the people. According to Abolaji, the new policy was the outcome of a consensus reached by stakeholders, including the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education in the state, the National Association of Proprietors of Private Schools, Conference of Private, etc., etc. So I think we get the gist of that. Some form of indigenization going on there. So some form of indigenization going on there. Let me go on from that. Let me go to this one. Let me give you a clip. So now, this is a clip of a young man speaking to the Nigerian elite space and the journey through life. So let me make it as vague and ambiguous as that. So this is where are the super chats? I can't see anything that looks like a super chat. We have to hit those 5 super chats today. So this is the narrative. This clip that I'm about to play you is the narrative of a young man that speaks to the elite space in Nigeria and the journey through life. So I'll leave it as ambiguous as that. But what this guy has to say, it makes infinite sense. So it strips off the fripperies and the emotions and speaks to the reality of it. So it's as ambiguous as I'll be hinting, but I'll watch this.
I was on live, like, it was a long time ago, and I was actually shocked that a bunch of people did not know that Dangote came from a wealthy family from the start. I never even knew that there was a rags to riches story. Let me just be the one to tell you guys now. There is no billionaire that exists that is not exploiting other people, that did not come from previous money. You can never make it from the grass to the grace of billionaire unless you become an evil fucking bitch. The glorification of billionaires in Nigeria that contribute to the literal poverty that exists in Nigeria is so insane to me. You will never be Otedola. You will never be Dangote. And those people will never help you. I feel like a lot of people cannot conceptualize how much money billionaires have and how inhumane the amount of money they have is. And before anybody comes and start talking about, oh, they have charity. Charities are a tax write-off. Literally. Everyone has charities not because they want to help people, but because it gives them an opportunity to write off part of the taxes that they are paying if they are even paying any in Nigeria. Religion will not save Nigeria. Tribalism will not save Nigeria. Homophobia will not save Nigeria, and classism, the worst of all, will not save Nigeria. White supremacy will not save Nigeria. I'm tired of you guys lick assing. Like, the way I see Nigerians kiss white people ass, like, it's actually embarrassing for a group of people who run around on the internet so prideful. Jesus, stand up. Elon Musk's parents were rich. I don't know why people even carry that man on your head. The man is racist. His parents were rich. They had an emerald mine in South Africa. Exploitation of our own people, of black people. Like, there's no ethical billionaire in the world. Not Rihanna, not Beyonce, not nobody. Stop kiss-assing rich people that don't give a fuck about whether you live or die next tomorrow, as long as it's not affecting their bank account. We need to band together and focus on ourselves. People that are talking about splitting the country, how do you think, where the fuck do you people think the government spawns from? Do you think the government is just some evil entity somewhere? Our society is consistently producing these evil people because our society itself is so fucking evil. Schools are not free from corruption. Even in the family, the power dynamics in the nuclear family of Nigeria is so fucked. Everybody is power hungry, money hungry, and selfish and greedy as fuck. Everybody's ready to step on everybody to get to some useless goal that is not attainable. From a group of people that came from communism to now glorifying capitalism, I don't know how you guys think capitalism is ever going to work in our favor. It has never worked in our favor. Until you people realize that we are the commodity. We as black people, number one, we are the commodity. Our resources are the commodity. And if you're now poor as a black person, your labor is the commodity. We are literally fighting for minimum wage, I believe, 30,000 naira. Imagine 30,000 naira per month. Meanwhile, a bag of rice is 80k. Let's be so fucking for real. Let us be so fucking for real. Please, I don't know what kind of delusion, what kind of sleep we're sleeping, but it's time to wake the fuck up. Churches are still making money, even in this recession. Offering, people are still going to church to be giving offering at 10% of it. God is not coming to save you. Rapture is not coming. You are making the rapture happen by doing all this nonsense, sitting back down and going to be praying. Prayer is not going to help. I'm sorry if you're religious, cry. It's not going to do nothing. Your forefathers have been praying to the same colonialist God that they brought them all these years, and Nigeria has only gotten consistently worse. Please, like, let's stop all this mumu behavior. I'm sick and I'm tired. Celebrities will not save you. They will not. In fact, they will throw you inside the fire if it's going to increase 1-0 in their bank account. They don't give a fuck.
All right. So there it is right there. There is absolutely nothing I can add to what that I'm not even sure if it's a young man or a young woman. You can't really tell the difference these days. But there's absolutely categorically not a single thing that can add to what that person just said there. So he or she is telling you that, look, Otedola is not your friend. You know, these people, if you to be as rich as Dangote is, to be as rich as Otedola is, to be as rich as Bill Gates is, you would have had to have crushed a lot of people, done a lot of nasty things. There's no other pathway to it. They're not going to help you. They don't give a fuck about you, as he or she said. Look, you pretty much you're on your own. It was well, so that just struck me, and I thought it was something that I needed to bring to your attention. So well done to that person that did that clip. So well done to that person that did that clip. Let's go on from there to this. NAS declared nationwide protest over fuel price increase, plan to shut down major cities. So, you know, what did Tinubu say when he was coming in, when he was campaigning? They will protest until they are tired. It looks as though it literally means that. So, is this going to be the? I don't know. I've lost count of. However, this guy has been in power for less than a year and a half, and I've already lost count of just how many protests we've had. You know, we have another one coming up October the 1st, led by Jore. NAS declares nationwide protest over fuel price increase, plan to shut down major cities. So let's see what's going on here. The National Association, although the headline actually tells us most of what we need to know, the National Association of Nigerian Students has announced plans for a nationwide protest that will effectively shut down major cities across Nigeria starting on September the 15th, 2024. According to correspondents, the protest is a reaction to the recent hike in fuel price and the perceived failure of the Director General of the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Military, NANS, is demanding an immediate reversal of the fuel price increase and the removal of military from his position. So I can't agree with both demands, but the one that I most agree with is the removal of military. That guy has not progressed. That guy has done nothing but cause hardship to Nigerians. It brings in this impure blended oil that is damaging people's vehicles. It creates artificial scarcity. He inflates the consumption of petroleum and then invoices that to the subsidy space. And then he's fighting Dangote, who is trying to raise. That guy has done nothing but brought hardship to that. It's a total failure military in that department. NANS is demanding an immediate reversal of the fuel price increase and the removal of military from its position. The Students' Union has vowed to occupy major cities across the country if these demands are not met by the specified date. They have emphasized that the protest will be peaceful and within the bounds of law. In preparation for the protest, NANS has notified several security agencies, including the Nigerian Civil Defense Corps, the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, the Chief of Defense Staff, and all state governors, ensuring that they are aware of the planned shutdown. In a circular distributed to stakeholders, NAS stated, "We write to notify you of an impending massive shutdown of all major cities in Nigeria effective 15th of September 2024 in protest of the recent hike in fuel prices and the gross incompetence of the NNPC Director General Military. The incessant increase in fuel prices has brought untold hardship to the masses, and we can no longer stand idly by whilst our future is mortgaged by the actions of a few. We demand an immediate reversal of the fuel price hike and the removal of Mr. Military as the NNPCDG. We call on all Nigerian students across the country to wake up to this clarion call as we will be occupying all major cities on the 15th of September 2024. We shall not be silenced and we shall not be intimidated. We shall rise in unison to demand a better deal for Nigerian students and the masses. We urge you to take necessary measures to maintain law and order during the shutdown, as we assure you that our protest will be peaceful and lawful." So peaceful and lawful, those are, I would say that's an oxymoron within the Nigerian experience. Peaceful and lawful and protest, those are three words that have never yet really coexisted within the Nigerian space. So we're still staying within the parameters of the oil of the petroleum space, and we're speaking now to the rescue plan. Sell your depots as scraps before it is too late. Otedola tells depot owner. So this is Otedola, of course, the BBF of Aliko Dangote. So let's see now. He's glorying in his friend's achievement. Following the commencement of petrol production at Dangote refinery, billionaire businessman Femi Otedola has warned depot owners that it might be wise to sell their depots for scrap before the market shifts. He made this statement whilst congratulating his associate Aliko Dangote on the successful launch of the petrol production at his 20 billion refinery. In a letter posted on his X handle, he pointed out that whilst the Kaduna and Port Harcourt refineries have remained inactive and their promises unmet, despite billions spent on so-called turnaround maintenance, Dangote has achieved what many believed was impossible. Otedola stated that with petrol now being produced by the Dangote refinery, the era of Nigeria depending on foreign powers for its fuel supply has come to an end. What Otedola said, "I am reminded of the time that you revolutionized the cement industry in Nigeria. Ships that once brought in cement turned into rusting relics as scraps of a bygone era. Now, with your refinery in full swing, I foresee a similar fate for fuel import. The depot owners should take heed. It is time to dismantle those depots and sell them as scraps whilst the market is still high. The world has changed, and those who do not adapt will be left behind. If you have beaten all the skeptics, silenced all the naysayers, and proved wrong those who doubted your resolve, even those who never wanted this project to succeed. You have dealt a death blow to the so-called local cabals who have fattened themselves for years, feeding off our nation's economic slavery. These cabals, who have grown rich by keeping Nigeria in a perpetual state of dependency, must now face the reality that their era of easy gains is coming to an end. The business mogul also thanks President Bola Tinubu for his steadfast support and belief in realizing this monumental achievement during his administration. So that's Otedola then glorying in his friend's achievement. Maybe we go to a couple more clips. Let's play a couple more clips. So now, okay, let me play you a heavy hitting one. So this goes back again to that era of the Civil War. They don't teach history in Nigeria anymore, and that Civil War space is something everybody says it. There's no formalized and agreed narrative of what happened during the Civil War. So everybody speaks to that Civil War through their own prism. PRISM. So through their own prism. Everybody speaks to that Civil War era through their own prism. So this is a peculiar prism that is being presented. Apparently, the whole thing, Awolowo takes the blame. Watch this.
There has been belief and argument in the street, especially among the Igbos, that Obafemi Awolowo betrayed his friend and the entire Igbo people. So we are going to look into the events that brought about the argument and also why the Igbos believe that Ashwajo of Yoruba land betrayed the eastern region, which made it difficult to achieve an independent state of Biafra. Chief Obafemi Awolowo was a Nigerian nationalist who played a key role in Nigeria's independent movement and also in the First and Second Republic and the Civil War. The disagreement between Awolowo and Akintola on how to run the Western region made the Action Group to pass a vote of no confidence on the Premier. The then governor of the Western region demanded Akintola's resignation as Premier and made Alhaji Dauda as his successor. Akintola then formed an alliance with Tafala Balewa's MPC federal government, which helped bring him back to power under the umbrella of Nigerian National Democratic Party. Awolowo was arrested and jailed for treason in 1963. It was not until 1967, after the coup and counter-coup and the mass killing of Igbos all over the nation, and also the failure to implement the decision of the Aburi Accord, that Ojukwu felt that the eastern region could no longer be part of Nigeria. As the military governor of the eastern region, he released Awolowo from prison. Awolowo visited the Ikemba of Igbo land in his house in Enugu on March 1967. Awolowo was very frank with him. In his words, he said, "Look, Governor, you cannot succeed. You cannot go alone. Just as you fear the North, the West also fear the North. The soldiers in the North are occupying the West. So we have the same common interest, but don't let us succeed. Let us do whatever we can do together to unite and confront the North so that we can have a settlement on how we want to run this country." In conclusion, he made the conflicting statement, if the East leave the Federation, the Yorubas would have to leave the Federation too. This is what many believe to say that Awolowo assured Ojukwu that the Yorubas will secede if the Igbo secede. Many have also argued the possibility of Awolowo successfully pulling the Yoruba land out of the Federation, considering the fact that Awolowo was a civilian politician and we need the support of the military governor of the Western region, unlike Ojukwu, who was the military governor of the Eastern region. Also, the soldiers in the North were occupying the West, so if Awolowo had taken the Western region and Lagos out of the Federation at that time, Definitely, the West and Lagos would have been the battleground. At that time, the Nigerian army was made up of soldiers from the north and the east. The Yorubas controlled the civil service, with few soldiers in the army. Many also believe that Awolowo quashed the Biafran dream by participating actively in Gowon's move to stop the Igbos from seceding, which led to the starvation and death of over 2 million Igbos. After Ojukwu declared Biafra in the east on January 1967, the British establishment, sensing the danger of Awolowo declaring Ojuduwa Republic in the west, convinced Gowon and the north to checkmate Awolowo's secessionist agenda by appointing him the vice chairman of the Federal Executive Council. This strategy worked effectively. Awolowo advised Gowon to stop food from going to the southeast and change the currency, which led to starvation and death of over 2 million Igbos. Some have also argued that it was a joint decision of the Federal Executive Council at that time. So the question now is, do you think Awolowo betrayed Ojukwu and the entire southeast? Leave your comment in the comment section below. Thank you.
So there it is right there. Leave your comment in the comment section below. Thank you. So leave your comment in the comment section below. Thank you. So that's very much a propaganda piece. Nothing that coheres with history as was witnessed by people that are still alive. So, but like I said, because this thing is not properly documented, you can read 10 books on the Biafran War and you get 10 different perspectives on it. So nothing agrees. Even the numbers don't agree. They say 3 million, they say 5 million. A lot of people will tell you that maybe less than a million. But the numbers, they can't even agree on the numbers. But there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let me play you another heavy hitting one, and then we go into lighter ones after this. So this is another heavy hitting one. So watch this.
The ordinary Igbo man are the ones causing problem for the prominent Igbo men. They are the ones causing disaffection for Igbo political elite. They are the ones demarcating the businesses of Igbo businessmen. What am I saying? We have a lot of Igbo politicians that have been accepted across the nooks and crannies of Nigeria, that have been loved by Nigerians of different ethnic groups, different religious backgrounds. But the common Igbo man have made people to hate them because of their activities on social media. We have a lot of Igbo businessmen who are being patronized by Nigerians of different ethnic groups, different religious groups. But today, they are not getting all that patronage from other Nigerians because of the activities of the ordinary Igbo man on social media. Let me give you an instance. Before now, nobody cared where Allen Onyema is from. Nobody wants to know where the owner of Airpeace is from. Regardless of their tribes, regardless of their religions, Nigerians have been patronizing Allen Onyema until such a time when Igbos began to provide unsolicited defense for Allen Onyema when he launched his flight from Nigeria to UK. Igbos, rather than promoting Allen Onyema's business, they started talking about the business as if to say Allen Onyema established Airpeace strictly for Igbos. Rather than helping Allen Onyema with civility, they started talking down on other ethnic groups. Now look at Peter Obi. There's no gainsaying the fact that Peter Obi is someone who is widely loved by Nigerians of different ethnic groups. Nigerians from Yoruba land, Edo State, Nigerians from Taraba State, Nigerians from Adamawa State, from every ethnic group in Nigeria. Peter Obi enjoyed the support of the youth. But immediately after election, the ordinary Igbo man on the street of social media began to talk about other tribes in such a way that it started to cost Peter Obi his popularity among Nigerians. If opinion poll is to be conducted today, you would see that at least 30 or 40% of people who supported Peter Obi before and during the general election have withdrawn their support for Peter Obi. Not because of Peter Obi, but because of the attitude, the character of the ordinary Igbo man on social media. Why am I saying this? Every one of us saw what Dangote went through in the hands of NNPC. They did everything to frustrate his business. But not for once did we hear any Northerner come in defense of Dangote and start attacking other ethnic groups. Nobody, no Fulani man attacked Tinubu because of what Dangote was going through. No northerner attacked Tinubu because of the frustration Dangote was being made to go through. All through the discussion, all through the conversation, down to today that Dangote is about to start supplying product, we didn't hear anything about its ethnicity. We didn't hear anything about tribe. They allowed Dangote to do his negotiation, to go through the process. And today, Dangote refinery is a success. It's about to kickstart. The Igbos, the ordinary Igbo man on social media, the ordinary Igbo man on the street must learn from the Fulanis. The ordinary Igbo man on the street must understand how our attitude, our behavior is affecting the businesses of Igbo businessmen and politicians.
All right. So, like I said, I think I said a few sessions ago that I want to pivot the platform away from all these sort of mainly Peter Obi. We want to pivot a little bit away from Peter Obi because nobody has anything complimentary to say about him, and we can only flog him for so much. And we want to also pivot away from the ethnic tonality somewhat, but what that guy said actually made infinite sense. I'll be forwarding that clip to. I'll forward it to Ekene certainly. I'll forward it to Joel of Nashville, and I'll forward it to people like Morris as well. They are doing a real disservice to what Peter Obi should stand for. The way just the ethnic jingoism of it all. But that guy captured it more succinctly than I ever could. So that guy captured it more succinctly than I ever could. So let's go on from there to another one. We do a couple of readouts, then a couple more clips. Tinubu did not promise Labour he won't increase fuel price. This is the presidency. So they've paid off Julius Abure, and this is the price now that that you have to collect. So this is the price for the $500 million that they gave not Julius Abure or Joe Ajero. This is the price that we have to pay for however many millions that they played Joe Ajero to serve up the Nigerian Labour Union. Tinubu did not promise Labour he won't increase fuel price. This is the presidency. The presidency has said at no time did President Bola Tinubu promised the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) and the Trade Union Congress (TUC) that his administration would not increase the pump price of fuel. The senior special assistant to the president on print media, Abdulaziz, said this on Tuesday in reaction to organized labor's outcry that workers have been betrayed. Correspondents reported that the NLC president, Joe Ajero, demanded an immediate reversal of the adjusted fuel price increased by the Tinubu government. Ajero said Labour let's take that from the top again. The presidency has said at no time did President Bola Tinubu promise the Nigerian Labour Congress (NLC) and the Trade Union Congress (TUC) that his administration would not increase the pump price of fuel. The senior special assistant to the president on print media, Abdulaziz, said this on Tuesday in reaction to organized labor's outcry that workers have been betrayed. Correspondents reported that the NLC president, Joe Ajero, demanded an immediate reversal of the adjusted fuel price increase by Tinubu's government. Ajero said Labour accepted the 70,000 minimum wage because the president promised there would not be an increase in fuel price. Labour had, in the build-up to the minimum wage negotiation, held on to 250,000 naira to be the minimum wage. We are filled with a deep sense of betrayal as the federal government clandestinely increases the pump price of PMS. One of the reasons for accepting 70,000 naira as national minimum wage was the understanding that the pump price of PMS would not be increased even even as we knew that 70,000 naira was not sufficient. We recall vividly when Mr. President gave us the devil's alternative to choose from either 250,000 naira minimum wage, subject to the rise of pump price between 1,500 to 2,000 naira, and 70,000 naira at the old PMS rate. We opted for the latter because we could not bring ourselves to accept further punishment on Nigerians, Labour said in a statement on Tuesday. Abdulaziz, in response, accused Ajero and Labour of playing dirty politics and deceiving Nigerians. He stated that the two meetings Tinubu had with Labour had no discussions concerning a fuel price increase in exchange for minimum wage. I sat through the two meetings President Bola Tinubu had with Labour leaders on minimum wage. At neither of the meetings was an offer made in exchange of fuel price hike. Ajero is once again playing his dirty politics with the emotions of Nigerians. So there it is right there. You have to choose who to believe, but it's very difficult then to believe that fuel would not have been discussed as a part of the agreement to agree on what will constitute a minimum wage. Tinubu's consumer credit scheme takes off. So the students' loan up and running, this up and running too. So, so the critics of this administration, they'll continue to find it a hard time as the policies continue to come to life. The Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation has commenced the disbursement of consumer credit, a scheme initiated by President Bola Tinubu to ease the current economic hardship. Credit Corp, let's take that from top again. I beg your pardon. The Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp, has commenced the disbursement of consumer credit, a scheme initiated by the President Bola Tinubu administration to ease the current economic hardship. Credit Corp is a government-owned development finance institution established to ease access to credit amongst economically active Nigerians. The organization has signed a deal with Credit Direct, one of the largest lenders to civil servants nationwide, and a subsidiary of the FCMB Group, to make credit available to about 150,000 civil servants in the first exercise. Commenting on the deal in Abuja this afternoon, the Chief Executive Officer of Credit Corp, Mr. Ouzoma Nwagba, said, "We are excited to partner with Credit Direct to kick off President Tinubu's consumer credit scheme with civil servants as the president had promised. Beginning this September, this kickoff offers discounted direct consumer credit to over 15,000 civil servants per round. Civil servants, there's that. I think we get the gist of that. I think we get the gist of that. 2027, opposition taking power from Tinubu is a tall dream. This is Kenneth Okonkwo, who is still luxuriating in his newfound media stardom. Although they say he was a Nollywood actor in a previous life. Non-oil exports hit $2.7 billion on rising demand for Nigerian-made products. So these are exports. When they're talking about Nigerian-made products, you have to consider what they may be talking about. So all these are Origin, Alamo, Fanta, Coke, Yam, etc. that's pumping out of Nigeria. These are Nigerian-made products that has been sold internationally. Non-oil export hits $2.7 billion on rising demand for made in Nigeria products. Nigeria's non-oil export sector has recorded total receipts of $2.7 billion in the first half of 2020. Oh, wow, that's just within this year. in the first half of 2024, driven by increasing global demand for made in Nigeria products. This figure represents a 6.26 increase from the $2.53 billion recorded in the same period in 2023. The executive director, CEO of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, disclosed this during a media briefing in Abuja. In the statement by the NEPC, Yeni noted that the growth was due to the successful transition of government in May 2023, which brought about stability in the government, increase in demand for made in Nigeria products, and initiatives embarked on at the council to reawaken the consciousness of Nigerians on the need to imbibe an export culture. 211 non-oil products were exported to 122 countries. In breaking down the export profile, Ayeni, it sounds, the first name sounds Igbo, but the second name sounds Yoruba. No, Ayeni. So yes, let's just call him Ayeni. In breaking down the export profile, Ayeni revealed that 211 different products were exported during this period, with cocoa beans, urea/fertilizer, and sesame seeds leading the pack, contributing 23.18%, 13%, and 11% of the total non-oil exports, respectively. This indicates a move from traditional agricultural commodities to more semi-processed and manufactured goods. The total volume of exported products reached 3.83 million metric tons, reinforcing the assertion that the non-oil sector is key to revitalizing Nigeria's economy. Nigerian exports reached 122 countries across Africa, the Americas, Asia, Europe, and Oceania, with Netherlands, Malaysia, and Brazil being the top three destinations by value. Notably, Ghana was the only African country amongst other 15 global importers of Nigerian products. The majority of non-oil exports, 95%, were routed through seaports, with the southwest and south-south regions accounting for over 95% of the total export. Starlink, amongst the top contributing companies, on and on it goes. So there it is, right? That sounds like good news anyway, however that reads. So that's good news. All right, let me just get rid of the readouts, and then we do the clips, and then we hopefully have a panel to have a session. 5 agreements Tinubu signed with President Xi Jinping of China. So what does, I hope it's stabilized. So let's just go to the agreement so I don't have to read the preamble. During the meeting, both presidents witnessed the signing of several memoranda of understanding on various areas of mutual interest. Number one, cooperation plan between Nigeria and China on jointly promoting the Belt and Road Initiative. So I'm not quite sure what that stands for Nigeria. That's entirely a Chinese initiative. Memorandum of Understanding on cooperation in the peaceful application of nuclear energy. So still, I'm not sure if we are getting, what are we getting? Number 3, Memorandum of Understanding on strengthening cooperation on human resources, human resource development under the Global Development Initiative. So Memorandum of Understanding on media exchange and cooperation. Number 5, Memorandum of Understanding between China Media Group and the Nigerian Television Authority. I'm not quite sure. That's a total meaningless nothing. Where is the money? With the money that we're after, not all of these things. Step aside for new faces. Okonkwo tells Tinubu article Obi. So he continues to straddle the media space, making vacuous noise. Kenneth Okonkwo. It's a very, very short one, so let's just start. A former spokesperson for the Labour Party's presidential campaign council in the 2023 election, Kenneth Okonkwo, has urged President Bola Tinubu, Atiku Abubakar, and Peter Obi to refrain from running for office in the 2027 election. In an interview on Wednesday, Okonkwo stressed the importance of introducing fresh faces into Nigerian politics, asserting that the current leaders have let the nation down. He also criticized opposition lawmakers for the lack of cooperation and failure to forge alliances, which he believes resulted in missed opportunities to secure key positions such as the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Uh, so that's Kenneth Okonkwo just making, although there is sense in somewhat what he says, but it's the way he's just always booming that's just it puts people off. So I'm bringing you this only really because it speaks to some of the conversations we've been having over the last three sessions. We've been talking about Bill Gates, what his intentions are towards Africa, globalism, the reach of the behemoth into our tiny little space, the global reach into our tiny little space, Nigeria, and what impact that will have on us. Why I have spent more money in Nigeria than any other African country. So this is Bill Gates digging his heels in. Actually, there's something. There's a clip that I want to. Let me play you a clip before that because this clip speaks to what I'm about to. This clip speaks to what I'm about to. Oh, hold on. Do I have it? Yes, this clip speaks to what I'm about to read out just now. Maybe I'll play the clip after. I did have the clip. I sent it to someone. Just bear with me 1 second. Because it will sequence it nicely if I'm able to play you that clip. It will sequence it nicely. Let's see. I'm pretty sure I just sent it to somebody not quite a minute ago. Una momento, per favor. It irritates me when this happens. Yes, this may be it. All right. Let me play you this clip before I do the readout. So let me play you this because this clip here it sits nicely with what I'm about to read you. So let's play this clip first, and then we do that readout. So this is a clip of a guy that is actually telling you what is going on. I might go in some way to explain what Bill Gates is up to. So let's listen to this guy.
Africa is not falling, particularly not Nigeria. Do you see how many Western businesses want to get into Nigeria? How many financial institutions want to kind of set their mark on the country? And the reason for that is that Nigeria has a very young, very well educated population. They also have a lot of natural resources, and they're really at this shift right now where they're going from a place where people just extract raw resources to a place where value is being added. Now, I understand where regular people in Africa have some frustrations because as the manufacturing has grown rapidly in Africa, as a lot of these economic developments have taken place, this hasn't really benefited the regular people, at least not yet. But the idea that Africa is falling is kind of, I just don't really see it. And again, I'm looking at it from a macroeconomic point of view. If I was to make a sports analogy, this kind of reminds me of when a young athlete is dominating at a certain level and then they kind of go up to the big leagues and suddenly they're going up against all the big players and they don't look that good right away. But as they stay on the big stage, their talent turns to experience and they start to do better and better. And that's particularly what I'm going to see happening in West Africa and in Nigeria. So as your businesses that are Nigerian based and Nigerian owned start to take bigger market shares in the industry, they're going to start to hire local people. That's going to increase wages, which is going to make the real estate markets better for investors. And it's a cyclical effect. I don't get into the politics of Africa, but there's going to be, in any country, there's going to be times when you have a really good leader. There's going to be times when you have a leader that, hey, you wish you didn't have them. But regardless, the country is going to go forward regardless of whoever is sitting in the big chair. And I would say be patient with Africa, but you're not going to have to be patient too long, because I'm seeing the developments. I'm talking to the business people. I'm talking to the banks. Everyone sees rapid growth in the future. And my hope is that it's not just going to benefit the wealthy investors. I really hope and I think that it's going to benefit regular Nigerians and regular people of West Africa. Anyway, that's my thoughts on it. And
So there it is right there. So you know, I think it was Deloitte and Touche that came out with the report that within the next 15 thereabout years, Nigeria is going to be one of the top 5 economies in the world. That's what they told us, and they have the projection to arrive at that conclusion. So we are seeing increasingly a lot of international people coming into the Nigerian space. We're seeing the Chinese, we've always had the Lebanese, a lot of Europeans, especially in places, civilized places like Abuja, especially, and some parts of Lagos. We're seeing like that spy guy that we were discussing a few sessions ago. He's been living in Nigeria for 25 years thereabout. So we're seeing a more diverse demography within the key safe cities, Abuja especially, some parts of Lagos as well. But we're also now seeing increasing big names coming in. Microsoft comes in. America builds the biggest offshore embassy in Nigeria. What's it called? Elon Musk is continuing to increase the presence of Starlink in Nigeria, building offices, expanding its scope there. Bill Gates put $2 billion into Nigeria. So the international space has more confidence in that space than we seem to. And here is Bill Gates backing up what this guy just said. So here is Bill Gates backing up what that guy just said. Why we have spent more money in Nigeria than any other country. This is Bill Gates. He'll try to couch it under some do good something, but it's only really after money. The co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill Gates, has disclosed the reason Nigeria received the largest share of intervention funds allocated by the foundation in Africa. He explained that the foundation spent a lot in Nigeria. Let's take that from top again. The co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill Gates, has disclosed the reason Nigeria received the largest share of intervention funds allocated by the foundation in Africa. He explained that the foundation spent a lot in Nigeria because of the population and the incredible needs. Gates stated this during an interview with selected journalists on the sideline of the 2024 NutriVision Dialogue on Tuesday in Abuja. So that guy is permanently in Abuja. What's it called? Tony Blair permanently in Nigeria. George Bush Jr. permanently in Nigeria. All this, there's something going on. Clearly, there's something going on. Bill Gates stated this during an interview with selected journalists on the sideline of the 2024 NutriVision Dialogue on Tuesday in Abuja, according to him. We spent a lot in Asia, but we spent even more in Africa. The country where we spent the most in Africa is Nigeria. That makes sense because of the population and the incredible needs that are here. That means that I have literally spent billions in Nigeria. I am glad that things like child mortality rates have come down, but we could do a lot better. Gates emphasized that reducing global health inequality and eradicating measles, malaria, and polio are top priorities for the foundation. He also mentioned that the foundation plans to increase its spending in the future with a focus on improving primary health care. Our work is almost entirely focused on primary health care because the impact per dollar is dramatically greater than anywhere else, he said. Beyond health, Gates noted that the foundation also invests heavily in the agricultural sector, recognizing that boosting agricultural productivity is crucial to Nigeria's economic development. He highlighted that this goal could be achieved through access to so there it is. That's the money end right there. So he wants to introduce GM seeds into the Nigerian space and corner the market. He highlighted that this goal could be achieved through access to high yield, climate resistant seeds, fertilizers, improved and timely information, and better weather prediction for farmers. So better weather prediction for farmers. So fortuitously, we've landed on a food narrative. And by the way, let me send the link. The room is populating. There's no one here at the moment. So if you want the conversation, then you do have to come in. Let me send the link. Hold on. Let me grab the link. Let's grab the link and then send it. So grab the link and then send it. So fortuitously, we've landed on a food narrative. So now the next clips that I'm going to play you now are all food related. So let me play you this. So this first clip actually it shames us as Nigerians. This first clip rather, it shames us as Nigerians. Watch this.
I never finish you. Plenty. Let him know that he's the owner.
Okay, MD, this is MD. MD. Baba, yeah, come.
This is the MD of this place, and he has farm. And he planted all this yam. 24 acres. No, past 50 acres. He has more than 50 acres, and he's selling it.
See yam.
Me this year, plant Kagawa, pass it to 1 people. More than 200 people. 200. Yeah. He said he has cassava too.
So there it is right there. There's a Chinese man planting yam to feed you in your own country. So what does that remind you of? Does it not remind you of Buhari's comments, lazy youths and all that, or you lazy bones are being fed by foreigners? So there it is, lazy youths. We're still staying with food, by the way. And how many times have we had characters like Ekene come here and give us some fake clip of him going to some fake market, which he has arranged a skit with his friend to tell us that food prices are high. So I'm going that harsh because I'm not taking Ekene's word for anything. We have sent our own correspondent all the way from America. We sent him to Osun State to go and test the food prices there. And here is what he has to report back. So correspondent Kulata in a market in Osun State.
Meta 25. No.
No.
Èló ni potato now last? 1,000 fún bag kankan. Oh, ìyẹn ti jábọ̀.
No, fún basket kankan.
So basket kankan, sorry.
Bag 25,000. 25,000. Ṣé kí wọ́n tà fún mi? Ṣé bá ní ẹgbẹ́ wa?
Ṣe kiri. Ẹ má gbélé tó ti bàjẹ́ o. Tó bá ti bàjẹ́ jẹ́ kó check ẹ o.
So ṣé wọ́n gba 1,000 the last àbí?
No, so 3 for 25.
3 for 2,500. Okay.
So there it is right there. So that is Kulata at some that's as early as a day or so ago. So that's Kulata at some roadside kiosk in somewhere in Osun State, buying 3 huge bags of potatoes for 2,500 naira. So that's round about roughly a pound, 1 British pound, for 3 huge bags of potato. But when the Kenya buys his own, it's 1 million naira for the tuber. But when Kulata goes there from and they could spot that Kulata is a foreigner, by the way, so they'd have given him foreigner price, and that was a roadside kiosk as well. So they're capturing rich people traveling by. So even with that, 2,500 for 3 bags of potatoes. So don't come here and give us some Jim Jam. We have people that we can send to go and test whatever it is that you do say. Let me see. I've got one more clip for you. Oh no, I've got 2 more clips for you actually. People tell me that I speak in a peculiar voice, but whose voice is more peculiar, mine or this lady right here?
I understand you already talked about the red flags we see in a person and we just decline. But what are the signs you get from a person?
Is this how you talk? Is this how you talk?
Yes, sir.
Guys don't like this thing. Guys don't like it.
So that's some Labota girl forming for in some. I think the voice would have irritated that presenter to the point that he couldn't take it anymore. He just had to call her out. Which one be this one? We don't talk like this for here. Oh, this no be the Niger way. Oh, but who is more peculiar, me or that girl? So who is more peculiar? But let me go on now to this last clip. This is the closing of phase of that Chidinma Adesina narrative, the girl that was chased out of South Africa only to go and take a crown in a bigger, richer country. So here is her, this is where she caps it off. I think she's with Abike Dabiri Arewa in this particular clip. But let's hear her words and her experience. Chidinma Adesina.
Baby girl, tell me what you want. It's right here, I got what you need. Mama, kilo this to my bakali. Say what?
Use this to talk to all Nigerians abroad. If you have a dual citizenship, don't take the second one for granted. Nigeria has been here now in this trying moment for you. So if you have a dual citizenship, just take both very, very seriously. So I'm glad you're home, finally. We'll work with you, your next steps and whatever it is you decide to do.
And I'm really glad for this opportunity, and I'm here as well. I remember before I arrived at the airport, I was so nervous. I came alone because my uncle was unable to come with me that day. And I arrived and I felt very anxious. I was scared. I had a lot of mixed emotions. And I arrived at the airport. Before I even met my family, there was a lot of people around me that were like welcoming me so nicely, and I felt so accepted. I felt so loved, and it was like a very good atmosphere to be in. And I've only been here for about 10 days, if I'm not mistaken, 10 days, and I haven't been anywhere else apart from Lagos. So it has been an amazing experience. I haven't really been out to experience more, and I'm really proud to say that I'm going to stay here and explore. So yes, after everything else, Nigeria is home now.
But one thing I must say though, I like her spirit. Nigeria is a very united country. Yeah. We're very loving people. But also, I'm also glad that we were able to reach out to her in time of need. I did not know how deep it was, but I realized the sensitivity.
I want to I want to have, I want to give them the most to buy. I'm on the way. I'm not.
So there it is right there. So that is Chidinma Adesina completing her journey from a rejectee to the queen of the world. So there it is right there. What a lot of people don't realize, especially these African types, all these third world people from Ghana, South Africa, all these, low rents, the black people, all these, Africanos. What they don't realize is that as much as we squabble amongst ourselves as Nigerians, we don't invite foreigners into our mixed one to take part. And this is to people like Vin something, that Ghanaian guy that pretends to be an Igbo man. As much as we squabble amongst each other, we don't like our own treated roughly. One, we saw when Nigerians were being mistreated in South Africa. This was about a year and a bit ago. And Alan Oyema immediately dispatched jets to go and bring them back home. So we don't tolerate that. And this girl now being roughed up in South Africa, we bring her home and put a crown on her head. and whatever package she gets at Silverbird will be 10 times whatever package they Miss South Africa. And they Miss South Africa, of course, a German girl, some white girl. So we don't tolerate that. So well done, Chidima Adesina. So let me send the link again. There's no one in the studio, as I said at the moment. If you want the conversation, you do have to hop on. We play the K guide. And by the way, we need to be saying the super charts. We did say 5. We only got one. So this one now sets the baseline. So anybody that super charts them match or exceed. So match or exceed. That's the standards that we've set for the platform. So match or exceed. So we play the K guides. Hopefully then by the time the K guide plays out, the studio will be populated and the super charts expanded. First, the K guide.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido, hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chifu Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niru Agreshe may just have nothing to do with us. Let me play you a couple of minutes of this clip as we wait for the room to populate. Let me play a couple of clips from a couple of minutes from this. This is because a lot of people watch us in live streaming, but even maybe an equal amount of people watch us on watch back. And somebody was watching on watch back the last session, and they were so irate by some of the commentaries that that the Lagos Calabar Expressway superhighway had been abandoned. They were so irate by that they sent in this clip in response to what Solly and Rational Mind were saying then. So let's watch a bit of this.
This is a construction update on one of Nigerian legacy projects, Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. Guys, we're currently at the construction site for Lagos Calabar Coastal Road. If you're asking what's going on the coastal road, with what we've seen so far, you can agree with that the project is experiencing progress. Yeah? Last time we came here, it's not up to 3 months. This place I'm standing right now, right here, we are ocean, waiting to the road. And it has been done. They blinded and some part are casted while some are still work in progress. Just like I've shown you around, and we're still going down to where work is currently going on the project. So this is other part of the landmark as well. And this is what the coastal road is like. And as you can see, I formed as a the Marawa area of Lekki.
I'll be taking you on a tour of the road from the VI section of the road from Amado Bay down to Marawa Junction in the Lekki area. Every section.
All right. That's enough of that. So that's the Lagos Calabar Superhighway making a steady progress. Much to the consternation, to the chagrin of the naysayers. No, work has not stopped. Is progressing at a rapid pace. They are promising it probably completed. A huge chunk of it will be completed before the next election, and in the Tinubu second term, the totality of it will be completed. So that's to your rational mind. Somebody said that it was actually Ogbeni that sent it in. He was irritated by what rational mind was saying. But so let's start. Let's bring on the panel. Baba joins us. Always a delight when Baba is here. Now Adale Kokoko steady as a rock. There he is right there. Ekene joins us to come and explain himself. He's buying for 1 million naira. Kulata is buying for 2,000 naira. So that's General Thomas right there. Always a delight when Thomas is here. That's Prince Daddy right there, and the Sapele water merchant himself. He's on. I don't know the chant for his own. I would have chanted it, but there it is, an eminent panel. So an eminent panel. We kick it off. We'll kick it off actually with let's kick it off with a 5-minute monologue. Let's kick it off with 5-minute monologue so that all the voices quickly get to document. I'm determined that people are not held for such a lengthy time without getting to speak. So we do 5-7 minutes because we're not fully populated yet. We'll kick it off with Ekene, who has been absent for a moment. So Ekene, good to have you back. So how come Kulata is able to buy yam for 2,000 naira, but you are buying it for 70,000 naira? Yeah?
I know they eat yam again, self. I don't get money to eat yam again.
You don't get money. You don't get 2,000 naira to buy potato.
Potato and yam not the same thing.
Yeah, what can be the difference? What's the difference between potato and yam?
They are very different now. Potato is sweet, yam is not sweet.
No. Potato is not sweet. Potato is the same texture as yam.
I used to be yam, they're different. Potato, they're different. I don't know the one where you talk. Potato, you can buy potato of 2,000 now. You can buy potato of.
You can buy
before potato 500, you cannot finish it under 3 days. But the one of 2,000 naira now looks very small. Okay. Well, but that's not the issue, yeah. Yeah, I know they eat yam for a very long time now. Because I cannot buy yam. I don't have the
potato
money.
Now. Eat potato is healthier for you.
I don't like potato now. It's very sweet. I like something.
No. There are different varieties of potato now. There's sweet potato and there's other normal potato.
All of them, I don't like it.
You know, I eat potato every day. I prefer it to yam actually because it doesn't sit so heavily in the body like a potato, like yam.
Okay, well, I don't eat it.
Anyway, kick it off for us. 5-7 minutes. Speak it out to the headlines or whatever you're looking at.
What's your headline, self? Because I've not been here. I just the reason why I came is that I'm not feeling sleepy, so I just decided to hop in.
Yes, I've been seeing you calling us names all over the place, but we were talking about the state police now. It looks as though that's about to come on stream, so that's good. Lagos State now insisting that students to get into secondary school have to be able to speak Yoruba language. So that is very much within the parameters of the sort of politics that is going on now. So we're also speaking to there's an increase in fuel at the moment, and the students say they want to go on a protest. So we were just counting then how many protests that we've had now under this administration of Tinubu. Otedola is asking people, is making fun of the people that have been importing oil, asking them now that they have to go and sell their assets because those eras of stealing is over. Tinubu responds to the Labour Congress that he never promised them that he would not increase the price of fuel as part of the minimum wage negotiation. At the consumer credit scheme kicks off, much to the chagrin of the naysayers, just like the students' loan, that also now looks as though it's going to be another success story. And non-oil exports hit $2.7 billion this year, in the first half of this year. So the country pivoting somewhat. So a lot of things to go through. So take your pick, give us 5-7 minutes, or just speak to whatever interests you.
I don't know what really impressed me. The only thing I know is that the increase of the petrol price in Nigeria now. So, and I don't really know what to say about it. Because what I bought today for 1,000 naira per liter. So, but because Dangote has come on stream, I just really want to keep calm and know the effect of that Dangote refinery when he start bringing this petrol into the market. So I want to know the effect, especially around the forest, because I think it will help the forest a lot. But you know, many times it's not quick to judge. I don't want to be quick to judge the outcome. I just want to wait maybe for till about next month and see how Dangote refinery will impact in the price of
Do
petrol.
you see it as good news, first of all? Do you see the refinery now pumping out petrol? Do you think that as good news?
It's a good news, even though it's a private business, because he would like to make his own profit. So I don't know how he will manage it. I don't know. Just that's why I said I just need to. I don't want to praise it for now. I don't want to say anything about it. I will just have. I will prefer to keep calm maybe for about 2 months or a month. Then I will know the effect. If the price of petrol will continue to go up, or maybe stay one place, and I will want to know the effect in the forex, in our foreign exchange. So I want to know the effect because it has to have a very big impact in it if they really want to manage it, because that area would have been shut down. Those people that used to import PMS, that forest will be maybe available for other products. It is not necessary for oil importation. So that is it. That's how I feel it will positively impact.
Okay, so you are looking at it. You are looking at it wider than just the impact on the price of petrol at the pumps, because
Yes.
it may reduce the price of petrol at the pumps, but not significantly. You see, what I'm looking at is that it will remove scarcity. So that's one. And then if there's somewhat of a price predictability, that's two. If it's able to reduce price, that's three. And then, like you said, it takes a huge chunk of the outflow of forex in the country, that's four, which then leads to the stabilization of the naira. There's just so much that can be, but like you said, it's cautiously optimistic. It's a wait and see, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a wait and see. It's a wait and see. It has to have a very big impact in our economy. So, because of many things, many Nigerians don't believe in all the positive news that is coming. You just have to wait. Then know if this thing will really work. There is a lot of cabals, but I thank God that he was able to defeat them, just like Otodola said, and had his own refinery working now. So, and he has the capacity to produce what we are going to use in this country. PMS, he has the capacity to do that. So it has to take away that foreign exchange that is used in that sector. So if really managed very well, this has to play a very big role in stabilizing our economy. Not necessarily the naira coming down, but at least stability. It has to stabilize our economy for a very long time. But I don't know. I don't know for now. Maybe I don't know for now. Let me just. That's the angle I'm looking at it. So, but coming to the price of the product, I don't think it will really affect the price of the product. I don't think. I think the price will still even go up because, but affecting it maybe coming down to 600 naira. So I don't think that will really happen. I don't think it will happen. The only area I think it will be effective is in that forest, foreign exchange and all that. That is the only area I'm looking at it to be effective. So that's where I'm expecting it one month.
Do you think they've increased the price of petrol in anticipation of this ban? Because I think they need him to be to come in at a particular entry point for the price. So they've increased the price so that he can come in at that price, for reasons of balancing his book.
Yes, that's because I don't see the reason of increasing the price when they know that this refinery is coming on board or will start production. So it's just a day before the announcement, the price of petrol was increased. So I think there is something they are not telling us. So why necessarily they would have allowed him to maybe control the price, do the business, and let's see where he will take the price to, instead of the federal government announcing the price. So I don't see it impacting on the price of the PMS. I don't see it impacting it. So the federal government has set the price. Today, everywhere is 1,000 naira. Most places, the NMPC, they don't sell. You hardly see them open their filling station to get it for maybe.
Well, they don't have fuel now. They don't even have it. What they are telling us, NMPC.
Yeah, that is it. So most filling station, most filling station are closed. Some are even selling one. But I bought 1,000 naira today. So, man, it's very hard though, because even the cost of.
I have to agree with you, because I don't think people are already straining under that 600 naira. It's just how sharply it rises, from 600 to 800 and something, 870, isn't it, that the new set price, and people's wages remain constant, but the price of things continue to escalate. So they're squeezing the life out of people.
It's very difficult, man. The cost of transportation is very high. Even from my bus stop to Alaba is 500 naira. Just from something that is not up to, just from my bus stop to Alaba now, it's 500 naira. So what are people going to Mile 2? It's almost 1,000 naira. More than 1,000 going to Mile 2. Coming back, you have to maybe 2,000, 3,000 naira for transport. People. So, man, it's a very difficult one, but I don't know how it's going to be managed, because the only thing I know is that minimum wage. That is why the laborers has come out and said that Tinubu deceived them, this and all that. But they had the agreement, because if they know what they are really doing, they wouldn't have even agreed that 70,000 naira, because they shot themselves. The man used their brain and they fall for it. So who are they going to hold responsible? Who is going to protest with them? The 70,000 naira is already taken away. More than safe. It's taken away from them already.
It's quite a thing, actually, when the cost of transportation is the biggest expense of a worker. The biggest expense, the cost of transportation now is almost the biggest expense of a worker in Nigeria.
That is the issue. That is the issue. There is no way it will not affect whether you have a car, you don't have a car. You cannot be trekking to work now. It must really affect you. It will even affect the price of food and commodities. It's already affecting it. The cost of transportation. Even inflation will still go more high. All these things, any increase in petrol will really affect in the price of food and the commodities. So, but the only that for me that is it. The only area I'm looking at it is just that forest. That is the only where I see that it will really have a positive impact. But I don't see PMS reducing price. I don't see it because why would the government announce the increase in price of petrol a day before Dangote announces announce the production of petrol? So I think there is something they are not telling us. So that's how my own opinion is.
I think they are trying to recover that $6 billion that NNPC is owing the oil space. I think they are trying to recover it from you guys. That's probably what it is.
However they want to recover, I don't know. They never believe that. They say they made profit, but now they say that they're owing marketers. It's a lot of confusion here and there. It's a lot of confusion. So it's a very difficult one. Let's just wait and see. My only even the price of traveling to East now is always 37,000 naira. So it's already for you to travel from Lagos to East now is 37,000 naira, and we are not in December month already. So I'm wondering how people will travel this Christmas. You understand? So it's already affecting every aspect of the economy, and people are yelling. So, but people have to be strong. He said we should be strong, should hold on, things will get better. But if he's able to find stability, even though if he's able to give the workers what they really deserve, that minimum wage, I don't think whether the dollar is 2,000 naira or 1,500 naira, just give them what is required in this economy. Everything will still be fine. The price doesn't matter, but the purchasing power of the people has to come up. That is what people are really suffering. Their purchasing power is too low, very, very low. And they are even wanting to increase the tax by 10% or so, whatever. I heard Bill Gates saying that Nigeria is this and that. So it's a very tough one. When you give them good
The guy
minimum
in
wage,
charge of the guy in charge of the tax is saying it as well, but he's saying two things. He's saying the average Nigerian is overtaxed, but the Nigerian space is undertaxed.
the taxing system is not what it's supposed to be. Nigeria are paying tax, but it's not going to the right channel. It's for people, because if you count the amount of agboros on the road collecting money that is, that this money is not going into the government purse. There are many opening offices here and there. There are very many. So those monies are what should be the task that the people are paying. But because the system is not well organized, few individuals are taking it away.
They had to digitalize it now. I think that was what Soludo did in Anambra State. They need to digitalize the Agberos.
Yeah, Soludo model is that taxing system. So that is why we're taxing a lot in Anambra State. But I don't know, but that should be national something, because it's not just like I said. Nigerians are paying tax. What they are paying is enough to help the economy, especially the traders. So, but this is just for few people. When they collect all the money, they just go and settle their organ and share the remaining one. That's how they do it, which is not supposed to be so. So Nigeria is being tasked, but the system is not taking record of it properly. So, and nothing much to even say. We are still in anticipation. It's just that I feel the plight of Nigerians, and I hope everyone survive it, and that Tinubu finds solution in a very nearest, in a very short period of time, because time is not there anymore. Time is not there. After 2025, I don't know when. Yeah.
Okay, Kenny. Sorry
Yeah.
to disrupt your flow, but
But you can't call that one taxation now. That is extortion. That is not taxation. When you have few people who decided to exploit market people like you, that is not going to the cover of the government. That is not taxation. Taxation is when you know where your money is being spent on. So when you have a few people that are, impose themselves as an authority, in small area, decided to claim one authority or the other, that is not taxation. I think we have to expand it beyond just the market area. What about those people living in the rural area? You're talking about people living in Genebody or living in the one small village in the north. That you can easily track to see, how if they are if they are paying taxes yearly. There's no record of them making any taxation. Nobody's they are not even extorted like the way you are being extorted in your area. So what about those people? There are plenty of them. So once there's
But
no
the issue is this.
tracking,
The issue is this. The issue is this. Nigerians are paying this money in a manner that is not orderly. You see, it's just like if you come to this area now, the police will be on the road collecting money from KKs and and the Okada people, 100 naira each Okada, going from here to my two. You drop 100 naira for them. You count the amount of KK buses every night. Once is you will not see them in the afternoon, or they will not be there in the afternoon. But once it's 8 o'clock in the night, you will see them mount on that road. They don't disturb private cars, but all these Okada people, all these KK, you must drop your 100 naira, and once you drop it, they will give you your mark. So who are they submitting that money to? It's a huge amount of money. So they don't even care whether you increase their salary or not. I think that is where they earn their own salary. You understand? It's a very huge amount of money, and every day by day, every day, they do it. The government is not questioning them. So how do you want to make a system that will work? If this money, people are paying it directly to the government, it will make a very big impact. They don't even need to pay as much that the police people are collecting from them. Just create a system that this money will be going direct to the government coffers. Then it will make a very big impact. It's still on the government to create a very good system to collect all this money. So one man, I don't have much to say. You had that. You see our convention today, now. You see our
I heard
stakeholders meeting in Abia State.
I heard Julius Abure issuing warnings to Peter Obi and Alex Oti.
Yeah, Lesotho organized a very big conference today, and a caretaker.
Did Julius Abure not go against that?
Julius Abure was not there, but Dati was there, Obi was there, Baribo Revival was there. All the aspirants we had in the last election, all of them was there, and senators and we have all our senators there, many of them. So, but Abure factions were not there, so they are kicking against it. But they've already appointed a chairperson, maybe for a period of 3 months, to organize a convention. So we're having another stakeholders meeting in Abuja coming very soon. So Alex Oti is the one taking care of everything, him and the Obi, because he's the highest in the Labour Party for now. So very soon, the chairperson is from the north, and they have appointed the committee.
Is it not Tanko, something Tanko that you've
No, Tanko is one woman, Usman, somebody.
It's
Yes.
Nenadi, former finance minister who has a case with FFK in court.
So yeah, that is it. So maybe when very soon we'll have our convention, and Labour Party will bounce back. So because that's what I've been looking at, that we'll have a a national chairman that will come from the north. Then if that happens, I think we are good to go. So, and I'm happy that they are Lesotho, P2P, they are taking a very bold step for now to move the party forward. So I hope it works out. So one man, no problem, nothing to say much. So continue.
All right, brilliant. Stay there. There's still a few things I'd like to, discuss with you, but let me move it around. Like I said, I want to get it around quickly. I'll go to Baba Izon Ajanle Koko, Prince Daddy. So Baba, you're up next. Few topics. Lagos approves Yoruba language as subject in public secondary school, and I think they are saying people have to pass it as an entry point from primary to secondary, and then the state police are almost coming into being. So all manners of things. Petrol prices go up. How much more can you squeeze the Nigerian people before they fight back? So that or whatever interests you, Baba.
Yeah. Good evening, all. Salute you, panelists, and the people of the comment section. How are you doing today? Welcome. And our esteemed viewers, I beseech you to click the like button. Make it a duty every day once you come on board to enjoy yourself with our robust opinions, arguments, and the likes. Don't forget in doing clicking also, don't forget to share and subscribe. One man, I think I will go for the fuel thing at the moment. Nigerians, we are very quick to latch on to anything that will give us quick profit. And we always have our ears to the ground. Naturally, the Dangote refinery is not peopled as workers by ghosts. They are human beings. They live amongst us. So the marketers must have got wind that Dangote is coming on stream. And 24 hours before then, they hiked their price. Government has nothing to do with it. Despite NLC posturing, they come out to say, no, we don't know anything about this price act. This price, new prices they are putting on their machines and things like that. And I don't see reason why government will want trouble by increasing the fuel pump price, because we are paying naira, and it is easy to also ameliorate anything that will bring about hiking of price. Because if they can manage with the dollar payment in the last 14 months or thereabouts, what's those difficult when we are now paying naira? Just little creative accounting, they will be able to balance their books pending maybe in 6 months' time, 9 months' time, when the economy stabilizes, when the naira has found its level, then they will be able to charge the appropriate price. You understand? That is how I look at it. So all this National Association of Nigerian Students, I have good news for them. I have bad news for them. Nobody's going to cash out this time around. There will be no price hike. Same thing for NLC. Nobody's going to call anybody to sit down in a round table to do any negotiation. You understand? That is what I have to say about the fuel thing. Well, it's just, I think then I will go to the exports, for instance. I think our traders are not getting the memo.
That's exciting news. That export something. That's exciting. Non-oil exports are always excites me. So yeah.
Yeah, our traders are not getting the memo. Whether intended or unintended, this new economic direction is discouraging importation hugely. They are discouraging importation because it's not favorable. And people that are manufacturing, that are exporting, they are making a kill. They are smiling to the bank. People like Erisco today. Erisco is making a lot of money because he manufactures his tomato products in Nigeria. And there are several other things they are exporting. And those amongst the traders who maybe have an inclination of where this economy is going. Maybe they are the ones that are making hell of noises all over the place. So the advice I have for them is every one of them, whatever you have in your bank account, try and redirect it to manufacturing something. It doesn't mean you have to perfect it. At least start small. When you continue, you will perfect your product and it will be acceptable. If not internationally, at least locally. We have the biggest market in Africa with over 200 million people in Nigeria. There is nothing that cannot sell if we have policies that mitigate against importation. But it's happening. I read that at least about 6 months. You understand? I read that about 6 months ago, that this is the new direction because the cost of importation is just too high. Not to talk about even paying the duties and clearing it from the ports and bringing it inland.
Yeah, Baba.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing, sir?
Aizon.
Hey, do
Emi.
Dora.
Emi.
No, Emil. No, I want to just thank you for saying that. This thing you're saying. When I was in Nigeria just recently, I
So you're back home?
I'm back home.
Sorry, you're back in Canada. Home is Nigeria.
Yes, thank you. I'm back in this place. And when I came is in the teens. Can you imagine? But this thing you're saying is so true because I was in my area, the Patani Bomadi area, and that area, the soil is so fertile for plantains. And I was looking around the plantains that grow there. In fact, they're as big as your whole arm. And one of my friends was with me. He was telling me how much. And one man you can attest to this. How much they sell plantains in the UK. I think it's like £1 to £2 or something that big. And I just think, why are they not pulling? I was asking people, like, why are we not putting resources together? On a port is there. Let's get this thing, get the buyers, and export. But I don't know. I think it's the mentality. Maybe that's why people aren't doing the things you're saying. It might be mentality or the confidence. But I just wanted to comment on that, Elizabeth.
Yeah, export is the thing to go because it's been happening for some months now. When ACFACT, the African Continental Free Trade this thing took place, we've been exporting to Kenya, we've been exporting to Netherlands, even to China and everywhere. But people are more focused on those negatives than the positive that is happening. And I don't know for what reason I'll wake up in the morning when I scan the newspapers or news about Nigeria, what my focus should be on the negatives. I focus more on the positive and later come to interrogate the negatives so I could compare and contrast exactly what is going on as an educated person. But the thing is, all these things are happening side by side. And what people don't realize is that, look, let me take just 1 minute to talk. What we are enjoying, the pluses we are enjoying in Lagos today, didn't just happen. You understand? It didn't just happen overnight. It's been long there since the Jakonde time. When the AC came on board in 2000, they brush it up, they do the Jakonde plan, and they flesh it up, improve on it. And it went down to brass tack. That took another 8 years. We did not see anything coming up then because when you plant something in the ground, that thing has started germinating and coming until you see the offshoots above the earth level. You will not even believe that thing is germinating. But for 8 years of the first governor, they were planning and getting to brass tack without anybody knowing. And when Fashola took over, that's when everything shoot up. And we've not stopped since then. And that's why I always talk about people holding on to their governor. Remove the focus. You can hate Tinubu all you want. You have to negotiate yourself. You have to talk to your governors what you want. For instance, I'll give you an example again. That Eco Bridge we all talk about today, we give glory to IBB. But the Lagos government was involved in Eco Bridge. How, you will ask me? Julius Baja was brought to this country by Brigadier Mobolaji Johnson in Lagos State. Julius Baja came to Lagos and started working. Chief I.S. Adewale, Ishawa Adewale, was the chairman. Mobolaji Johnson made him the chairman. And when Johnson eventually left the military, he took over as chairman because he brought them in. It was your oil, iron zone, that was used to pay. It was a barter arrangement. Bolaji Johnson, Ishawa, Adewale were able to do that, to say, okay, bring the oil. You don't have the money, IBB. Bring oil, pay us with oil, we'll build a bridge. It's subject of negotiation. You see, negativity will not get any state anywhere. You will not get any state anywhere. You have to sit down and negotiate. You can't bat down the federal government. If you want development for your area, you have to talk to the people that will aid you, sign on to loans you want to be able to develop your area, or give you grants and stuff like that. So these negative things, a lot of the people are doing. If you stay in Lagos, whether you are white, whether you are black, whether you are green, I'm saying that in the Nigerian context, it's fine. Hold Sanwo-Olu to ransom. If you are not satisfied with what is happening, make sure you have the right. If you reside in Enugu, do that to your governor. Or in Nasarawa, do that to your governor. For a moment, let's leave the center alone. Let's leave the center alone. That is why people like Governor Abiodun in Ogun State, I'm so mad at that man. And I want people like BT to rise up against that man, because I expect that he should be matching what Lagos State is doing, even meeting Lagos State halfway, 50%, trying to seamlessly harness what is happening in Lagos, integrate it into Ogun State, and by extension, Oyo State will pick up where Ogun State will stop. They have it on plan, but what he's doing so far is not up to scratch. Though he started with the Abeokuta Expressway, but let's see how that will pan out. That is what I'm seeing in that. And so, what other topic do I have? Quickly, one man, can you remind me? One man.
I'm here. We're talking about we're talking about the state police, which is being fast tracked. The people holding it back at the moment: Kwara State, Sokoto State, Adamawa, Kebbi, and the FCT. So they were all meant to have submitted reports, which they've now been given till Monday. If they don't submit those reports by Monday, decisions will be made and imposed on them. So they're trying to fast track that with this window of Tinubu's administration. Lagos government approves Yoruba language as subject in public secondary school. So they're saying then that transition from primary to secondary school, they have to show proficiency and able to think logically in in Yoruba language. The students to go on strike, shut down the country off the back of this now latest fuel increase, which people have to say is
This is the one I'm looking for, actually, this or $10 thing. You understand? At times, success and failure, they work side by side. You understand? In Dangote refinery coming on stream, we should not be unmindful of a lot of businesses that will be dying. And $10 puts them in their proper perspective. There are 54 tank farms in Nigeria, most of them in the south coastal area and things like that. But out of the 54, I think 47 is operational. These are very huge tank farms containing dozens of tanks. What you see when you go to a tank farm, the roundness of the tanks you see from the ground level up, that's not the tank. That's not the tank. There is much more down inside the Mother Earth of that. But all those places, they have employees. But like when warehouses business died in Nigeria, I can see the tank farm business dying. When they eventually die, where will those workers go? At least the warehouses were turned into churches and other uses. But what do you do with a tank farm, for instance? That beats me. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. But that business, like Otella said, is dead. Like a dodo. It's dead.
What is going to kill them? Is this as a result of Dangote's refinery?
Yes, because the PMS is producing. NNPC will be buying directly, and NNPC have their own depots. Some of the tank farms will be useful, but not all, because naturally Dangote at the moment, according to what he said, they will be producing about 25 million liters every day until they get optimal production. And 25 million is not near what Nigeria consume every day, or rather we will come to know whether that is about what we consume, because on record now, popular figure everybody is using is about between 30 and 33 million liters every day. So there may not be use for these tank farms at the moment. At least maybe half or three-quarter will be dead. So that is a fallout of a progress we have made with the Dangote refinery. Everything has consequences. So one man, I think I yield for other people to come on. One man.
Yes, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can all hear you.
All right, brilliant. So is on. You're up next. So you know the topics. We're talking about the fuel being increased again. I'm not even sure. As early as how much were they even selling it under Buhari? We've even forgotten. That seems like it was about 200 naira, wasn't it, to the liter? And people were still straining on that. So we're talking about that. We're talking about students wanting to demonstrate on the top of that. We're talking about Yoruba language being used as a rite of passage from primary to secondary school, and a whole raft of other things. So coming to the conversation is on.
Yeah, Oma, thank you. Oma, what are you doing? Are you busy doing something else? Why?
No, I'm busy trying. You know, I'm
You seem
struggling
distracted.
Yes, I'm straddling two screens, and one of them shuts down. So I'm hurriedly well spotted. I'm hurriedly trying to bring it back on stream. So I'm back now. Carry on.
No problem.
All sorted now. You could tell that I wasn't 100%.
Yeah, because typically you jump in and either sermonize or challenge, but you've been kind of quiet. So I figured you were doing something else. Okay. No, Baba, really good submission. In fact, you're forcing me to think about some things that I saw on ground, in terms of challenging myself to do more on ground. It's crazy in Nigeria, you don't even want to tell people that you are looking to put money to do things in the environment, because immediately the negative voices just come at you. Don't do it. They will steal your money. They will steal from you. You open a farm. If you like, try it. They will rob you. You won't get anything. Your business will fail. It's just so much negativity. Meanwhile, as they're saying all these things, you look around you, you're seeing Indians setting up businesses. You're seeing Lebanese open up.
Hold on right there. You are seeing in India. You are seeing Indians setting up businesses around you. Is that what you said?
Yeah, in Nigeria.
Yes. Let me show you something that stunned me. Watch this.
No sell it. I never finish you. Plenty.
Let him know that he's the owner.
Okay, MD, this is MD. MD. Baba, yeah, come.
This is the MD of this place, and he had farm. And he planted all this yam. 24 acres.
No, past 50 acres.
He has more than 50 acres, and he's selling it.
See yamu.
Me,
this is here.
So whilst we're busy running away from Fulani headsmen, the Chinese they are growing yam to feed us. But we are running away from Fulani.
Omar, it was outstanding to me. And I'll talk to people. I mean, I'm not talking. These are not. Some people are very highly educated, but just because, and sometimes they mean well. So I don't want to make it seem like they're just full of negativity. But it's just, oh, this person tried to open up this business and it failed and they stole from him. So don't even bother. Don't waste your time.
Sorry, Zon. I reflect on that sometimes. We hear a lot of these negative stories, but it is only really the negative stories that make the headline. The successful stories don't make the headline.
Exactly.
It's gone exactly as it was intended to. So
exactly.
Not nothing anomalous there, nothing unusual. And for every negative story, for every Fulani headsman that destroys a farm, there's hundreds of people that are making millions of their own farm.
Yes, exactly. And to that point, that was the next point I was about to make, is that I just kind of sit back and listen. I don't really say much because I want to take in the negativity as things to be wary of, but not as negatives to prevent me from taking action. But at the same time, to what you just said, a good friend of mine, his wife's brother, so essentially his brother-in-law, has made millions in dollars from Nigeria, exporting not just Zobo, but other tea brands. He has a steady market in Asia and Europe, and he does this consistently. He has processing centers in Kanu, and he does this consistently. And nobody would even know this guy is in that business. And I met the guy. And he was just giving me a simple breakdown.
I think Kulata told us that his first breakthrough was importing asbestos, or what's it called, from the north.
Yeah, there's so much stuff that goes on. Like you said, these people, and I think I think you were reading out excerpts from the Export Promotion Council and highlighting the goods that were exported. Was it you? I heard it today. I think it might have been yours.
Yes, it's part of what we're discussing.
Yeah, the non-oil exports, sesame seeds, I know cashews is huge. I know people do, so many different products that they do. And there are a lot of other products that we're supposed to be doing, we don't do because no one really ventures into them. But, just talking to that particular person, one of the things he told me was like, he said the challenge sometimes is dealing with Nigerian customs.
Yes, it's the bottleneck in the bureaucracy. Maybe it was somebody on this platform or a readout that they were exporting perishable goods, and by the time they were able to go, it was Obeni. By the time they were able to go through all the administrative stuff, all the bottleneck of bureaucracy, those perishable goods perished at the port.
Exactly. So one might imagine if, let's say you have a snail farm in Nigeria, because I met some people that do this business. You want to supply, I forgot the name of this restaurant I went to in London 2 years ago. Really nice Nigerian restaurant. Anyway, there are a number of them. But you want to supply
an abundance of them. Now, that's the new flavor. You see all manners of people in Nigerian restaurants.
Really nice. So it had a nice ambience, nice decor. Nice
apologies. Apologies. Sorry, I won't interrupt you again. I was in a Nigerian restaurant. I saw this Chinese guy eating pounded yam and egusi. But what really struck me was he dispensed with the cutleries and went in direct like we do. Yeah, and it was just in London, or not even in Lagos.
100%, man. Well, man, but that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine if you have a snail farm and you have this really group of restaurants, not even one, and they're like, oh, guy, if you can send us, 10 tons or 20 tons, we have a storage warehouse, a freezer warehouse, we'll put them in. So you want to export these goods. frozen snails, and now they're perishable. But then you run into this issue at the port with our customs, and they start delaying you. They start telling you to go and bring money. They start finding one reason or the next for you to bring out money from your pocket to pay them. And, these are things that I think, if, and this is at the federal level because they're dealing with ports. So if you really want to increase productivity and export, it should be as easy as possible to export. And these are things the federal government should tackle immediately. And we shouldn't have a situation where someone has to go through hell to get products out of the country. That should be the easiest thing we should be able to do. Because you have buyers. Do you know how many businesses have tried to export to buyers abroad? And because the products either got there bad or because of all the delays or whatever the case may be, they've lost those businesses, they've lost those customers, which ends up affecting our economy. So from a federal perspective, these are emergency situation type things. The bottlenecks, the corruption, the extortion, these guys are literally killing our life's blood, which is exports, right? So they need to tackle it head on, revamp, overhaul that whole place. And I don't want to be ethnic, right? But there's certain things you run into where it's not as diverse in those offices when you go to do it. There's a certain lingua franca.
It's the northerners, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, if you get to a certain point,
they just there to steal money and go and build a house.
Well, man, I didn't say all that one. See, you've started.
We all know it, isn't it? Automation ultimately will be something that rescues Nigeria. The more you remove, but is that not true though?
I know. This is what I know. One man, the nepotism is not good. It's not okay to say, okay, if I attain a position within a government office, I should fill that office with all my kinsmen. Come on now. In a highly diverse country, that is not a good thing. And we can put things in place to check that kind of behavior. Because that's what you see. When I was in Nigeria, I went to renew my son's passport, Nigerian passport. I had to go to the location in Alausa. And there's a certain part you get to within that office. That's all you hear is Hausa. In fact, you don't hear anything else. As soon as I walked in, that's everyone there, that's what they were speaking. And so you look at that and you're like, come on now. I mean, there are 300 plus languages in this country. This is not okay by any stretch of the imagination. So I think that's something that they need to look at. But going away from that, I think that export piece right there, we need to fight it. Because how are you going to become an export-driven country if you can't export? if it's difficult to go through the process. It will discourage people. People won't want to. Imagine, I have a friend that tried to do cashew and he lost millions. Because
but Enzo, let's juggle our brains. I think I remember, correct me if I'm wrong, Tinubu promised us commodities board. Did he?
He did.
Exactly.
He did. And you know what? I try to be, as you well know, Baba, I'm not a Tinubu supporter. I even get help from some of my fellow obedience because they're like, you've gone soft. I'm not a Tinubu supporter. I try to be objective. It's not an easy job governing Nigeria. So I try to look at things from the middle. I don't want to, because if I start being too subjective, I'll lose my credibility. So I try to be objective in that if he's doing something good, let me give him his marbles. If I really look at the situation and look at the facts and this thing here is bad, I will criticize him rightfully as I should, right? But the issue with some things is that he doesn't even need to be in charge. He just needs to appoint someone that's a czar for exports. Someone that he believes will really drive that space. And I'm telling you, it will change everything. And that's a fundamental issue we have. So I think that's something that we need to take a very close look at. And then speaking about Asiwaju, this situation, you look at certain things with happening now. One, the mandating speaking of Yoruba before you get in secondary schools in Lagos. In a place like Lagos, I mean, I get you want to make sure people understand that Lagos is a Yoruba space. I understand that.
Yes. So
But
what do you think led to that is what I was going to. But these are some of the spin-offs of that election that are and
yeah,
some of the language that we're
one
still
man, it's
hearing
just
now. Yeah.
Lagos has always been a melting pot. I mean, I grew up in Lagos. You understand that this is, I grew up in Lagos. I have friends from Isaleko who tell me every day, remind me every day, they are the real Lagosians, by the way. And I respect that and understand that, you know, but you don't have to impose a language in a Nigerian melting pot for people to get access into a secondary school. That is discriminatory in every sense of the word. You can't, you know, listen, the thing is, if you grow up in Lagos by default, you will learn Yoruba. Even if you can't speak it fluently, you will learn a certain amount of Yoruba because you get cheated on the streets if you don't. So you have to understand it and learn it by default. Mandating that people that live there, and there are people from all over Nigeria that live in Lagos. If their children are growing up now, you want to mandate that before they get into secondary school there, it's not the right thing to do. It's not the right thing to do. And I think these are the kind of things that they should check. You know, obviously pressure can be put on Lagos State government to say, hey, no, we don't operate like this. This is not, because imagine if they start doing that in every state. Then what happens? You know, if we are really trying to include or improve unity and inclusivity across the country, you can't mandate something like this in a space like Lagos that has always been Nigeria's melting pot. You understand? It's not the way to go. And you're right. I think it's a fallout from that election because it was very divisive, and you had, you know, people being very tribal, you know, or ethnic. I don't like that word, tribal or ethnic. You know, to make a point, to drive sentiment, so they vote for one person or they don't vote for another person. And woman, you're guilty of that too because you kept referring to Rose Vivo as Tinubu.
Sorry.
No, that was in the cut and trust of it, wasn't it? You know, we needed to give that boy a beating.
Can
I tried to invite him to the platform actually because I have a contact that has his contact. You know
He's a smart guy, and I didn't even know.
He said I will think about it, which is a
Nice way of saying no.
It's a get lost in any other language.
Izon, I have a quick question for you, sir. You said what's it they start doing it across Nigeria? I mean, I would not mind that. Say, as a matter of fact, I mean, if you want to do that, so it will be. But I don't know where it says Lagos is a melting pot in the constitution. So.
It is the Nigerian melting pot now.
No, but there's nowhere in the law it says it's a melting point. So the people that are in office, they have a duty to their people, and if that is what people that are in office wants to do, and they follow the constitution, so be it. So I support Lagos.
But the constitution doesn't say that you have to mandate.
Thank you, BT.
No. Well, it doesn't bar them from doing it either, does it?
Well, we'll have to look into that. Can you mandate a specific language in order as a prerequisite to get entry into a school?
No, they do. No. When I went to secondary school, I don't know if it's changed. For if you take WAEC, you have to take a language.
Yes.
So to pass, you have
you
learn it in school. In my state, it's English, Yoruba, and Egun.
What is suggesting is it's a form of jingoism, isn't it?
No, it's not. No.
It is because
it's a form of
I went to
Yoruba language and
no. You there's one thing. Look, if you want to have in Lagos, right, an annual huge celebration of the Yoruba culture, language, and tradition. Make it big, fireworks, everything. Even make it a public holiday. That is fine, right? That is fine. You want to do that? That is fine, and that will be embraced. People from different ethnicities will come there to eat jollof rice and celebrate, and even learn about Yoruba culture. That's how you do it. You don't mandate that in order to get entry into a school, you must learn a language. So what if you don't learn the language, you don't get entry into the school?
The same way. I mean,
come on now. It's not the way you go about. And what you're saying about WAEC, by the way, you have options for different languages you can.
No.
It's not so.
That's my point. Like, it's so bad that even now, I mean, how many of these Yorubakis even speak or write the language anyway? But that's a different conversation on its own. But But if
but this seeks to address that as well now.
We kind of address that because we're losing part of our culture where even the so-called Yoruba or Igbo kids that cannot even speak their language or even write it.
Although we know what underpins this is jingle.
We don't know. Omar, we don't know what we don't know. So
we don't know, Omar.
Look, if you want to promote more Yoruba children speaking Yoruba, there's a way in which you do that. And it's already happening abroad, by the way, in case you haven't noticed. You know, there are more people in Brazil, Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the like that want to speak. Wait a second, sir. Wait a second. You
live in Lagos, speak the language. That's all.
No. If you live in Lagos, because it's a melting pot, you don't necessarily have to learn Yoruba.
Everywhere is a melting pot.
You see what I'm saying?
No.
It's listen, the lingua franca in Nigeria is English.
No, you see, the issue I have with your position is that this melting pot argument is the problem. If you want to make that argument, then Nigeria as a whole is a melting pot because we cannot all move everywhere. So we just say everywhere then.
Nigeria is a conglomeration of African ethnicities. Yes.
You are missing something.
You cannot. My point is, you cannot make the melting pot argument for Lagos. Let's just make it everywhere. So
Lagos is a Nigerian melting pot.
Let me just interject a moment. Lagos, whether a melting pot or not, there are people that are indigenous to Lagos State. They are aborigines of Lagos State, and their language is Yoruba. So Yoruba should be.
To be honest with you, their language is not really Yoruba. Because I remember in those days of LTV, when they wanted to speak the native language of Lagos, it was Jakonde Do, and then Namatopeo.
That is a good language. That is just
their language.
Social. Lagos is made up. Lagos is made up of Egu, and the Aborigines.
No, Baba. Here's the thing. I think let's make the distinction. Saying a place is a melting pot doesn't mean it doesn't have its indigenous people. It just means that it means a lot of people have moved and settled there.
It is a melting point.
It is.
But the indigenous people are feeling somewhat buried and that's
suffocated.
I can understand.
They want to reassert their ownership.
Here's the thing. I can understand why. I can understand why, and I think that's why I said there are things they can do to really drive and promote the rich heritage of their culture as in their land, instead of doing something like trying to mandate that before you can get access to secondary school, you must speak their language.
But
that is to me that's madness. Because
we have a calendar already of our culture.
Celebrate the culture, promote it. Look. Let me say something to you, Babati.
What is the culture without the language? The language is
language is part of the culture. Exactly. So when you celebrate the culture, you're also celebrating and highlighting the language, and you're promoting it within that space. And everyone that lives there, right, by default, would have to partake or be witness to that celebration. But you can't say to people in a country as diverse as Nigeria is, in a city like Lagos, which is the commercial capital, right? You can't say to people that come from lots of different ethnicities, if your child wants to go to school in this space, and it happens to, I'm assuming these are public schools, your child must speak our language.
Not to people, it's to our children to learn the language.
So what about non-Yoruba children?
Yeah, they will learn it. What is the big deal? Is it going to be of disadvantage to them?
So if they're learning Yoruba at what expense? Wait, let me ask you. Wait. So they should learn Yoruba. Wait. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question. You're saying that non-Yoruba children should learn Yoruba to get access to schools in Lagos.
Not to get access
funded by Lagos state government.
Yeah, they are getting, when you are getting education that is funded by government, you have to learn the language of the indigenous people there, because they are the one funding your education.
So let me ask you this then.
And it's good. It's good for unity. It promotes the unity. It promotes culture.
Doesn't.
It promotes
No, it doesn't. It's
intercultural relationship and things like that. It promotes the unity of the country.
No, it's using cash to spread cultural dominance. Is what you're doing. It's not. It doesn't promote unity. If anything, so let me say this. Wait. Let me say this. You're saying that because Lagos State is funding their education, therefore they have the right to enforce that this child must speak their language before they get in. If that's the case, wait. No. If that is the case, then anyone that wants to own oil block in any Niger Delta land must speak their indigenous language before they can own the oil block.
That is different now.
No, it's not different. It is not different because now you want to make it. No, Baba. Now you want to make it national. No. Now you want to make it national. Now you want to make it. This is no. See, this is what happens when it comes to something like this. Oh, we are one Nigeria. What's down there belongs to Nigeria. But now when it comes to this, it's like, oh, if our money.
Yeah.
No.
Always say they should be the.
No, Baba, I'm not. I don't even have a dog in that fight. I'm not saying that should be the case. I'm trying to highlight how ridiculous it is.
It's a policy of integration, policy of assimilation.
No, it is not a policy of assimilation.
Yes,
the lingua franca in Nigeria is English.
Integration now.
No.
Guys, can we?
Our national language. Wait. Our national language. Let me finish. Our national language is English. We all get taught in English because we are a multitude of different African ethnicities. Lagos is the perfect example of a place that has multiple African ethnicities all residing in one little space. Right? That is what Lagos is. Right? It has an indigenous people, though. They are the ones that own the land. But that is what it is today. So because it is that kind of land today, right? If a child wants to go to school, and let's say the child has earned a scholarship through the Lagos State government, through a program they're running, you can't tell that child, if they come from another ethnicity, you must speak our language. If not, you can't get this money. If that is the case, then guess what? What is in my ancestral land under our feet? If you are coming there to come and get it, then guess what? You must serve Egbetu before you get it. If you don't do that, you will never get it. That's the same thing.
It's not the same perspective.
It is the same thing.
You are missing the point.
It is the same thing. Because now we want to make our oil national, but in a state, you want to make it ethnic for you to get resources. You see my point? And that's why I said it is madness.
No. I think I refuse to agree to your perspective. I don't see it that way. When it comes to language, you understand, it's an extension of the culture. We have a cultural calendar already in Lagos. That cannot be excused. We have the period for Egungun Festival, Eyo, Igunuko, and Gelede, all the rest. That is established. And we have our language. On Fridays at the Lagos State House of Assembly, they speak only Yoruba.
Beautiful.
For their procedures in Lagos State Assembly. And by extension, you can see we didn't take it to primary.
Sorry, Baba, that's one more reason why Tinubu Rose before cannot be governor of Lagos State, by the way.
It's Gbadebo. Tinubu first, Tinubu second.
They will get it.
It's our son. It's our son.
For the government.
It's an
indigenous. Speaking Yoruba and he can't speak the language.
Baba, can I say something real quick before you
go ahead, BT?
This is my problem with what Izon is saying. And if you notice this, he talks about that it is going to promote ethnic superiority amongst tribes. And it's a melting point. So therefore, there should be some form of equity and equality in terms of, so it should be fair. What he's not telling you is that that same belief is not applicable everywhere else in Nigeria. It will tell you, well, in my own part of the country, we don't have that, but you are the melting point. So therefore, we get to equally share whatever you have over there. So I get to hold on to my beliefs, what we have in our own culture. But when we get to your part of the country, we can talk about melting points. Kano is a melting point. PS is a melting point. Enugu is a melting point. So if you really want to have this equity, it should be for all places in Nigeria. You can't just say because Lagos has this peculiarity about being so-called melting point. Therefore, they get to lose their culture. You can go over there.
Lagos is not losing its culture. What are you talking about, man? Lagos is not losing its culture.
Let me finish. Hold on now. Let me finish my point. You will lose gradually your culture over time. That's the way it's always been. So let's not do this Lagos no man land.
If Lagosians are losing their culture, it is a function of the fact that they're not promoting it. Lagos is not losing its culture. That is the point I'm making to you. And by the way, you using Port Harcourt and whatever as an example, those aren't good analogies. Just so you know.
Can I finish, please? Hold on, please. People
is
move.
Is that Thomas now? Hold on.
Kano is a melting point. That is a fair argument to make. It is a melting pot in Nigeria because people move there too. People think it's just people move to Kano too. But I've never heard from this particular people talk about, well, when you get to Kano, forget the Hausa language. Let's just come there. And no, when you go anywhere, you are supposed to assimilate with those people.
So you're emulating Kano as an example for what Lagos should be.
My brother, please.
I'm just asking.
Let me finish my thought, please. Just hold on a second. It actually benefits you coming in there, still speaking your language and also speaking Yoruba language. You actually have the advantage. Okay, that's the point.
It's an impetus, actually.
Just promote your culture. No, you can't tell the people there how they guide their culture. They can tell you how they want to.
But you can't mandate your language on a person as well.
No, it's not
you cannot mandate someone to speak your language. That's what I'm saying. If the person wants to learn your language, that is fine, well and dandy. But you can't tell a free individual that they must speak a language. If not, they can't get benefits from the state. That is the point I'm making.
Yes, sorry, BT. You can't mandate your language on another person. Yes, I agree. But you can mandate your language on your own space.
That's the point I'm making. Yes. And if you move into that space,
can I just add something, please?
I don't know why the idea of you said you used the word ethnic superiority. Yeah, it is their space.
And anybody that is not willing to
then don't go there.
They shouldn't be held hostage to Lagos. They should be allowed to
melting point.
Okay, well, you know what? Well, okay, you know what? That's fine. If that is the case, then we might as well just restructure how things are done in Nigeria. If you want to tell our friend that owns 6 oil blocks that he needs to go and learn Ijaw language, otherwise he needs to relinquish those 6 oil blocks immediately. And then anyone else. Yeah, no. Because if we are going to do this, Baba, wait, let me finish. If we are going to do this, then let's do it all the way through, right? If you're saying in your space you can mandate the language, then it's cool. In our space, we'll mandate our own language too. So therefore, if you're coming to our space and you cannot speak that dialect, forget the language, forget doing business there. And we'll see what kind of country we have.
I mean, in the West, we'll be
right.
fine.
Let's do that. Let's all do that. Let's all do it. In the North, Hausa, if you can't speak Hausa in Kano, don't go to Kano to do business, or don't go and reside there. And let's see what kind of country we have.
We in the West are open to that because we will be fine.
No, I'm saying that's what you're saying. You can mandate your language in your space, right? So let's mandate languages in everyone's space.
My point is to use this.
Right?
The argument that this is what actually triggers me. This idea of it's a melting point. So
it is a melting pot. It has thousands of ethnicities that live there.
I know it's a melting pot.
That's the definition of a melting pot.
I hardly hear people make the same argument in other cities like Kano and Lagos. It's always this Lagos obsession from some people. They don't make an argument in other places.
Because other places are not like Lagos.
No.
And Babati, you're not from Lagos last time I checked. Are you from Lagos? You're not from Lagos now.
Hold on. You know, one man, you know what's going on. You know what's going on.
Yeah, I think we understand already. Hold on, everybody.
You know what he's doing.
Hold on. Let's bring your mind to the conversation, and then it's not round up that space. Go to one more topic, and then we go on to Ajande Koko. I think you came in especially for this, Chioma.
Yes, one man, I was, hold on, please. What? One man, and want to interject before Chioma came in. So,
all right. You go before Chioma, and then she comes after you. Whatever happened to ladies first? I
don't care about that. Can I please speak, please?
Not a gentleman, so continue talking.
Can I please speak, please? Thank you.
Ladies, go first.
Yeah, one man, I was listening to the arguments, and Ajali Kuku was asking one question from Aizon, and he was dodging the questions. Ajali Kuku asks, is he an advantage or disadvantage? And he doesn't want to answer that question. Why do I say that? My own father-in-law, he was a Yoruba man, proper Yoruba man. He's a Yoruba man. But he lives and he was born in Zaria. If my father-in-law is speaking Hausa, he speaks fluently, even more than some Hausas. Why do I say that is an advantage? The first time he came to this Australia, the first job he's got, ask me why, where? At the embassy, to come and interpret Hausa. But he's a Yoruba man. But is an advantage. And nobody said learning Yoruba, if you learn it, if you fail Yoruba, you will not be promoted. Why do we have problem with people promoting their culture in their space? If anybody have problem with that, they should go back to their state. Thank you.
All right, let Chioma come in, and then it's on round of that space. Chioma. Chi.
Yeah, hello. Okay, hi.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good
Yeah, I
evening.
came in because I wanted to talk to Izon because I wanted to get his motive behind this argument.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, carry on. Put a position to him. What
Aiza is my in-law. Know where he's coming from.
Yeah, let the conversation take place. Chioma.
Izon, if you don't mind me asking, you're Igbo, right?
No, I'm not. I'm a John proper.
It's Zone.
Okay.
And with a Yoruba wife.
Oh, that's nice. Okay. So, I disagree with you. I strongly disagree with you. I don't know why. First of all, yeah, Nigeria as a whole has different ethnicities, and we have lots of states and stuff, but that's even what makes it beautiful. We have, if you're talking about melting pot, I feel like they should force that. They should make it a mandate that anyone that goes to any state has to learn this Igbo or Yoruba or English curriculum before they can, finish the course, because at least, you have a good understanding of the people, the culture, and, you understand their history. Because I feel like the problem why we have the issue, I'm Igbo, so the problem we have this issue with Igbo must go in Lagos, because some Igbo people, I feel like when they went to Lagos, they didn't even know that Lagos belonged to Yoruba people. Like some of them have no clue until they notice that, oh, it's a bunch of Yoruba people in this state. Wow. You get, because you guys made it such a melting pot. They were so accommodating. At the end of the day, you have to respect this is people's territory. And even in Igbo land, we're very strict as well. And I respect that. There's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like you have to appreciate the fact that anywhere you go, you must learn the language. Yeah, especially the kids that are living there. Even if you're Igbo or Chinese, you must learn Yoruba. That way when you leave the state or you leave the country, you can tell the story outside and said, oh, I learned this language in, Sokoto or in Katsina or Zamfara or, in Lagos. And not just come on the platform like you're doing and say, oh, Lagos is a melting pot. We speak broken. Everybody speak broken. No, that is why we're losing our culture. Like most of us, Igbo, Yoruba, all the ethnic groups in Nigeria, our children are losing our culture because we're not making it a thing. We're not mandating people to learn the language, and we should. And we need to stop this. Lagos is a melting pot. Lagos belong to the Yorubas. They're accommodating, and we should respect that. And I love the law that Sanwo-Olu passed, and I think it was, also initiated by the Oba, which some of you guys don't know, but yeah, they dedicated a section in Lagos State University for that as well. It was his initiative, and I'm very proud of that. So I think you guys need to respect that and stop all this argument. We shouldn't be having this type of argument, because that is why we have issues during election. People don't know boundaries anymore. And that is why they coined, Igbos must go, because for my people, we become so proud and entitled that we forget. And truth be said, some people don't know that Lagos belongs to the Yorubas. I'm sorry. Some people don't know that. They just landed in Lagos and start doing business. How disrespectful. That's all I have to say.
Why Shiramodi?
Okay.
All right. Round up that space. Is on, and then we move on.
Yeah, let me round up. Well, first of all,
I don't know if it's Brownberry. I don't know if I can make a comment.
All right. I think people want to stay there, so
Please.
let's just carry on. Yeah. All right, carry on, Brownberry. Yeah.
For me, I do side with Aizon, because the reason being that if you look at every child in Yoruba land or in Hausa land or in Delta or wherever that goes to public school, there is no one that cannot speak the indigenous language. I mean, if you go to public school, I mean, this thing shouldn't be forced. I don't think it should be forced, because these children will eventually learn it, even if they, if they are moving from Kano today, or they are moving from Enugu to start school, public school. If it's private school, I can understand. But if it's public school, I tell you that these children, because there's no one that I know that live in Lagos that can't speak Yoruba. You understand? Even in the state where I come from.
No, that's not correct, Blackberry.
No, what I mean, I'm not saying the adult that came late that just went straight into business. I know some of them. I don't think our friend that comes here, Kele, speak Yoruba fluently. I don't think, but I will assure you that his children might be speaking Yoruba more than he does, or his wife. You understand? So these are things that these children would, automatically, because they have to, because it's where they stay. That's where they speak more. So this should, I mean, you want to tell me about people that lives in the north? Is there anyone of them that can speak Hausa? I don't want to say every one of them, but I'm saying that 90% of them can speak Hausa language. Mostly those that went early. Not this time, not the ones that are going in their latter age. The ones that went early. No, they cannot speak. This thing should be forced. The children goes to school, they just talk, they speak English, broken English, they speak Queen's English, and they also speak Yoruba language. It's just normal thing. That's my take. I don't think it should be forced.
Not all our children speak Yoruba.
Thank you, Brownberry. Thank you.
Paulinus is telling you that in Quebec, French is compulsory.
That's Quebec, though. Quebec also tried to secede from Canada. Keep in mind, right? They had a referendum about them seceding, right? There are still people in Quebec today that think they should secede. It was an official thing that was done.
Well, French is entirely different. Compulsory, but the children that goes there, we also have people.
Yeah, a lot of people speak English. A lot of people are more.
Yeah,
listen,
we have people that live in Ontario and goes to Quebec. At the end of the day, the children starts to speak French. Look, it's just normal thing.
It's a melting point. It's a melting point. You don't need
to actually, you know what, Babati, Montreal is a melting pot. I was there last week. Okay, it is a melting pot. Thank you very much. And by the way, I'm going to take the kid gloves off now for you. And by the way, just so you know, a melting pot means it has a lot of people from different backgrounds that live there. Right? It doesn't mean indigenous people don't exist there. That's what it means. So you getting all worked up about it being a melting pot, it doesn't change anything.
You want to be nasty?
Woman, let me wrap it up and then I'll go. You guys can have the space.
Hold on. You can't. No.
No,
let's do this, right?
Light-hearted. It's not. It's not.
Yeah, so it was time to be a tough guy now. So
listen, Babati, trust me, you don't want to see me right now. Trust me. If you want to get into that, you're not ready for me. You're not ready for me right now. I promise you. Okay. I've been having a nice conversation with you, but if you want to go there, I will show you who I am. You're not ready. You understand me? You're not ready.
Hold on, everybody.
Okay.
Hold on. Can you hold on? Everybody, hold on, please.
You can't tell me take the glove off now.
I will take it off because I've been trying to be cordial with you and you keep coming at me with smart remarks. So I will take the key gloves off.
Hold on. Am I not being heard? Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me? Everybody hold on. BT and his own. So steady down. If there are two people that are more alike on this platform, is both you guys. You're a gentleman.
Exactly.
Hold on, Baba, as well. You're a gentleman, you articulate, and you're worldly people. So keep it down. I think the conversation is happening in a particular spirit. I don't think it's a high octane. I don't think it's conflict.
I know. I understand.
Hold on.
I do. But you can't tell a grown ass man to do. He's taking a kid because of who the fuck is he talking to? Take the kid.
I'm talking to you. I'm fucking talking to you. That's what I'm talking to. What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'll take the fucking kid gloves off. What the fuck you gonna do?
Fuck you and your kid.
Everybody, hold on. I put them both to the back. I'll bring the boat back up. It surprises me somewhat because if there were two people that I expect fully to get along, it's both you because you're so alike in so many ways. But we can continue with the conversation, but let's continue it in this.
No, one man, I suggest we move to other topic, please. I beg you.
All right, hold on. People don't even listen to me on this platform anymore. Let me bring them both back up. So that's BT back and that's it on back.
Let's move.
It'll take us to somewhere else.
Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up with my final statement on this because I was about to wrap it up on this particular point. No.
Please.
Baba, sir, please. Let me make my conclusion, right? Because I honestly do believe a legislation like this, it is the highest level of ridiculousness that you will mandate that fellow Nigerians speak an ethnic language in Nigeria, where our lingua franca, according to our constitution, is English, before they can get access to public funds or get entry into the school. It is highly ridiculous. And I think if we do go down this slippery path and do it across the country, we should. Let's see how it plays out, right? You go to where I'm from, right, and try and do anything there, then that becomes the mandate for everyone, everywhere. You have to speak that lingua franca. And let's see what kind of country we have. Let's see how that works for our unity, right? We're a unified country. English is our national language. If people feel like for some reason they are losing Lagos, then they need to handle it by promoting their culture more. Mandating that fellow Nigerians speak a language to get public funds is not the way to fix it. It is a totally different level of oppression. You don't do that. People learn your language by default by living in a space. You don't mandate to them that they must speak the language, otherwise they can't do this. Then if that's the case, okay, we do that everywhere. You go to Edo State, you must learn Bini, otherwise you can't do this. You go to part of Delta or Port Harcourt, you have to learn Equatorial, or you have to learn Ijo, otherwise you can't do certain things. And we'll see what kind of nation we have. Let's see how that works out. It's ridiculous. People learn languages because they want to. We have 300 languages in our country. How is that going to work? Everyone travels different places. They have to learn a language. Otherwise, they can't access anything in that space. And you say you want to become a country. That's not how you become a country. That's how you divide a nation. And if we're going to do that, then we might as well do the restructuring and give everyone their regions in peace. And let's control our resources. Let's control everything in our space. And let's mandate our languages and let's do it away. And that way, anyone that comes to Lagos, you can mandate they speak that language to get access to public funds. One man, I'm done.
All right, brilliant. So there it is right there. The gloves were off for a moment.
And I can't respond, right? Yes, okay. Yeah. My point is this. I am for regional government, by the way. That's been my default position. So we can stop all this nonsense.
Sorry, BT. Baba, check your phone. I'm about to send you a message. And can people please click on the like button? Yeah, sorry, carry on, BT.
So I'm for regional government, by the way, so we can stop all this nonsense. I'm going to repeat my position once again. If it's applicable everywhere, if we are all Nigerians, melting point or no melting point, we should be able to do the same thing everywhere else. We cannot cherry pick when it comes to Lagos or other places and tell you it's a melting point. That's what pisses me off. And if you don't like it, go back to your God-forsaken place. Thank you.
All right.
My conclusion wasn't directed at anyone. So if that's some kind of, we might as well just go ahead, one man, and let them have this regional government. We've been clamoring for this thing for a long time. Now you guys, they keep us inside this Nigeria, right? We've been clamoring for it. We might as well just do the regional government. The resources from our area are feeding most of your states anyways. So we might as well just do it so we can control our space in peace. Nobody wants to come to a place and be forced to speak another man's language. That's madness. That's absolute madness.
All right, brilliant. Ajande Koko, you're up next. Ajande Koko. Take us to somewhere else, Ajande Koko.
Thank you, one man. Greetings to our listeners.
I thought it was just a mild-mannered something, I didn't even think it was going to pivot to that. I didn't even think Izon will hold that strong of an opinion, or BT even. But it's just a thin veneer that covers us in Nigeria. You just poke a little, and everybody reverts to their ethnic, holes. We are very ethnic people. We are, and
we are very, 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 very ethnic people.
All right, Ajane Koko. So we're speaking to this increase in petroleum. We're speaking to Kebbi, Sokoto State, etc. Not signing up for state policing. We're speaking to Otedola mocking people that are going to lose money off Dangote's newfound boats. Maybe we'll leave the Yoruba language thing for a moment. But the one other good news that did come through, the non-oil exports now hitting record numbers. So it looks as though things somewhat coming together. Ajande Koko.
Thank you, Mama. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Hey, I'm a Yoruba man first before I'm a Nigerian. So any issue that cover Yoruba's interests, I think I'm very, very interested in that. So on this, I know Baba doesn't want us to move on, but I will just say something. I'm not going to, go too deep into it. You see, look at the headline, woman. Lagos government approved Yoruba language as subject in public secondary school. Public secondary school. It did not say from primary school. Public secondary school. Those are the schools funded by Lagos State government. So the people of Lagos State own those schools. And they can do whatever they like with those schools. Whoever that doesn't want what government, the way government want to run that school, can go to private school. I don't know whether that covers, secondary school, private school as well. But public school, they mention public school. So I want us to look at public secondary school. Elementary is funded by federal government. They didn't pick it up from elementary. They said secondary school. Secondary school is funded by state government. So it's within the bound.
Somebody may actually make an excellent point in the comment section, Ajande Koko. They are drawing the parallels between banning of alcohol in places like Kano State, which is peculiar to their culture. So we do have cultural peculiarities being imposed on our composing states in Nigeria. But sorry, carry on.
Okay, so it's within the bounds of Lagos State. The Lagos State have control. They have control over secondary school. They fund it. And as such, they can make policy to run it in the best interest of that state and the people of that state. So I don't think they have done anything wrong at all. They have not violated the law at all. If they have said from secondary school, from elementary school, maybe there could be conflict against the federal interests, because that one is funded. Elementary is funded by, that's why they call it universal basic education. It's funded by federal government. So our brother Izon, look at it from that angle, that this is the territorial, how do I describe it? This is within the law of the state. The state have the control over that secondary school education in that state, and therefore they can roll out policy in such a way that to manage it well. So they have not done anything wrong. So maybe you didn't look at it that is from secondary school. That is within their control. So
Ajani Koko, my
yes.
issue is not with them making Yoruba a language in secondary school. That's not the issue I have. I don't know if you are listening to me.
What is the issue?
What one man presented to me was that they are making it mandatory for certain people, if they're getting public funds, to speak Yoruba before they get access to secondary school. That's my issue. If it's a language in secondary, Yoruba is a language in my secondary school. Nobody has an issue with that.
They said approve as subject.
No, that was not the issue. One man.
If we go to the readout here, they are saying before you transit from nursery to secondary school, they are part of the test for let me actually just give it to you again. Now I'll be very, very quick. The Lagos State government has approved Yoruba language as a subject for testing the knowledge and thinking ability of pupils seated for the placement test by continuous assessment scores, CAS, in the state. The permanent secretary, Lagos State Ministry of Basic and Secondary School Education, Mr. Abayomi Abolaji, made the disclosure while speaking at a stakeholders meeting held at the conference room of the ministry in Alausa, Lagos. The permanent secretary noted that the study of Yoruba language is already embedded in the education curriculum of the state, adding that primary 6 pupils transiting to government public junior secondary school will be tested in Yoruba language in the year 2025 placement test by CAS. So somewhat they are compelling it as a transition criteria from transiting from primary to secondary school.
Well,
that is my issue. That's the issue I have at Ajani Koko.
Well, look, let me tell you this. When we are growing up, Yoruba language was one of our compulsory subjects in the school. So I don't know why did they stop it at all? Or what is the problem now that they are reintroducing it? See, the way we have managed...
it hasn't been stopped.
It hasn't
been stopped.
Oh, okay. So
in primary school, federal government took over primary education, and that's why it was stopped in primary schools.
Okay. So, well, I asked my friend, is it of disadvantage to the children? We are talking about our children. Forget about, take your own bias away. If you are
Aizon's argument is, of what use is Yoruba language to Danladi from Kebbi State, who only happens to be in Lagos because his father works there, and when he moves back to Kebbi State, of what use is that what use is Yoruba language to anybody other than a Yoruba person?
Okay, let me ask you this question, one man. Why do we have NYSC program?
It's for national integration now.
National integration. So
yes,
the introduction of Yoruba to our children in the school in Lagos State all
Yoruba
kids.
is a regional language, not a national language.
It's a regional language. Children doesn't care.
And it serves no purpose outside of Yoruba land.
Well, maybe not. But let me tell you this: the children don't care. Children want to learn. Everything that you put before them or you teach them, they are ready to assimilate it. Their brain is very sharp. They have sharp brain. We don't have to kick against this. Our children here in America.
But what the argument is
Chinese,
that, you know,
cool.
Yes, but Chinese is a global language. Yoruba is not.
Hold on, Is it Chinese?
Don't worry, we know they speak it in Brazil, but Yoruba is
no.
not a language of business.
Yes. You say Chinese is what?
It's a global language.
What makes it global language?
It's a language of business.
Who told you that one?
Who told you, Who told you the global language?
Chinese is a language of business, is it not?
Of course, Mandarin is a global language. I mean, let's not bring our pride. Let's not bring our pride here and think we are.
Okay.
We all run away from this your country that we are talking about. You are Yoruba. Let's just move.
Hold on,
we are all here.
Let's not even pivot into what Chinese or Chinese is not. Yoruba is a regional language, really peculiar to the Yoruba space. Maybe some Latin American countries they do it as a hobby.
West Africa also.
It's of no use outside of Yoruba land or the peculiarity of that indigenous people. It's not a language of business. It's not a language of trade. It's not a language of anything outside of the region that is peculiar too. So why would you want to superimpose it on everybody else?
I also think we are forgetting something. Lagos is a metropolitan city, a metropolitan state. Then again, education is not a privilege, it is a right. So when the state government is imposing a language as an assessment criteria to take in students into a public facility and a right that is supposed to be that should cover everybody who wants to be educated, I think it is wrong. Because someone who is coming in from a different locality and can't speak that language, and you are using that as a criteria, that's discriminatory.
It's cultural colonialism.
Can I interject now,
it is
please?
bias. I think it is not, except this is just a rumor, but I would say if it's been imposed, it is not good. It should not be an assessment to take in students in a public school, because education, if we are all fair here, and if we are all right, education, which many of us keep saying, it is a right and not a privilege, and all Nigerians' children should be educated. And if it's a public school, you should not use a language as an intake criteria. It is discriminatory and it is wrong. Period.
Is it even constitutional?
Man.
Is it even constitutional? Is the wider question. Is it constitutional?
Our constitution do not allow that. And I would want Ogbeni to speak on this. I think in my view, it is discriminatory. If others begin to do that,
it clearly is now. It's patently
it is discriminatory, and I think these are the kind of things Nigeria should rise up and protest. Because the Yorubas are not the only one that stay in Lagos. We have so many ethnic groups, we have so many tribes that live in Lagos, and many of them may not be, how will I put it, may not have the economic means to go to private school. When you do this, you are discriminating against specific people. I think in my view, exactly. I think maybe the last election is getting into the head of Lagos State government and its civil servants.
It's clearly a response to the last election. Yeah.
I think they are driving this notion in the wrong direction. People are allowed to express their vote the way they want to. Don't cut them off. It is wrong in all ramifications. Every atom of it, it is wrong. People are allowed to vote the way they want to vote. But when you take office, you are not just the governor of the Yorubas in Lagos, but the governors of all Lagos residents, regardless of their tongue, religion, tribe, and views. You must present yourself as a true leader and provide infrastructure for all. This is a discriminating viewpoint, and nobody should support it. I am not talking about the abolishment of the Yoruba language. No, I am not also talking about whether or not to promote the Yoruba language. No, but when you use it as an intake assessment, that every Lagosian resident who wants to go to public high school must be able to speak and write Yoruba as an assessment. It is not good. It is wrong.
Can I come in now, one man?
All right, come in, Baba.
Well, this is my take, and I stand on it strongly. Lagos State, whether a melting pot or a cassava pot, I don't care. It's a state that is people and populated by indigenous people.
They are worries.
Whether you like it or not, people own the land of Lagos. It's an ancestral land.
Yeah, but Yoruba is not the
Let me finish.
language
Let me finish,
of,
one man. Let me
it's not
finish.
the of Lagos. But
Let me finish. It is the land of a certain people. By our constitution, everybody, the constitution we operate today, every state stands alone on its own. It can promulgate laws that is useful, that serves the purpose of the people in that state. But first and foremost, the owners of the land. The owners of the land must be protected. Their culture, their language. The young woman, Chioma, made a very profound observation. People come to Lagos not even knowing that there are indigenous people in Lagos State, that Lagos land belongs to certain people. That cannot be taken away, and that cannot be taken for granted. Everybody in Lagos, whether tax paying or not, must be taken care of one way or the other. But the government of Lagos has the right to promulgate, to promote the culture and the language of the people of Lagos State. 1. 2, they didn't say primary. Primary is universal and sponsored by federal government. That's why they could do school feeding program in primary school. But when it comes to secondary school, the Lagos State government are funding it with their own money. And where they observe that their culture is dying, their language is dying, they have the right to institute programs that will promulgate, that will propagate, that will promote their language and their culture. It has nothing to
Baba,
do with...
you said programs, which I support.
Let me finish.
Go ahead. You said programs, don't forget, which I support. I support programs, not intake criteria.
Let me finish my point. You understand? This is about recognition. It's not about assertion. It's not about assertion, but recognizing. Look, even in animals, they have that right. When we check and we say this animal group, their population is being, what is what they use now? These zoologists, will they find a way to protect them? Extinct, very good. They find a way to protect them and make sure that they procreate more and populate the place. We do all manners of things. Not to talk of
but not at the expense of other animals, though. Just so you know.
That is why they isolate them at times and they propagate. Even snakes that are dangerous to mankind are being taken care of in some spaces. You understand? But here in the secondary school, public funded schools by Lagos state money, FAC money, IGR money from all manners of people. We put it, it's our right, it's our own. Because that money you have been taxed on, you made it in Lagos. You did. Let me finish, woman. Let me finish. You give everybody a chance. I've been listening in the background long time enough. You understand? So you cannot question what that government wants to do to help their own people. When they say the language, they want it in their secondary school as a function of promoting their own language. So be it. I support it 100%. 101% possibly. I'm not a mathematician. And I don't want anybody interrogating that. I look at it as it's offensive because in other states, they are doing it. Why is Lagos State special? There are things that are being done that are not being questioned. Things Lagos State earn, IGR will earn on VAT alone. They take it out, everybody distributes it. Everybody.
But you're not earning that VAT. You are not earning that VAT on only Yoruba people. It's not just only Yoruba people that are earning the VAT. So now I'm not calling against. I am not calling
money in Lagos. They earn that money in Lagos. They did not bring that money.
No, I need to respond in a few seconds. I need to clarify. I am not against the promotion or cultural heritage of the Yorubas. You can foster it in schools. Fine. I am against it being used as an intake criteria. You are cutting other people off. Why don't you accept them?
Thank you.
Why don't you accept them and then impose your Yoruba language as a mandatory language in the schools? But when you use it as an intake criteria, you are discriminating other people. You don't want them to come in. You just want the public schools for only Yorubas. So what would happen to someone who is from Kanuri that lives in Lagos but cannot access private schools and wants to be educated? If we all have conscience and we all agree in our hearts that education is a right and all Nigerians must be educated, we should not be pursuing this kind of policy. Let them come into schools, but you can impose that Yoruba can be the language that is mandated to be spoken in such schools, but not cut them off entirely from getting an education. Because education is not just Yoruba language alone. There's mathematics, there's also English, there's geography, there's arithmetic, there's literature too. So what happened to those children who cannot write or speak Yoruba as part of their assessment criteria? So they should not be educated anymore in Lagos? They should find their square roots? Is that what we are saying here?
Emeka, some people think they should move out. They should leave.
Is that what you are saying here? Is that what we want to agree?
The thing is, Yoruba is not even the indigenous language of Lagos.
No. Let's leave that out. Let's leave that out. Let's leave that out completely. If the Lagos says, okay, Yoruba language is dying, we want to ensure that we preserve our cultural heritage, and we preserve our language and promote our culture as well as our language to be spoken widely. Fine, I'm all for it. Likewise, the Igbo should do that. Likewise, the Hausa should do that. I'm all for it. But using it as an assessment criteria to take in people into public schools, and we are here promoting this, this is discriminatory. Let's call a spade a spade. I stand for something that is right. If it's right, I'll stand for it. If it's wrong, I'll call it out. If you take them in and force her and say, yes, as long as you are in this compound called our public school, what we will speak is Yoruba. I don't have a problem, but teach them other things. If you want to teach them mathematics in Yoruba, I don't have a problem with that. But let them be educated. Let them assess it. Let them have that right.
We wanted to leave this space, so you're the one that held us.
Let them have that right.
One man, can I continue?
Look, but to say no, Baba, I respect you a lot, sir. Likewise about Dajali Koko. I respect you guys.
Mutual. We are talking about a topic. What I'm
saying is, you know, we sit. It's not a dislike. We sit here and we try to promote things that will create betterment for our country.
And there is something I feel strongly about. I'm a Lagosian through and through.
No, I am not disputing that factor. I am not disputing what you are saying.
It's my land.
Right? It is your land. If you feel your culture is dying, you have the right to preserve and promote your culture.
No, what you are saying, you understand. I want to tell you that in Lagos State is the fairest of all states in Nigeria. If you go to the civil service, if you go to Alawusa, for instance, you will see all manners of our wives working there. There was a time even Mrs. Tyre was the secretary to the government. Tyre is not a Yoruba name. It's an Urobo Isoko name. In Lagos, we don't see color. But this policy is to promote the language. And I will not be shy also to mention, because that would be disingenuous of me, not to say that it is a way also
this policy is not promoting culture.
Wait, let me finish. Can I finish my point? I will not be disingenuous or hide to tell you it's also a policy to stem the tide of the number of children accessing education in Lagos. Because Lagos is overpopulated.
It is their right. It is their right to education. They are Lagosians. They are Lagos residents too. Let's not start. With all due respect, let's not cultivate what we cannot handle in the future anymore. As long as they reside in Lagos, they have every
You are not letting me even make my point. You understand?
Okay, make your point.
There are a lot of primary school living children in other states that are being carted into Lagos for secondary school. I know that for a fact. You understand? And these children are being brought in their numbers. I realized this first during Fashola's time, when the local government were not just even supplying school uniform, but also school books. It was an incentive. The schools were overloaded. The schools were overloaded. And this also will stem that tide of overloading Lagos schools, whether we like it or not. All state governors must be responsible. All state governors must be responsible and make their states attractive for educational purposes for their indigents. Lagos State is not a state that dwells on indigenship or not.
I don't know with what you are saying. I don't know if it's factual, but I will take it on face value.
Check it out.
It shows also that Lagos, in terms of their education policy, do not know how to control the number of people that they can cater for a particular year, academic year. And that is wrong. That's incompetence right there staring at their face. You must have because we have UNESCO, we have your UNESCO.
Who has data? People come into Lagos with their jobs every day.
But you can't take if
Emeka, hold on as well. Emeka, make this last point, and then we go on to Ajane Koko, because this can look ground for.
Let me make this point. If 10,000 people want to access public facilities, whether education or healthcare, and you don't have the resources, you can't take them all. The UNESCO has a plan, the ratio of teachers to pupils, and I should expect Lagos, a metropolitan state, likewise, one of the top 100 cities in the world, should be able to apply to those guidelines. It's not everybody you can take in an academic year. You only take what you have based on the resources that you can provide. But again, those who want to access this education infrastructure should be able to access it. Intake criteria such as languages or religion or tribe or locality is discriminating and it should be kicked out. At this time in our country, we should kick against it. It is discriminatory and it should not be forced. There are other ways to promote culture. There are other ways to promote language. There are other ways to preserve it. We should not do this because we are only going to be implanting what we cannot handle in the future. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So, Ajane Koko, round of that space. We did want to leave that space. Baba did tell us to leave that space. So now we leave that space. So, Ajane Koko, back to you.
Sorry,
we can't leave that place yet, though. That's why I just came to join.
Baba Jeja,
back from the
Baba ní potato.
Ọmọ onílẹ̀ òbí o. Ìjẹ̀ṣà òṣèré. Nothing point. Nothing soup.
So it's one man that keeps saying Lagos is Egun. Badagry is Egun.
Don't mind the man.
Don't mind Lagos. Don't mind. So I don't know what one man is talking about. You're talking what we used to call OP, Okpata. It's only Badagry that is Egun, and some parts in Ogun State.
Even Oyibo is one man that call it Badagry. It's Agbadarigi. Agbadarigi. Oyibo cannot pronounce Agbada. That's the Badagry.
Okay. But the primary thing, the question about requiring, I don't know. The thing is, we don't even have complete information before we start arguing. Did they set a cutoff point and say that if you don't get certain grade in Yoruba, then you cannot enter the secondary school, public secondary school? Do we know? Or they just said, the requirement may just...
It's for assessment purposes. Hold on, Baba, please hold on. Let me give you a paragraph that might explain what you're after, Kulata. It says, the Lagos State government has approved Yoruba language as a subject for testing the knowledge and thinking ability of people sitting for placement tests for continuous assessment scores. So they set a level of proficiency, knowledge and thinking ability. So it's not something that you can ghost or coast through.
Okay, but so the state has the power to legislate state education, whatever they have control of. But there are sections in the Constitution that it may be contested because of universality of the Constitution. So it's almost, I'm not trying to play both sides or anything, but there are valid constitutional concerns. I wish Ogbeni was there that it could bring up, because you may say you are charging a Yoruba tax for education for people going to, if you require someone to pass Yoruba in any, it could be any language. So while the state can make the laws, we need to look at the lens from the constitutionality. I'm not trying to be emotional or anything about it, because it could be considered a discriminatory move if, for example, a kid gets A parallel in every subject, but gets a F or P in Yoruba. That's why I was asking, do we know the particular criteria? Because in that case, then, from section 42 or something in Nigerian Constitution, which prohibits discrimination based on ethnicity, religion, race or origin, sex, or political opinion. But it doesn't explicitly say anything about language, because ethnicity is just your identity. It doesn't say anything about language criteria. So this is a very, very murky one, because we can't say because you're ethnic Igbo, you can't speak Yoruba language, because almost every Igbo I meet in Nigeria, they speak Yoruba fluently. So you can't say that they're discriminating on the basis of ethnicity. The Constitution does not explicitly say about discrimination on the basis of a language. Language is just part of your identity. So it's a bit more complex than I thought, if you get what I'm saying. Because I'm not rejecting you because you're Igbo or you're Hausa. I'm rejecting you because of a language criteria. But language is also part of ethnicity. So, it's the more you think about it, the more
if someone contests it in the Supreme Court, it could be thrown. It could be thrown. If you understand what I'm saying.
Femi Falana will soon put a stop to all this. It's ethnic jingoism. We can't just English it out of what it is. Ethnic jingoism.
I think it's a bit more problematic as a criteria for entering the school. It's not problematic if you force everybody to take the language. The state can do that. But if you now say on the basis of admission, if you fail a language, because you can now say, okay, that language is part of ethnicity. I mean, you're discriminating on the basis of ethnicity. So it's a little bit complex. But I understand why Lagos may be doing it. I just think that criteria thing may be a brick too far as the constitution is concerned. Not about Lagos' desire to maintain their language and enforce their language. And honestly speaking, I mean, the Yoruba language is like an international dominant language in the entertainment space right now. I mean, Ashake sings in Yoruba, it sells crowds all over the place. So really, I mean, there's nothing to worry about from that space. It's almost like the international language for Nigeria, if I may say it that way. Not like the most widely spoken, but the most widely recognized outside of the Nigerian space. But I mean, I think I've said what I need to say. I think it's a bit problematic when it comes to the constitution. But the reason I joined this one man, Egun, is just one section of Lagos. I beg. Stop saying that.
Kulata, isn't what I just said? I mean, you just came here and told us now that all the Igbo friends they all speak Yoruba. This law is not necessary because most 90% of kids in Lagos, they can speak Yoruba. So why would you put that? Because at the
It's
end of the day,
ridiculous. The law is ridiculous. Let's just call it what it is.
It's not necessary.
It's
Really.
ridiculous.
There's nothing wrong with Lagos State saying Yoruba is a compulsory subject, but there's something questionable about saying you have to pass it to enter a secondary school, because then it now conflicts with the section 42 of the Constitution, which talks about discrimination on the basis of ethnicity.
And honestly, Kulata, I didn't even know about Section 42, but it's just on the surface, that part, the latter part of what you just said, mandating that it's a criteria for access to a secondary school, that is a fundamental issue. Anyone can make anyone speak. Yoruba was one of the mandatory languages in my secondary school. No one has an issue with that. So I don't understand.
So Lagos State, hold on, Kulata and Inten. So Lagos State that control the second half fund, solely fund the secondary school, cannot set out the criteria on entry eligibility for secondary school.
They
Is
can.
that what you guys are telling me?
No, Yanekoko, they can.
No, what they are saying, Najaleko, is Yoruba local is taking too far. It's taking
what they are saying, have they contradicted the laws? Is their school?
No, let me see if I can explain.
This is the criteria for you to get entry into our school. So what have they done wrong?
Okay, I'm not saying they did anything wrong. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question. If it can be considered that the ability for a kid to pass Yoruba language discriminate based on the kid's ethnicity, if you can make that case, then it's a Yoruba tax on the kid's ability to go to a public institution. It's just that simple. But it's the same Nigeria that they pass Sharia laws, which is discriminatory on the basis of religion, but they allow it anyway.
Hey, they have to pass the Yoruba course to graduate. Is it a requirement?
To enter secondary school.
You have to pass it. You have to pass the course.
You have to. It's a requirement to enter government public school. I'm not like you can't go to private school or go to Ogun State, but for government school. I'm just reading the Constitution. I'm just trying. If Ogbeni was there, I mean, I'm not a lawyer or anything, but it's just.
What do you say to what I said? That since it's a school funded by Lagos State Does Lagos State not have that right to set out, a qualification measure, to gain entry into that school?
They have the right.
Not if it runs contrary to the Constitution.
But it is the
No, it's not contrary to the Constitution. It's not. It's not at all. It's a matter of choice. If you want to go there, fine. You don't want to go, then go to another. It's their own school.
If you don't want to go, get out of Lagos, Abi.
I think that may be the beginning of regionalism in Nigeria.
It's their own school. It's Lagos-funded school.
Thank you, Prince Daddy. If that's the case, we just go ahead and push forward this regionalism thing. Maybe we just go ahead and do this thing.
We shouldn't even, kick against it or say we should even embrace it and ask other states, call on other states to emulate the same thing. It is good for our children to learn our language, languages rather.
Aja, let me even help you here. During regionalism, when Chief Awolowo was here, Prince Daddy, I will give you time. Just give me 10 seconds. You understand? All this same policy was part of our policy. And people like Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and all of them, all the old hands from they schooled in the West, they enjoyed that Awolowo education. And they all speak very, very good Yorubas today. Carry on, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Baba. I was just thinking, if it had been Mandarin Chinese, there would have been a lot of pushback from the panelists or some of the panelists. And again, going to school in Lagos, right? A lot of people from the Southeast, even South, they spoke perfect Yoruba, and they spoke Yoruba and write Yoruba perfectly, and they had the option, I guess, and it was not a big deal. It was not a big problem. But I guess the issue is being mandated to have to pass the Yoruba course language in order to graduate or go to the next level. Just like Angelica was saying, if Lagos is paying for the education, I think they have the right to implement whatever educational requirements in their space. I think so. I think so. I don't see it as a big deal.
Can it be challenged in court? I mean, based on the way it's.
It will be thrown away instantly.
But we're making an assumption.
The Constitution said in that Article 42, Section 3, no Nigerian should be discriminated as a circumstances of his birth. So that is a discriminatory action.
You're making an assumption that a Yoruba person will pass.
It's circumstances of so you have to read it based on the interpretation of the Constitution. So that's a discriminatory action on the circumstances of a Nigerian citizens based on their birth. You cannot make laws based on their birth, because based on my circumstances of my birth, I might not be able to speak the Yoruba language. I might not be able to write the Yoruba language.
Yeah,
based on my birth.
Last we checked, Lagos in Nigeria.
All Yorubas will be able to read and write.
Emeka, you are missing a bit from what they are saying. If you are transiting, so is that your son? They're saying if you are transiting from primary to secondary school. So if you are transiting from primary to secondary school, that would then tell us that you are already embedded within that space. So they will just have to teach you. Essentially,
I think we are looking at this thing from a myopic point of view. In my own opinion, I'm not trying to want to disregard anybody. Every Nigeria, we have not looked at it. Even the Nigerian Constitution based on discrimination was not even. It was taken from the United Nations Chartered Right of Freedom. You cannot discriminate anybody. I have the right as a Nigerian to live anywhere in Nigeria. I have that freedom. And I also have that right to access any infrastructure that I choose to want to access. So if I say I want to go to a public secondary school and you have placed your criteria intake not on my own ability, but a deficiency at the circumstances of my birth, that's discriminatory. That's high level discrimination. We should call a spade a spade. Whether you are funding it, whether you are not funding it, nobody cares. You fund education for the resident of a state and not for the resident of languages that people can speak.
Yeah,
If this is happening in the north, I will call against it. If it's happening in my village, I will kick against it. This is how you discriminate against people. Someone spoke about Sharia law. That is discrimination too. But again, mostly affects those who practice Islam. And it is a choice. They will tell you, do you want to be tried under Sharia law? If you say no, you go to the normal laws. If you live in the north, you will be asked. You say no. So if you have chosen to be tried under Sharia law, you have subscribed into it. Yes, it is still discriminatory. It's a discriminatory act, and it's still part of is discrimination. Well, guys, please let's not promote bias here. Let's not promote bias here.
Let Prince come in. He's been wanting to.
I'm begging him so that I don't lose my. Look, this has nothing to do with discrimination, because we are putting it in a very wrong perspective. This law will affect even many Yoruba people, the elites, the educated one, the upper middle class. I would say I'm lucky because I don't have no children anymore that's going to secondary school, because my children don't speak Yoruba. I am Yoruba. Their mother is Igbo. They wouldn't have been able to pass. Anyway, they didn't go to public school. So it's not about anybody Igbo. The Igbos are the best when it comes to assimilation. If you go to Togo, Benin, you hear an Igbo person speaking foreign language, you will not believe he's an Igbo. Or you go to Ghana, when they speak Chui or Ga language, you won't believe. So and so on and so forth along West African coast. So don't make this tribal, please. Stop it.
Baba, this is not. Let me ask you a question. I support mandating Yoruba in all legal schools, right? I'm just saying this can be contested, and the reason I'm saying it can be contested, and none of us know the answer to this, because I think it probably needs to be tested in the Supreme Court. Is, does this criteria give undue advantage into for admissions into secondary school? If I have a family, my family is not like that. Assuming my wife is Yoruba and all, and we raise our kids, we raise our kids in Yoruba language and all whatnot. My child has more potential of passing Yoruba more than the people that it's a secondary or tertiary language to them. You get what? That's the direction I'm thinking. And I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying this probably needs to be tested in court, because if I look at it from that lens, I have an undue advantage, or my child will have an undue advantage in making secondary school because they're raised in Yoruba household.
Okay. So I think Baba's kind of said what I was trying to say in regards to the assumption that if you're Yoruba, you'll be able to easily pass a Yoruba course. That is not true at all. And to your point, Kolata, all they have to do, Mr. Data, is for them to gather the data and show the pass rate of the students, Yorubas and non-Yorubas, how they pass the Yoruba language, and see if it's discriminatory based on their background as being a Yoruba person. I don't think, of course, I don't think it's clear cut really if it goes to court. Um, I don't think it is the Yoruba students, especially in today's um, um, time, error in the educational system. I don't think the Yoruba student or child of Yoruba parents has the background or has the advantage rather over a non-Yoruba. But again, I think it's okay. I mean, to what Emeka was saying, I don't think you should have everything the way you think it should be, or everything should be the way you think it should be. If Lagos State wants to implement Yoruba as part of their curriculum and mandate that the student pass Yoruba, I think they should be able to do that. I think they should be able to do it without feeling the need to discriminate against other people. The notion that and I've always kind of challenged also this free movement of people across the country. I think there should be some kind of a requirement for people settling in different parts of the country. And I think it's for many years, Lagos, especially the Southwest, has been a hub for a lot of migrants, if you can say that, from other parts.
Baba,
So
Prince
they should
Daddy,
get
are you
visas,
saying
Abi. Prince Daddy, they
are
should
you
get
saying
visas.
Nigerians should get visas for their own
They should get
country?
visas for their own people. Is that what
What
you're
are we
saying?
saying here?
Eventually, when it goes to a regional form of governance, yes, there'll be a requirement, a permit to come to the area.
No. Whether
Well,
we
not
are a
right now.
regional
Not
government, no.
right now. Let me line. Not right now.
Nigerians should not create any form of borders anywhere.
Emeka, I want to go after what you have been saying since this discriminatory.
Yeah. No, I would like to hear
now. What
you want to say.
Okay, you want to hear what I'm.
I would love to want to hear what you're saying.
Not
So we are not.
hold
You
on,
see, it now appears. It now appears that.
now.
Wait,
Emeka,
now.
you have to be conversational sometimes. Let him come and then you go. So we are not on top of it.
Is not targeted at any ethnic group.
I'm not saying whether it's targeted or not.
Oh God.
I am not saying whether it's targeted.
Emeka, let him land. Let him land.
Are Yoruba children exempted from this? From passing that test? Yoruba children are not exempted. And what tells you today that Yoruba children in Nigeria today are good in Yoruba language? What tells you that? And what tells you that some Igbo children are not even better in speaking Yoruba language than even some of our Yoruba children? How do you want to say it's discriminating? Go and prove it at the court. If they all went through the same school system and they are telling you this is the entry qualification into secondary school and you are calling it discriminatory, and that is wrong. They went through the same elementary school system. And it's a qualification for them. I mean, it's not discriminatory. It's not targeted at everybody. It's even good for Yoruba people, for Yoruba children.
What about somebody who did not go through the elementary, or somebody who did not go through the primary school system in Lagos State, but then comes into Lagos State for whatever circumstances and now wants to go to the secondary school system? So what about that person? What about Mukhtar from Sokoto that's decided to relocate to Lagos with his father and wants to go to a secondary school?
One man, let's make it a real example. Mukhtar is a police copper. I mean, police is federal, right? Is a police copper that they moved to Lagos. His kid was in primary 5 when they moved him to Lagos. Mukhtar's kid next year will write exam. Mukhtar has 70,000 minimum wage or whatever they give police people. His kid will be writing exams and he can't afford private school and he's been posted to Lagos.
So what happens to Danladi, the son of Mukhtar? You say so there it is. Radio silence all of a sudden.
No.
Woman, it's easy in theory, right? But in practice, in actual practice, it doesn't make any sense.
Look, let me tell you. Well, Danladi have a choice. Is either he bring his child or leave his child somewhere back in Kano or Bauchi State to school.
Jesus Christ.
Look, yeah, you can call it Jesus Christ, you like. It is meant for children in
Now you're
Lagos State.
separating families because of
It's meant for
Mohammed.
children. It's meant for children in Lagos State. What do you call it? The children that went through the elementary school system in Lagos State, all right, transitioning into secondary school in Lagos State. And all of them went through the same curriculum in elementary school. So it is not targeted at any group of people. Even it's good for our own Yoruba children, for our own Yoruba people that have abandoned their culture, their own language.
Good.
Why must we open our own eyes and allow our own tradition, our own culture to just wipe away like that?
I think Baba Jarikoko, we understand you.
No,
We have not said. You see, I did not say it's targeted at anybody.
Other states to emulate Lagos State is good.
I have not said. I have not said whether that policy is targeted at anybody, whether the intention is to target at anybody. I am strictly saying
then
it
it's
is
not
discrimination.
as you are saying
It is discrimination. If education, it is discrimination. If education is the right of every Nigerian child, and every Nigerian child is supposed to be educated. There's even an education bill. I think it was sponsored. Lagos State has that, and you are telling us.
Cannot fund
and you are telling us.
Lagos State cannot provide facility for all Nigerian children. But
Lagos State
One man, I can answer your question real quick. I can answer the question one man ask you because actually
Lagos State is not
for secondary education is for children that live in Lagos State, and period they should be able to speak Yoruba.
Baba Ajanokoko, Lagos State.
Hold on. Emeka, hold on.
Let me correct that lie. That is not true. Lagos State is not funding. Lagos State. Let me correct that. I don't want it to fly. Lagos State is not funding the education of all Nigerian children. Lagos State is responsible, 100% responsible for the education for all Lagos resident children. Responsible, whether they are in private or not, they are highly responsible. It doesn't matter where that child is from, what language that child can speak, what religion that child has subscribed to. They are responsible. As long as you live in Lagos, Lagos State government is responsible for that child's education. And when you use language to put it as an intake criteria, you are discriminating against that child. And if it goes to court, it will be tossed away. Whether you like it or not, you are discriminating against that child on the purpose of language. Whether you use a religion, it is still discrimination. You cannot discriminate against any Lagosian, any Lagos resident. I don't care. It is a bad policy and it should not be accepted. Thank you.
If I answer that question, I asked Ajani Koko real quick about Matal.
All right. Emeka has already said what I intended to say. So you come in, Mike. Ajani Koko, please round up that space so that we can move the conversation on. Yeah, Mike.
Okay, so when you work for oil companies, you get transferred a lot, like to different countries. In fact, and a lot of times, most times you have to get transferred to countries where they speak completely different language. For example, let's say they transfer to Germany, or you go to all these countries, France, or even Middle East. They speak different language. They're not going to say because you got transferred there. But now, here's what they do. They have something called residence student and transfer students, non-resident students. So what the state can do is provide that clause or that provision that, okay, for transfer students, right, coming from different states or maybe due to transfer work, bringing their father, things like that, they will give that leeway that, okay, they will be exempt from having to pass that particular course. It's the same thing even in university. When you are an international student, sometimes they can give you that. Like in America, for example, it's mandatory that you take US history, things like that. But for international students, sometimes they exempt you from taking that, So that's the easy fix. I don't know why we're making that an argument. So another thing is, if a language is in a particular demography or jurisdiction, it's a indigenous language. I don't know why. Come on, I don't even see this argument. If you have to pass English to get promoted, why will you not? I mean, we not make you pass the indigenous language to get promoted. I don't see this argument at all. So if you transfer from Nigeria if you move from Nigeria to Togo now, right? Where there is French. You now tell them there is discrimination, that you don't have to pass, that they don't have to make law that French must, they all this, because people will come from Nigeria there. So the students in Benin Republic must not pass French. They should take French as a mandatory course to pass. So this argument, I don't get it. We can make provision for people that transfer, they move. But saying you went through the school system, they're a resident, I mean, you have to pass the language. Abba. And
Sorry.
again, we also have to consider. We also have to
your
consider.
example doesn't
This is
even make
very
sense,
important
Mike.
for the indigenous people, because they're trying to preserve their heritage and things like that. We have to put this into consideration. Now, we can't let people's Asian indigenous ways go into extinction. It's where we are heading in Africa. Especially Yoruba is very important. In Brazil, one man in Brazil, they are offering me money to come and teach Yoruba in Brazil.
Yes, no, that's fine, but it's not so much preserving their indigenousness, but superimposing it on other people. That's the thing.
If that's the intention, then I'm against it. But which I doubt. I don't think they're superimposing anything. If the intention is, the purpose is to, if the intention, they come out and say, oh, we want to discriminate against people, then I'll stand against it. I'm against discrimination. But I don't necessarily think, because they want to preserve their indigenous language and tradition, now we have to say it's discrimination. Where are we going in Africa? Are we trying to kill our... I mean, it's not right, man. I mean, we have to preserve these things, man. It's too rich.
So, if you may permit me,
it's even
Mike.
good for Yoruba people.
Yeah, Yoruba people now.
Their children Yoruba language. So
Wait, let me just say something. Quick.
So Yoruba people that are not teaching their children.
Hold on. Let Kulata come in.
Just give me a little space, Mike. The example you gave, you are crossing jurisdictions, you are crossing countries. We're talking about the same countries that's governed under one constitution. Number one. Then the next point I'm trying to make: suppose that in Kano State they decide to say, okay, where religion is important to us. You must not only take Islamic religious knowledge, you must pass it before you go to a secondary school in Kano. How does that make you a Christian feel? If okay. let me just finish my statement.
Mike, let Adele Koko come in after Kulata. I want to break from this
topic. Because how will that make you feel? Like, for people that want preservation of their language, like I do, you can force everybody to take the language, but the issue is only making it a criteria from entering secondary school. That's it.
But didn't answer your question. That is making put a provision for those that transferred from different places that didn't go through the system. I already answered that question. I don't know why you're even asking the question again.
No, because you said from one country to the other. You are creating a double standard.
I also said within our country, like in the case of Mutar, right? In that circumstance, they will provide a provision. Like if you're a transferred student from one or another state to your state and you didn't go through the Lagos school system, they'll provide a provision that, okay, it will be exempt from having to take it or pass it. They can put that in there.
Standard. It's not double standard.
No, it's not.
All right. I round up that space. I think we've labored it. I think they probably go back to it in the after hours. But but round it up. Yes.
It'll be very interesting, sir. But you see, I like it. This will even push Yoruba people to teach their children this Yoruba language, so that they can
exactly.
So that they can
we do anybody?
Yes. It's more important for us as Yoruba people in our own land than any other ethnic groups. Our culture is dying, our tradition, our language is dying. How could we, protect it and, make it a language that our children can learn and speak very well, and then pass it on to their own children to come. So it is good. It is very, very good policy. I approve it, and government must not back down. It should be like that. Yoruba people that speaking all these grammars and all this grammar never taught their children Yoruba language. This will force them to teach them so that their children can gain entry to secondary school. So it is
Exactly.
good.
I tell the Coco, if that been the case, then why don't you mandate that the Yoruba children speak Yoruba? Okay, is the goal to make sure everyone in the states speak Yoruba? If it's to protect the language, then mandate that every Yoruba child in Lagos speak and learn Yoruba.
Oh yeah, since it's going to be in the school curriculum, and particularly as a criteria for you to
We'll be
get
forced to.
into secondary school, I mean, you'll be forced to teach your children Yoruba language. You know, as a
Take it
Yoruba
at
person,
home.
you teach
My
your
point
children
is,
at home.
so are you saying they should exempt non-Yorubas from the course from the Yoruba
No, no,
program?
no, no. It's for everybody. But I'm saying that our Yoruba people that already abandoned Yoruba language, that doesn't teach their children Yoruba language, this will force them to start teaching their children Yoruba language. It's good for me. It's good for everybody. It's good for the future of our children and our children and children to come. We cannot just let our language wipe away or go into extinction like that. So
So we're
I
trying
think
to be liberal.
yes.
All right. All
So
right. I think
let me go to that's over. We have exhausted that. So the Dangote is it the price hike price or the labor something? What is it? 1 month.
oh, I can't even remember now. They are putting up the price of petrol again. That's really what it is.
Well,
And the students want to protest.
Hey,
well,
sorry, one man. If there's space, I think Joel is trying to come in.
Yes, I'm just looking at who doesn't seem to be there, so I can shuffle somebody for Joel. No, Joel is in now. Yeah, Joel is in now. Yeah.
okay. So
Please, can I just say something real quick, please? If
all
I
right,
can.
all
Preach, Joel,
right.
preach.
Do well. The billionaire.
Babaja, good day. Good day to all the panelists and those listening to us, Joel of Nashville. One man, for once, I would agree with Mr. Emeka and Kulata. You know, sometimes we tend to forget history and how we got to where we are today. The amount of languages, in fact, the amalgamation of Nigeria, you know, having over 300 and something languages being spoken in Nigeria is one that has kept us, kept us in a confused state. However, we now got English and French as first and second language, something that everybody could just go and get because you could not make Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba or any of these other languages the national language. So I think we should just like look at it from the history perspective. Now I see those, clamoring for the inclusion of Yoruba language, not as an elective, but as a must, right? As a criteria to get into secondary school. I agree with Emeka that is discriminatory, highly discriminatory. When I came to Lagos State, when I finished from the East and I had one course that I needed to take. I came to Lagos State to take that course. I did Yoruba, but it was as an elective because the school did not have any Igbo teacher. So I said, you know what, let me do Yoruba. And to be frank with you, if you ask me what I did there, I don't know till date because I'm just transferring, right? So I see it as one of those barriers to education, just like we have JAM. I've never been a fan of JAM. These are barriers to education. What is the gain? What are we going to gain from this? You're talking about preservation of culture. Look, your preservation of culture, that's why you have kings, right? And those cultures start from the home. And if you want to make it a law, then probably you start looking at the last names or the names of those that come from the Southwest. And even at that, it's still discriminatory to those of them who don't want. Some people don't want to learn. You must force people to do what they don't want to do. But the Yoruba language is not going to die because they're not teaching it in school. It is being offered in school. But making it mandatory is not something that we should promote. I think all this is just politics. I mean, I asked to what extent? We saw the other time when we used the Oro Festival. Is that still preservation of our culture? Yes, the gods might not be taking Hennessy, but the people is custodians are making a mockery of him. So let's just stop with all this culture like, it is something that we so revere. No. And I think, Babaja, you're wrong on this one. And Emeka, I don't know if they're going to challenge it in court. If they're going to, I think it should be challenged up to the highest court in the land. I mean, there's no problem in making it elective. If you want to study it. But making it mandatory is something that I think is discriminatory. It's hypocritical as well. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you.
Yes, one man, do I have a right to come on this? Because he made some salient points about
this conversation will not end.
That's okay, Baba.
Yeah, about for instance, these are part of it. He came now and denigrating the culture of not only Lagosians but the Yoruba people. He talked about the Uru cult. And the Uru cult is something that is an integral part of any Yoruba society. And when you don't know this culture, how do you respect the culture of the people?
Then can you introduce history?
Let me finish. Can I finish, please? I allowed you to run your course. When you now don't respect the culture of the people, why wouldn't you come on and stamp and spit on the grave of the forefathers of the people who own the land? This is at the heart of all of this we are talking about.
No, Baba. I think is that Baba or Remy?
Yes, Baba.
Baba, okay, Baba. Look, I did not insult the gods. I did not insult the gods of Yoruba. Neither did I insult the ancestors. But the issue is this: when we see politics being played in Nigeria and you use culture, it is bad. There is no way the culture is going to be against the wishes of the people. If the people say they want to protest and you say that day, it is not as if that day was the day. You had to pull the date back to make sure that you have it. That they did it with this protest and they did it during the election. So my point is this: you can say anything you want to say or try to make it look like I insulted the god. I did not insult any god, but the custodians of those culture had been heavily compromised. Whether you want to take it or not is a matter of opinion. But I'm just telling you from what I saw. If it walks and quacks like a dog, it's a dog. The custodian of that the Oro clan or the gods or whatever you want to call it, they did not do well. Take away that from
Joel,
politics.
sorry, can you speak to the topic and leave something you don't understand alone? Don't speak about Oro if you don't understand Oro.
Exactly.
Stick to the language stuff.
Look. This is.
No.
You still don't get it. You just make it look like
it's not about not getting
Oro.
it.
No,
you're
it's not
delving
about
into areas that you have no idea what you're speaking. So I would
I'm talking
suggest
about
you stick to the
activity
language
during the
piece.
protest and during the election.
We're not
It
talking
was
about
wrong.
that. So, and I'll suggest you please
No.
stick
I'm
to
talking
the
about those
education
that
part.
look. I am trying to make
No.
it. I am trying to draw a line between those that are trying to make it
No,
look
you're
like
not drawing
we are
any
trying
line.
to listen. You cannot tell me what I would think.
You're exposing your ignorance on a topic, and I suggest you stay on the ones that you are comfortable with.
It's always ignorance for me. It's always
Because
ignorance
you don't understand Oro, so why are you talking about something you don't understand?
So Oro always comes out on the day of election.
Do you question? Can you postpone? Can you postpone Christmas? Can you please
cannot postpone it,
stay
but
where you are? Stay in your lane.
Change. Kulata, the dates
No. Look, I can talk about language requirement, but I'm not going to start messing with people's religion and way of life. So
just religion. I just told you what it is. What they
can
did
you
was
please
wrong.
stick to the language?
It was wrong, Kulata. It was wrong.
No, you don't know what you're talking about.
I know what I'm talking
zero
about.
clue.
I know what I saw. and you cannot change that.
I mean,
And
what you saw is what you don't
You see,
understand.
this is at the heart of all of these policies that is being
look, it is
propagated
not
now in
at the
Lagos.
heart of
You
anything.
see the
Look,
way you are
Baba,
talking
this is the
about the
same thing
people's
used on
culture.
GRB.
You are
You use the same
politicizing
thing on
people's culture
GRB
and
prior
their
to the election.
deities. That's
It is
an
bad.
insult to a group of people. That's an insult.
It's not an insult to
This
say
is at
that
the
they did
heart of
something
it.
wrong.
Yes, you don't talk.
They are
I will
corrupt.
not talk of.
The
I will not
custodians are
talk of
corrupt.
of the Umau in Arushuku. The way you are talking about my own
If they are
deity
corrupt, you
here.
call them out. If they are corrupt, you
You
call
don't
them
do
out.
that. You cannot
No, if they are
postpone
corrupt, you call them
Christmas.
out.
You can't postpone Christmas. If it collides with it, it's either you push your election further, because that election you are referring to was postponed for 1 week. Was postponed for 1 week to collide with the Oro Festival on the island.
All right, Ajale Koko. So go on to give us a little flavor on the fuel increase, and then we go on to Brownberry.
Okay, yeah. So like the Dangote refinery, we know that definitely is going to take us to energy independent if Dangote refinery succeed. It's just the beginning, and the man have a track record of running business well, and we hope and we pray that this one he will run it well as well, because it will take us away, totally away from be energy dependent to energy independent state, and it will drive Nigeria to achieve a better capacity in in our production, capacity. Our production capacity will improve. Why I said it's going to improve is that there's going to be high demand for that crude within Nigerian state. Bua refinery is going to come up. Other what do you call it? Monologue, all those small refinery, they coming
Modular.
up. Modular refinery, yeah. I say monologue. Modular refinery, yeah, they coming. And all of them will demand for crude. So how do we satisfy them? That is the next step. Nigeria should be able to supply all those refineries. And when we are able to supply them efficiently, that will take us to that energy power that we've been, praying for and looking for a long time. What we've not been able, we have done it in the past. We did it in the past when we had all our refinery working. Yeah, we were producing our, internal petroleum product. We're producing it in Nigeria by ourselves. So we are going back to that, production capacity. And when we succeed in doing that, that will propel economic growth, economic prosperity for that country. But the way it is now, with the current price, Nigerian people will go through hardship, serious hardship. Maybe, when Bua comes on stream and our Jankara refinery that they say they've been promising that, yes, it's gonna be, they've been telling us that it's gonna work and stop, and they've been spending billion upon the other on it that never work. Maybe when it finally works, maybe there's gonna be competition, price competition. But that price competition, I don't know. I don't know how we are going to manage it because this product is priced in dollar. Even that, even now that we are selling it in naira to Dangote, the price is even going up higher than when we were importing it and putting subsidy on it. So on the way forward, it's going to be very, very hard for Nigerian people. Cost of living will go up now because I talked to somebody today. He said, cost of transportation has gone up already by 100%, where they used to pay maybe 100 naira or 200 naira. It has gone up 100% increase. So the student and the labor that are saying they are going to go on, on protests or whatsoever, or that is the normal, that is the way it works in Nigeria when this singular product that drives the economic activity in the country, anytime there is increase in the price, there is going to be reaction from Nigerian people. And it is normal. People must react against government policy or effort that will bring hardship on them. It is normal all over the world, even in the United States. Even in the United States, when there is energy crisis or the price is going too high, you see people talking, and then if it's so bad, the government will say, okay, we are going to release strategic reserve so that it can cushion the effect or stabilize the price. So I just hope that federal government will act fast by inviting these people that are saying they want to go on strike to a meeting, and then let them have dialogue. They must dialogue and see, how they can, amicably settle this so that there's not going to, because there's too much crisis. We don't need this fight against each other or this, protest upon protest upon protest is even not good for the economy. But the government action call for these protests all the time. So the government must not just sit down. They must invite them. They must try to see what they can do to disrupt. Because you see NNPC, they are the sole distributor. They are going to be the sole distributor of Dangote product, this petroleum. They say, oh, we don't know anything about the price. So how can they be so irresponsible? You don't know, we don't know anything. Oh. But we have traders, we have speculators, we have, marketers that already know that, well, this product that is coming out is going to, the price is not going to be the same the way it used to, because this is a private owned refinery. This is not imported. And we don't know the price. They gave it to him in naira that can give us the clue of how much this guy going to sell it. So on the side of Dangote is going to be very, very rich man, because this crude, the variety of product that is going to get out from this thing, I don't know what the government is going to work out with him, because it's going to get gasoline, it's going to get gasoline, it's going to get diesel, it's going to get some other product and a lot of stuff out of this. So it's not only petrol, so he should be able to work out a very reasonable price with, what do you call it, with NNPC, so that the price will not bring too much hardship on Nigerian people. And NNPC as well to work out a good deal with him, because we don't know how much they are selling it to him. So one man, don't let me take too much time, but Nigerian government must act fast, but calling on labor, on students, on all those that matter, invite them, let them talk it out, bring NNPC there as well, let everybody talk so we can see Nigerians on the same table, talking about Nigerian issue and finding a way to solve it so that there's not going to be crisis or in the country. So that's my suggestion. One man, let me leave it there. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajane Koko. So that's Ajane Koko. So we go on from, sorry, Bramberry, I did call your name, but I think I actually mentioned Prince Daddy first. So I don't even think we have Bramberry anymore anyway. So Prince Daddy, you're up next. But on my way to Prince Daddy, let me do a little bit of advertising. Tomorrow we're having a guest. We're having Wale Okuneye, who is the secretary to the Patriots Group. That's the group that is pushing for a new constitution within the Nigerian space. So he'll be coming to join us. But he's more than that. He was a former gubernatorial candidate, a well-respected political commentator, and an activist. So he is joining us tomorrow, Wale Okuneye. So there he is right there. I'll send the link to that session for tomorrow. So go and bookmark it. Make sure you are bright and early, 10 p.m. UK time. Wale Okuneye to come and give us the benefit of the expansiveness of his experience. So that's Wale Okuneye right there. So make sure you bookmark that. But you buy one and you get one free. As she is back by popular demand, Dupsy restraddles her space as the Sunday preacher. So the sermon with a Dupsy baby, that's back on Sunday, this coming Sunday. So Dupsy asking the Tony question then, I think this gets more towards the female space, but what Dupsy is asking on Sunday is that as a woman, do you have the luxury of loving somebody unconditionally? So unconditional love, is there even such a thing? So that's Dupsy's Sunday sermon. That the link to that are also in the comment section. Go bookmark that as well. So double bubble, as they say, on Thursday, which is it Thursday? Yes, on Thursday, which is tomorrow, probably your time. We have Wale Okuneye, secretary to the Patriots Group, a former gubernatorial candidate, political commentator, and activist. So he joins us 10 p.m. And then on Sunday, Dupsy is back. And she's back with a female-leaning topic. As a woman, you don't have the luxury of loving unconditionally. So unconditional love under the trial, Dupsy, the judge, on Sunday. So go bookmark those two sessions. The links to them in the comment section. Bookmark them. I will even see if we can bring Dr. J back on and make it a really expansive session with Dupsy. So there's that. So bookmark those. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
Sorry, quick question for those that are old enough that get it. Is Donna Summer and the musical youths coming to answer the unconditional love question? For those that get it.
What's love got to do with it?
No.
That's the question.
No, you know that give me your unconditional love. That song.
Give me your unconditional
Your unconditional love. The type of love you deserve.
That dates you, doesn't it? Aizon, if you know it, then it dates you.
Aizon, it takes that. Listen to him. I don't know old Rich.
So one man. So and Kulata went to Nigeria.
Yes, it was our potato correspondent. Just
I was saying him. You were acting like this man. He paid $2 buy potato, and he was
the car, and he was still pricing it. This guy, man, he's a real pricing.
But one man
beat down the price on a $2, $1 feast of potatoes. La no at all,
But one man, those things are still expensive at that price, though. Those things they're still expensive at that price.
Did you see the size of them?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
That's
for a Nigeria.
That's a British pound for 3 bags of potato.
Yeah, but he bought like, I think each of those cone or plate had like 3 or so, right?
No. They have like 6 or 7.
Okay, 6 or 7. Okay, even at 6 or 7, right? At that, if we're going to go by what it used to be.
That's a week's meal, right?
And that's by the roadside, which they're trying to rip you off. In town, it's probably half of that price.
But what I'm just saying, Kulata, is that as at like maybe like 2-3 years ago, those same potato went for like say 700, 800. That's my point. So you might just look at it from your own angle that we are able to afford it. But for the average Nigerian, it's not that easy no more to get it. Potato is luxury. You know, it's luxury for many Nigerians right now. So that's where I'm coming from. The foods are expensive. I mean, okay, Kulata, what was like a plate of food in a restaurant?
Look, forget. I can't. Let me not lie. This trip was not common man trip. I went to enjoy myself, so I didn't do what's a plate
Okay.
of food. I'm not even going to pretend. So let's forget all that one. I didn't do that in this trip. I was enjoying myself.
Oh no, but I'm just saying that the average price
It
of a
was
plate of
an
food.
Agbabola trip,
I
not
don't know, Joel. I don't know. I swear. I
Oh,
don't
so,
make
oh,
me
so,
lie.
so, oh, so, oh, somebody was paying. So that means somebody was paying the bill.
I was partying throughout, so I didn't know. I don't know what they sell, how much.
it was a
I have no idea.
Miliki trip party.
Yeah, it was from
Welcome,
hotel to
though.
a party, back to the hotel. I really, the only
I feel
time
you. I feel you.
was
I
when
feel
I
you.
went to Osun State and I said, okay, let me even check this stuff, and that was it. But I don't know anything. I know people in
Yeah.
Nigeria.
Did you actually want to buy the what? Did you really want to buy the potatoes, or
We
you just
bought.
did it,
We bought. My
or you
friend.
did it
My
for the clip?
We no. My friend actually bought. I just saw the opportunity. So let me just shoot this stuff. Like he bought the potatoes now. Eventually, because when you look at
Yeah.
it in town, that's like $1. That will cost like $1, and we say poverty is $1 a day. So you can feed if you can buy 3 bags of potato. You can feed if you don't live in Lagos. You can feed easily. That's why I didn't see anybody that was gaunt or eating from the dustbin. No, I mean not like that's a good standard, but I mean you can still get by. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. All right. Welcome back.
Thanks, man.
All right. The best way to go to Nigeria is not to go to Lagos or Abuja. That seems to be what's going. That seems to be the feedback we're getting. Yes, Prince Daddy, you're up next. Prince.
All right, thanks, woman. Hello, everyone. Like, share, subscribe, and love the show. I got let's just give like a couple minutes, and I think I'll be done. Woman.
No, take your time. You waited long enough. Let me rattle you through what we were talking about. So they are pushing very hard to push the state policing through. State police, Kwara, Sokoto, Adamawa, Kebbi, FCT, delayed decision. That's the National Executive Council. But they are giving them an ultimatum of Monday. If they don't come with the paperwork needed by Monday, decisions will be made and will be superimposed on them. So they are pushing very hard to fast track that state policing through on maybe even under this first term of Tinubu. So we've already done the Lagos State Yoruba something. I don't know if you still want to hold thoughts on that. NEC says September the 9th deadline for 4 states to submit state police reports. So we just already were there. And this space this is that Otedola luxuriating in the success of his party man Dangote. Sell your depots as scraps before it is too late. Otedola tells depot owner. So those petrol farms are soon to be moribund. Tinubu did not promise labor he won't increase fuel price. So the price of fuel has gone up. A lot of people say in anticipation of Dangote coming on stream, the agreed price that they've agreed that he should be selling. That might well be an argument there. Tinubu's consumer credit scheme takes off. So that scheme, just ditto the student scheme, is kicked off with the civil servants being the first beneficiaries. Kenneth Okonkwo, opposition taking power from Tinubu in 2027 is a tall dream. So whistle to the wind seems to be the former actor come politician come lawyer. Non-oil exports hit $2.7 billion on rising demand for made in Nigeria products. So this is actually results from just the first half of this year. And it speaks then to that narrative of the economic looking to pivot from petrol to other commodities. Let me give you a last one. Why I spent more money in Nigeria than any other African country. This is Bill Gates trying to hide darker intentions under do-gooding. So take your pick and let's hear from you.
Yeah, thanks, Roman. When the Dangote and the NMPCL and their business is too complicated, Every time we try to analyze it, but it's like so much shady stuff goes on. Nobody truly knows what's they do that stuff. So it's a lost cause, if you ask me. Hopefully, of course, the goal is, and we can't really guarantee the said. If Dangote is able to make supply plentiful, there's no price guarantee that the price is going to go down. So I'm not sure. It's everything just looks complicated. I wish, obviously, right now, I would say that the price of the dollar or naira to the dollar is a factor to the reason why the price is going up right now. Or is it just the supply that's not available? I don't know. Bill Gates. Um, in the article, or right here, in the article, how much has he spent in Nigeria? That he said for what? For what reason? Spent
It doesn't have clearly give a figure on this article, but in previous readings, it is about $2 billion in with Nigeria alone, and is saying that his presence in Nigeria is essentially to tackle I don't know, just the usual do-gooding nonsense that people like this say to cover. So he wants to tackle infant mortality. Yes, infant mortality, and yes, that's essentially his primary objective there, to tackle infant mortality, which he says he has succeeded, and he wants to. He's investing very heavily in primary health care, which he says is the most impactful per dollar. So that's what he's saying. And he says he wants to increase agricultural yield as well, which is to tell you then that he wants to sell GM seeds into the space.
yeah. Well, yesterday we were talking about if Nigeria is a strategic country or not, and this would be one of the reasons why perhaps Nigeria is strategic to the West. Bill Gates spending a lot of money in Nigeria. Who wants him to? I mean, who's begging him to spend the money? This man has always been advocating for population control. So him now trying to save infant mortality in Nigeria sounds fishy. Um, is Bill Gates is pro abortion to the core, and he's always talked about the population growth, how the world cannot sustain the growth rate of the world population. So, and we were talking about the NGOs in Nigeria. This is one of the reasons. These people run around in Nigeria and pretty much do whatever they want to do. Not too long ago, I think he opened is it the largest Bill and Melinda Gates center in Abuja. So he spends a lot of money in Nigeria, but at the end of the day, to me it's not for. On the surface, of course, it looks like it's for good cause, but at the end of the day, I think it may have a long-term effect in Africa, actually, in general. Um, this guy is a computer, you can say genius or software, genius, but it is so much involved in healthcare. I mean, for a man without a degree in medicine, I would say, is become the is become the champion of healthcare around the world. It's like WHO and the top people in the world in medicine or in the medical field have to defer to him for his advice or how you know they should go about implementing medical um, services or programs around the world. It's quite fascinating to the reason why. Of course, as a billionaire, is wealthy, so he controls he has a lot of levers. But this guy is the people that know what's up. They don't trust him at all. when it comes to medicine, especially in the third world countries. They don't trust Bill Gates. Um, but Nigeria's like like most African countries, like an open door. Anything goes. We don't know what this guy does. Spending the money for what? You know, who knows how it prevents infant mortality? Uh, this guy is a proponent or supporter of Planned Parenthood and his sister um, organization in Europe, right? Um, so i- to say Bill Gates is dangerous, at the end of the day, is dangerous. And I think right now in the world, I think Bill Gates now owns the largest farmlands across the world, especially here in America, actually. You know, trying to control the food source, control healthcare or medicine. Um, and again, and the big question is why? Why this guy is so much interested in those two programs or institutions? I don't, from what I've learned, um, so far. I don't trust Bill Gates, him running around in Africa. But again, we Africans are, we're beggars. You know, anytime anyone's willing to open their pocket and give us money, we're willing to take it and compromise. Our leaders are, let me use a colorful word, but our leaders, they it's like they don't know their left from right. They don't. I mean, Bill Gates is very influential. I mean, he talks to the people that control the purse, the World Bank people, the IMF. Bill Gates makes a call. They listen to him. So when it goes around Africa, he's able to implement any program because it's Bill Gates and he has the resources and the capacity to do so. Anyway, I hope our leaders they learn, you know, at least be able to collect data. Make sure you work closely with these organizations. But if you have to rely on them to provide you with data and funding, what kind of results you think you're going to get? Our leaders, they don't think, they're so selfish and self-centered in a lot of ways. They don't. We don't truly have leaders in Africa. We just have puppets. That's what we have. Anyways, what else? What other topic, one man? There's a lot of topics you mentioned.
Yes, there's also the state police that they're looking to fast track the people dragging their feet, Kwara State, Sokoto State, Adamawa State, but by Monday they're going to propel the process a bit forward. I take it you're in support of state policing.
Yeah, state policing. Yeah, I'm in support of state policing. But why are these states, this few states, delaying they're moving forward? What is the next phase or step in the process? They're
Uh,
not at the point of implementation, I'm assuming.
No, they are not at the point of implementation. I think what they want all the states to submit positions, and then they'll have a meeting at the National Executive Committee, and then process it all the way through to the Senate. These states now, I'm not sure what's holding them back, because you could argue that it's a northern thing, but the FCT is being straddled by Yemsen Wike, and then Kwara State is not a northern state, but maybe it's just laziness or lackadaisical attitude.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It would be nice to see state police in Nigeria. A lot of people, different factions, have been reticent about it, and because of I never thought about it that the governors would abuse the state policing, of course, their own benefit or advantage. So I hope when they implement or introduce state police, that it's really structured in a way that the governors don't have, you know, um, authority to control the state police, you know, in its entirety. Really, I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know how the implementation is going to go. But I hope they have a good plan really to go about it. Um, State policing, um, yeah, well, and also state policing it kind of suggests that maybe the people, the police force will come from the indigenous people, right? And not people being transported or transferred from different parts of the country that don't understand the locality. So I think it's going to be a good thing, but again, it could turn out to be the same old same hole. If only the governor has the ultimate power to call the shots. Um, but I think this is the beginning of Tinubu at work. I think in his attempt to implement the original form of governance, at least not too centralized, but let each region or state have power in how they control their policing, their resources, their education, and whatnot. I think it's a good thing. Um, the other day, Wama, you talked about that on Sayed's report that has been abandoned. Um, I'm not sure how far that is accurate, but again, Tinubu is only into his presidency for about a year and a half. I think there's too much expectation in such a short period of time, and I don't think that is fair, given that you need the manpower and the resources and the funding, of course, to get it done. So it has to prioritize and see which one goes first. This state policing is a good thing. It's a good thing. It should be at the top of the list, and I think once they get it going, get the right people to structure it, I think it's going to be a good benefit to the country or to the states overall. Uh, any other topic?
Yes, did you speak to the fuel price hike and the back and forth between the labor union and the presidency?
Oh, yeah, I heard you when you read it earlier, and some people made comments. I'm not sure. Uh, I didn't think. Well, the union is making an argument that it was part of the negotiation that Tinubu would not increase the price of fuel. Uh, I don't know how that is possible as part of the agreement that Tinubu will not increase the price of fuel. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Are they correct, or are they just trying to play anky panky in their statement?
No, the presidency denies it, of course. I'm not quite sure how they will, but what the labor union is saying is that the only thing that brought them down from their 250,000 naira demand to 70,000 naira was the promise that they will not increase fuel price, and that would stand to logic. But the presidency
Yeah.
denies it, that it's dirty politics that the labor union is doing.
Well, if they have a document, if they have a writing, a memo to show that, that'd be nice. But just like you said, it kind of defies logic. I'm not sure how that is possible. That Tinubu will control, unless, of course, you can control it by subsidy to maintain a certain price. But it doesn't make too much sense. But these people, yeah, it shows how these union people how really smart or strategic they are when it comes to negotiation. I don't think they know much. They to their politicians. They play a lot of politics. Is the Ajero guy? This is the Ajero guy and the other guy. They play a lot of politics. It shows that they're not very sound when it comes to negotiation. How they'll control the price of fuel at the pump. Um, that's why they settled for the 7,000 naira minimum wage. But anyway, this union people, again, they play politics. They have to be active. They have to be, they have to be out there, pretending that they're doing something. But for the percentage of the Nigerian workforce or workers that they represent, um, I think they're making too much noise because Nigeria is largely, uh, you know, small enterprise in small business, individual business, um, country. You know, of course, you had big businesses like Dangote and Cedella and the rest, but largely, you know, an average Nigerian does not depend on the government. And these so-called government workers, um, the last time I heard the figures were about 2 million. About they're not a lot compared to the population to be calling the shots on how things should go in the economy. Of course, whatever the union agrees to, it would benefit the consumers, but um, they cannot be calling the shots in such an economy as ours.
All right. Let me take you to one more space, Prince. Tinubu's consumer credit scheme takes off. So similar to the students' loan, this thing now off and running. The first disbursements will go towards the civil service. So they would use them to test pilot that space, and then they will roll it out nationwide. So what are you then making of promise and deliver, which seems to be coming through?
Yeah, it's great. You know, it's great. Consumer credit. Okay, so I'm assuming the program will run through the banks of the well, they don't have credit unions, but it's going to run through the banks, and the consumers will go to the banks to apply for these loans, right? And not directly through the government institutions.
Yes, it's going to run through the banks, but it looks as though it's running through the government parastatal bank at the moment. I think it's the Federal Mortgage Bank. Even I'm not sure, but or is it First
Okay.
Bank?
Yeah, that is good, you know. But again, consumer credit is great, but you know, in the West, you know, one of the biggest um, issues when it comes to people's filing bankruptcy or having financial hardship is the credit card, having access to consumer credit. When you pile them up and you don't have a really reliable source of income, or you lose your source of income, um, it becomes a big problem. So we should expect, in addition to the student loan, that Nigerians will be getting into debt. It's just a natural thing, and I don't think, unlike the Western consumers, I don't think Nigerians are well versed in borrowing and having to pay back. Okay, so we should expect, no doubt about it, a lot of defaults, a high default rate in these programs, and of course, maybe that'd be a way that we pass on the slice of the cake to the consumers, because I think the government should know that these people are not going to pay back. We don't have that culture of paying back. We don't have that orientation. So, but it's a good thing. I support it. You know, um, but at the same time, also, if they're able to tie it to maybe certain consumer products, that'd be nice. That'd be nice instead of some more frivolous expenditure that's just waste of their funds. That'd be nice. Yeah. So that's what I have to say. And let me just wrap it up quickly with the Lagos State implementing the Yoruba program in schools. Well, Kulata, I think, asked the question earlier that, okay, what about in the north? If the northerners say, okay, if you don't pass uh, well Arabic or Islamic, you don't pass Islamic school, then you can get admission or go to the next level. What would we say about that? So then that comes each region or each state can begin to have one criteria or the other implemented in their state. So then what kind of country would we have? Well, it's quite clear that in the case of Lagos, it's not because they're trying to foster the Yoruba language and culture. I think it's beyond that. It's quite evident. It's in plain sight that it's due to some political um, reasons. That's why they are trying to implement this program. And I'm not sure. I don't think I'm against it. I just think that they should have a way to curtail whatever they're trying to, be the population or their resources. I believe that many of the states, the governors or the people in charge are super lazy. They are lazy because they get this funding. Many of the states they don't contribute to a decent percentage to the central purse, but they get the allocations are quite hefty compared to their contribution to the national purse. And they don't if their region or if their state is good, they too will attract other people from across the state. But if people have to abandon the state and go elsewhere and become a burden on their resources, the educational system, the school, the healthcare, the infrastructures, those things they cost money. And anyone that manages um, a state or a community, and they have to pay for this amenities, uh, it costs a lot of money, and I don't think it's fair. It is nice that anyone can get up and go to anywhere in Nigeria, any state, and live. That is great. But I said it before on your show, one man. When somebody from another state comes and utilize the healthcare services in another state, I think they should be able to document the expenses and send the bill to the state governor or that state to pay up because it costs money to take care of things. You can't just abandon your responsibility in the name of free movement of people across the country and not do anything. To me, it's a lazy way. So again, I
President,
said it earlier.
President,
Yeah.
so would you also, if they are going to, if their state government is going to pay for their healthcare, will you also send them the taxes they pay in Lagos State?
Um. Well, the obviously, trust me, they're not paying enough taxes. They are not paying enough
Oh,
taxes.
don't say that. Don't say that. See. You see, these taxes we talk about, it comes in many forms, right? If as long as they are there, they are paying for their house rents and they're even boarding the transport, and you were able to take. So you see, they tax these people. These people pay taxes. I don't think you stayed in Lagos State. They
Oh, I
know
did.
very good they're very good with their tax system. I'm being honest
Well,
with you.
it
Wherever
became
you
better.
are, they were going to tax you, even up to the local government. So my point is just this: if you say that their respective state governments should pay for their health care, or if they get sick, right? Should they also pay whatever taxes that they are paying in Lagos State back to their respective state government? Thank you.
Well, that's a good point. But here's the thing. The see the residents, the people that have residence in Lagos that have been there for a long time. Well, they're well established, so they're part of the system. And
And they earn their
I
money in Lagos State on which they pay taxes. They earn the money in the state, not outside
yeah,
of the state.
it's not like they pay. It's a what do you say? It's pay and use kind of a tax program. They use the resources, so they pay taxes. But Joel, just like here in America too, not everyone pays taxes. Not everyone. So somebody from works all the way from Kebbi and comes to Lagos and came to give birth. That person has no residency in Lagos, but they cannot be denied the healthcare services that they do need. So now the state of Lagos have to be responsible for those expenses. Now my
Yeah,
point here is
so
that look,
you can talk about upgrading their policies, right? You can talk about Lagos State upgrading their policies to people that actually pay taxes in Lagos State, people that are resident in Lagos State for at least so and so time. But again, these people are like, sometimes we make these cases like we are talking about different countries. It's the same country. You understand me? So if you know how you're going to do it, right? I mean, it's not every hospital you walk into and they grant you service, right? So make it that way. But you cannot say that people from other states should pay for their citizens that went to Lagos State. and you take their taxes over there. And when they get sick, you say the bill to them. It does not make no sense. Let the Lagos state government do what they ought to do. The responsibility of taking taxes is the responsibility of government. And how they go about it is their own responsibility. It's the failure of government, not the people that are taking advantage of the system. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, but again, uh, if those states that those people come from, if they have those amenities readily available to them, they're not going to come down to Lagos. They would not. See, what I'm trying to prevent here is that I'm trying to hold the leaders in those states responsible. I think it's only fair, and I think I've given this analogy before. You know, um, for example, you can have two family members, okay, two brothers, and one has each has five children, and one does not take care of his children and give it to the other one to take care of, but he makes good money and he travels around the world and spend money to do to party around and have fun and dump his kids on his other brother to take care of. It takes money. It takes money, time. I mean, it costs money. I think that
President,
other
let me
states
ask you a
should be
question.
responsible.
Let me ask you a question. So the people that live in Abuja and settle in Abuja, are they at fault for going there because maybe they work for a ministry or some government entity? All the people from around the country that reside in Abuja. Is it their state government's fault because they ended up in Abuja?
Oh no, they no. Who's that? Those people are working. They are it's not. Yeah, those people are working. They are contributing to the society. They are productive workers. That's what we call. They are productive, regardless of how much they make. If they make a lot or not, they are active participants as far as I'm concerned. But you know very well, I'm talking about people that because where they coming from, they have um weak or no, they lack facilities. They don't they don't have anything to offer. But they know if they go elsewhere across the country where they have those facilities, those amenities, they can enjoy those amenities. What I'm saying is not that difficult.
But President, don't you
Build
think
those
that's a,
people, provide them services,
don't you
build
think,
them, and send it to the state.
yeah, but don't you think that's a failure of the state itself?
Hold on one mic for a second. Let me bail out. Hand over to Mike. You guys carry on. Isaac Black again. That's Choma right there. That's Navi Sad. Don't be sad, Navi. That's Navi Sad again, and that's still Navi Sad. Choma comes in, I think, into that Lagos State space. That's Isaac Black asking for the link. That's Choma, the latest installment. Thank you to all those. Keep them coming. Thank everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Mike, over to you. Back to you.
All right, thanks, woman. Yeah.
Prince Daddy, can I come in with
sorry, 1 second. Mike, Isaac Black still not spoken. Joel of Nashville still not spoken. Kulata is there, still not fed back his trip to Nigeria. So plenty of conversation. So yes, thank everyone.
Yeah.
Okay, Prince Daddy Aizon, may I come in? Look,
I just want him. Just a second. I'm going to bounce in a second. I just want him to, because I understand what he's saying. I'm Prince Daddy. I was in Lagos last week, right? So I know what you're talking about. But I'm saying even with those people you are mentioning, right? What are they like? For instance, in Lagos, I saw a lot of Almajiri children. You understand? A larger number all over the place, right? Are you saying that now that they're there, there's something should not be done about their welfare and about their education, and they should be put into a bus and sent back whatever northern states they came from?
I didn't make that argument, Aizon.
No,
I said anytime they provide services to such people, I was actually talking, like, for example, the medical facilities. Somebody goes there and give birth or get some major operation done. I'm saying that if those people are not, if they come to Lagos, for example, they should document those people and get the bill and send it to the state of their origin to pay for it. Because
Prince
it costs
Daddy,
money.
I don't know, maybe you know, or Aizo doesn't know that there is a call and it's being processed. Lagos resident ID cards for those that are properly resident in Lagos, earning their money in Lagos and paying taxes. That's a form of identification for services when they want to use them. But the situation in Lagos is so peculiar that I'll give you this example under authority. There are even people, a brother and a wife lives in Lagos, they prosper and everything. As soon as their brother elsewhere in other states or anything gets pregnant and about to give birth, it's like, send her to Lagos to give birth. It's free here. It's not like the medicine is free or everything, but at least give them birth. The bed and is free, but you have to buy your own medicine. That's the kind of pressure that has been brought to bear on the medical facilities in Lagos. You say there are no datas. It's a national malice. It's not just a thing of Lagos. We don't count ourselves. And besides that, how do you count people who daily come to Lagos to access one services or the other? That's the trend that is going on. I'm glad you just came back. We talk about seeing huge crowd of Almajiris and things like that. And they come every day to Lagos.
Yeah, so great point, Baba. Just like you said, yeah. I mean, see, people think maybe the way I'm talking is like inhumane or something. No, but if you do understand that things cost money, then you know that what I'm saying is not a far fetch. Um, I think you cannot be. People can't leave your state and go to other people's state and use their amenities and facilities and go back. They're not residents of that place. They should send the bill to the state, to the governor. Somebody should pay for it. I mean, it's only fair. Pay for what you use. I mean, I'm not asking them to. It doesn't matter your ethnic background. If you live in Lagos, you're a Lagosian, and you pay taxes there. You can use the facilities. Fine. But other people that come there for what you can call it medical tourism or whatever you want to call it, they should pay. They should pay. I mean, again, I keep hammering on it, but it does cost money to run a state or even a local government. We all know that these people are like, they don't have the funding or the resources. So the more creative way we can find to make sure they can run effectively or at least have something to in their purse, the better they are going to be. Okay, it's not about trying to discriminate against anyone from across the state. But again, things cost money and people should pay. The leaders should be responsible for their own citizens. And the reason why they get this allocation anyways, I think is based on the number of the citizens themselves and some other factors. So if they give you money to take care of the people and not, then I mean, who's the mugu? Who's the fool that should be doing your own work for you? And you keep the money to do what?
But Prince Daddy, but there's no such thing as there's no, wait. I don't go. There's no such thing as your own citizens now. We're all citizens under one flag. I don't understand when you say your own citizens. Someone from Kano. They come. I don't know. I'm
No,
coming.
you have a citizen. Each person, wherever they come from, they are a citizen. They are the first citizen of that state. Maybe I'm mistaken. If you're from Lagos, Anambra, you are first citizen of that state, and that state is
No. They're citizens
responsible
of
for taking care of
Nigeria.
you.
They're citizens of Nigeria. They're not citizens of Anambra. We're all citizens under the same flag.
Ayizon, I think you are wrong.
Because if that is the case,
Do we not have state of origin? Hold on. Do we not
we have state of origin under one flag. We are one. We're citizens of one nation.
Hold on,
You understand?
Baba Ayizon. Look, we have state of origin, and each state is given allocation to manage their state, to provide basic amenities and good things of life for their people. So all these Amajeri children that you are saying, I don't know. You said you saw some. What's how old the
Not
range?
some,
What's the range of their
plenty.
age?
From like 1 year old all the way. I mean, just tons of them everywhere.
Do they have? Do you see them with their parents, or they just?
You see the parents sitting down in corners. A lot of them are begging for money. Yeah, if you,
Babaja,
see,
to be frank with you,
yeah,
Babaja, to be frank with you, no quoting this one.
yeah.
This thing they said is facts.
Mm.
Fact. In fact, do you know that I met people from Benue, Zamfara, in Lagos. So I said, oh, it is getting very diverse. And the one that is bothering me, I mean, those ones could just be people that, maybe we met in the club and all that. But the one that's bothering me is the street. This thing that this guy is saying, my brother, they fool for street,
everywhere,
they fool, like everywhere.
The
Like
government,
you're walking on the road, they're knocking on your windshield, on your window.
And this is what I'm saying.
Thanks to people like Kulata, the reason why we are where we are is because of people like Kulata.
Look, we have
the liberal people like that.
When you
they don't want to do something
like this, when we find
he's giving me an example of what about the north. Who cares? He's telling about if the north if they want to do this. I'll tell you how they go north. Many Yoruba people say they are going to the north. I want your man by the Iluajeme alone.
Ben, you see what look, let me tell you this. Maybe if you check the allocation given to their state on monthly basis, it might even be more than that of Lagos, because most of those northern states have more
per capita
than Lagos state. So they were giving more money than Lagos, but yet they cannot take care of their people, only for their people to run out of the state and go and put pressure on the resources of Lagos state. So people like that, Lagos state should do something, picking them up, sending them to their state.
So that's your solution.
Hold on.
Let me give you an example.
Hold on.
This is my son. 3 days ago, we were talking on phone. This same issue. He was in a traffic around the Bodilon area. No, not Body. That shit. The Falomo road that leads to.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
They were
in Falomo shopping center.
And Almajiri approached him, begging him, and he was like waving his hand, like, "Get away, get away." Do you know what this young man did? He kicked the door of his car. He said that I felt like killing him.
But you haven't seen anything.
You see?
The ones on the Okada, in fact, those ones are worse. They will just hit your car and nothing. They will even say sorry, just keep going. It's a problem. I'm not saying it's not a problem, but what I'm saying is the solution. What's the solution? Because whether we like it or not, we're still under one flag. You understand?
No, hold on, Kula.
And our constitution says they can come to any part of Nigeria anytime they feel like it. It is their right.
It is their right, but for them to be homeless and litter everywhere, government.
So how do you fix it? Lagos State has to fix it. Zamfara is not going to fix it. Zamfara is not going to fix it.
Where they are running away.
We can say it's their right, but where their right ends is where the right of the indigenous people begins.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree with that.
Right.
Yes, their right has limits. But
listen to
the
what
reality
Baba
of it
said
is
now.
we have to
Somebody that
fix
was
the problem.
begging and somebody said, "Look, I don't have money," and they start bagging the door of that person. Don't you see that has a criminal that criminal mindset that will carry? Don't you see? In the night, what do you think it's going to do?
Let me tell you something. I saw it. I agree with you on the problem. The solution is what I'm talking about. What is the solution? The solution cannot be round all of them up, put them into a big truck, and ship them back to Zamfara. That cannot be the solution. Let's be honest.
Okay, so suggest what the solution should be.
I'm asking you what you think the solution should be.
I think I always say the solution to Nigeria, solution to all this problem is we have to take a step back and define what we are doing, what Nigeria is all about. Because it's like we are the only race of people that do something that we can't define. Because if we have to define what we are really all about in Nigeria or what the country is all about, we can't define it. We are practicing monarchy and democracy at the same time. It's like I don't even understand. We are playing indigenous. We recognize indigenous. What's the word? Indigenous ethnic groups. At the same time, we have we are saying national. It's so confusing. And then we say, oh, let's preserve our indigenous heritage. But system does not really, it contradicts that. So we really have to define what the hell we're doing, where we're going, who we are. You know,
Mike, you see the issue on this and Marjorie everywhere is that Lagos does not even have the capacity to take care of them.
exactly. So they didn't even think about those things. They
So
didn't
what do
think
you
about
want
it.
Lagos State to do? And they are pumping in every day. Every minute they are coming into Lagos.
But it's getting worse. Let me
And you
tell you,
have Lagos
Ajanago,
and you have government there. What do you think? Government doesn't have the capacity to give them good life. It doesn't. And they have their own government. Look, we
something
have
needs
to
to be
take
done.
ourselves, we have to hold ourselves accountable to some things. Their governor failed to provide quality life for them. That is why they're running, and they are getting more FAC than Lagos State.
Ajanago, let me explain something to you. If we take that solution, you put them in a big truck and you send them back to Zamfara, you have a big issue in that country.
What is the
Arewa, ACF, Arewa Consultative Forum will start as saying any Nigerian could go anywhere in that country free without any issue. Why are they sending them back? They will now retaliate and give ultimatum for certain people in the north to leave immediately.
Now that is what. Forget about that. Whether they want to
You're going
let
to
them
have,
retaliate. Who is going to lose? Let them
okay,
retaliate whatever they want to retaliate. Why can't they be responsible to take care of their people?
but it
Why are
causes
their people
internal
running out of
conflict.
their land?
Listen, we can be angry about this,
No, we
but
didn't create the problem for them
we
in the north.
didn't. You're right. We did not.
So why
But
should
the truth,
we bear the brunt of the problem they
we should
created
not.
for
But
themselves?
there's a larger issue, and Mike just touched on it. There's a larger issue here. If we don't fix the kind of structure we have in our country, this issue will continue, and there's nothing any of us can do about it. We have to fix how we want to be governed. That's the problem. If not, a state will fail, people will leave that state and become a burden on the other state. Joel of Nashville said it too. He said a lot of people from Benue. I met a lot of people from Benue in Lagos. Why? Because they've been ravaged in their state. A lot of them are in IDPs. Some people don't want to stay in IDPs. They found a way to come to Lagos. These things are going to continue to happen. I'm telling you. And the larger issue, until they address it, it will not stop. Those children I saw, they'll become adults, teenagers, adults in Lagos. Most of them could not speak English.
When I say we should put local
We are just
governance in the
building
hands of,
criminality for the future. If we are not careful,
Yes,
we continue like this. It's criminality we are building. What we are saying, pick them up. They are unskillful. They have no job. They have nothing to contribute. So what is it?
The state can train them.
Their governors failed them. Let's take them back so that their government can start thinking of how to govern them well. Lagos cannot bear this responsibility. They don't have the capacity.
I think Lagos State can do something if it wants to. I disagree. I think Lagos State can do something if it wants to address this issue.
Okay, suggest to me what Lagos State can do. Suggest what Lagos State can do.
I think I think Lagos is better off to be in an opposition, because I remember when Fashola was there. During that period, Fashola packed all of them. He packed them to around the synagogue or that area. He packed all of them, because if you go to Yanoba, all those places, we will see plenty of them. So Aizon is making case for them now. I think is wrong, because it's not possible for people that doesn't have anywhere to stay to just litter around and be going around, and you will see the crime rate will increase in Lagos State. During Fashola, he packed them, because that time Fashola was in opposition, and the federal government there was PDP, and they couldn't do anything to him because there's nothing they can use to campaign against him. So all this one that we say, oh, everybody can move around, even this abroad that we say we hear, you cannot just move around and be litter around. It's not wrong. It's wrong. See every day now the crime rate in next 5 years in Lagos State. the crime rate will increase. And we need to talk because it's like we don't want to offend some certain people, and that's why we are saying all these things. If we refuse to offend each other, we will just continue like this. People will just come around. There's no skill, nothing. They didn't learn anything. Just come around and be saying, "Oh, I want to beg for money." For what?
Okay, I have a proposed solution to this thing. So,
Aizon, do you
wait, let
know
me
it's
propose this
because of
solution
their
for you to hear. Wait.
criminality?
Listen
Let me
to what
make
I have
this
to
one.
say.
You will say something. Do you
No,
know
no.
that it's because of their criminality that Lagos State banned Okada in Lagos State?
Yes, I know. I remember.
Okay, so we can't continue like. Let us offend each other. Let us.
This is what I would suggest.
Let us spit on each other's
I'm
face so that
about solutions these
we
days.
can then sit down and talk.
We can be, we can be angry. The problem will not go away. You know that.
It's going to go away if we fight
it
among
won't
each
go
other.
away.
I'm not
Angry.
talking about violence, but
No, I know.
let us say the truth.
But what I'm saying is, what another option for a solution is, Lagos State can work with the federal government, make this case to the federal government about the increased population of people migrating because of displacement or insecurity or whatever the case is, and work with them to say they should provide funds to, one, either relocate them in a humane way, not putting them on a lorry and sending them to Zamfara. Relocate them in a humane way and try to provide shelters where access to education and the like, or something like that. That is the only
To me, the
other
easy
option.
solution is to make policies. To make policies where you restrict movement of like people so around in the sense that if you don't live here, if you're not residents of certain neighborhood, you can't just walk through there. Or certain area, if a beggar can't go through there. So once they realize, once you restrict their movement to one particular space, the way the white South Africans did it, where they don't have to deal with the blacks all around, they just make rules and policies. And when life become unbearable, they will just leave, man. It's because when you make life so comfortable, is when people stay in a place. When you create a policy where it becomes they realize if you don't have the money, all Lagos State government should be doing is if you don't have money to live there, your life you won't have a comfortable life and you will be forced to leave. Stop allowing people to build on Makuku. You give people too much freedom. Somebody will just come to Lagos and start building on top of water. If you create if you create policy where they can't build on top of water, they won't stay. They will go back to where they come from. You are the one accommodating. That's why.
I agree with you because during Fashola, they can't do that. Instead, Lagos State needs somebody like Fashola again because he restricted them. Aizon, you are talking. Have you been to Yanoba side? If you go there, you will cry because you will just see them like thousands of people. The one you are talking about, maybe Obalinde area, that one is still they are just small. Go to Yanoba. Just go to Yanoba. You are still in Lagos. I want you to go to Yanoba area to Alabara go side. You will not see what you are talking about. So Lagos still needs somebody like Fashola because you have to whether they will go and create a place for them. Let them be there. It cannot just be
packing them in Yanoba is not a solution now. If you
that's
put
the
them in
solution
Yanoba,
because
it's not a solution now. You're making Yanoba overcrowded with people that don't have any training, no education, can't even speak English. They're just packing them into Yanoba. It doesn't solve the problem. They're still in Lagos.
Push them to Sanfield like that, when they get tired living in Sanfield.
The point is that if their leader is not ready, they are not ready to do something about it. They are not ready because if they are ready, they see them every day. They see what
you need the
is going
federal
on
government to step in. Federal government has to step in, and there isn't a better time now.
We are always talking about federal government.
Because it's transfer of people from.
They are getting allocation. So what are they using allocation for? What are
It's
they
transfer
using?
of people from one state to another. That's why federal has to step in because this is not interstate. This is people coming from another state in mass migration all the way to Lagos.
When they give the allocation to educate their people, they use the money for another thing. And those people now they will leave their own.
All these are product of Sharia now. Instead of giving their people education, they were promoting Sharia. They are trying to destroy.
They use all the money
They are trying to do everything for Obasanjo to fail back then. Look at the consequences of it. Look at all of us are suffering it now. Sharia.
It doesn't
During the
even
time of Obasanjo, in order for Obasanjo to fail, who is failing now? Are they not the one?
Now,
Look, let us talk this. Let's talk the truth to ourselves.
See the killing that
Those
was
are
going
bad
on.
leadership
The
up
killing,
there that don't educate
a
their
lot of
people.
them, about 180 something, so they were calling federal government to come around. I told them, I said, you guys, you are promoting Alimajiri system of this system. Instead of you to stop that Alimajiri first, stop it, and that is the root of that problem. That is where the Boko Haram is coming from. And that is where they are getting their materials and everything other for. But they will not stop that Alimojeri. They were talking about, you know how much federal government has spent on security issue in Nigeria. And everything is about the North. And we are talking, we have to solve it, and in a way. Their leaders have to give them new orientation. They have to reorientate them and tell them that this Alimojeri system cannot work. And
My friend, and it also, please. Do you know how long federal government in that country have done everything, put resources in place and efforts to educate those people? Everything
Jonathan
failed.
tried now. Jonathan spent money.
Jonathan did.
Even before Jonathan, Babangida particularly, he did nomadic education just to satisfy them that, okay, these people, that these headers, they introduced nomadic education. Where is it today?
With library even following them.
With library, everything following them.
Following them.
We need to talk. We need to talk to ourselves.
Look,
if the country want to scatter or separate or whatever, it should do, because we cannot continue in this way. Where we say, there's some set of people that doesn't want to develop, and we should just leave them there. You don't know that those people that you not teach to develop, or you give education, they will, at the end of the day, they will come to you and shoot you down. You that you have gone to Harvard or whatever you have gone to.
Very true.
You know what happened a few years ago? You guys are not remembering. And it is God that was at work then. When Remi Tinubu, on the floor of the Senate, proposed a bill to give Lagos State a special status, so that they will be giving Lagos some money. It was the northern governors, including Dino Melaye, that opposed that move. Imagine if they have succeeded in giving us one tertiary, 1 billion a year. People will now be claiming rights in Lagos State. That is a special status. If you remember, Remi Tinubu moved that bill.
Yes, totally. I remember that bill. Yes.
They should not move anything. They should need to. In fact, that is what.
No, I don't want their money.
The next Lagos State governor. I know this guy tried. I know, but the guy is not strong the way he's supposed to, because.
My brother, there's nothing he can do. You guys are just asking for too much.
Exactly, Joel. I'm trying to help them understand.
Were you in Lagos State when Fashola was the governor?
Yes, I've been in Lagos State since '89, so I will tell you everything. Look, my brother, let me tell you.
Okay,
my brother.
Wait. Let me ask you before you continue. During Fashola era, those people, are they litter around like this? Were they litter like this?
See, there were still few of them, right? There were still people. They were still around. Now you said that they pushed them to certain parts of Lagos. That place they pushed them to, is that not Lagos State too? They have gone there now and dominated that place. Now it's that place that it cannot contain them. And you know those people. Once they take over a plot of land, you can't take it. You can't take it away from them. Oh. The moment you start it, they will start calling all their brothers. They will start saying, "Oh, you're a Nigerian. You have to live anywhere." We know these people. The issue is this: the solution you guys are
citizens.
Listen now, the position you guys are putting through, right, is good, but it's not going to happen. Nigeria is still a country. If you say, hey, let me say this, right? If you say, name me, carry these people and go to back to their state, the optics does not look good. You're going to see now. It's not going to. It's
Fashola
not going
did it.
to.
And what is the hospital that does not look good?
See,
Fashola did it during his own time. What are you talking about?
Fashola did it. What happened today? They are back.
Because they didn't continue it.
See, Adeleko, that's the point. See, Babaja, look, you don't really know how much it is, right? So if you want to start doing like deportation, now you want to keep that up. You don't know how much that will be costing the state government. It's a lot.
But
You understand what I'm saying?
you are talking about the cost. You know that these people will grow up. At the end of the day, they will become Boko Haram, another Boko Haram. You know how much federal government have spent on that Boko Haram issue? Lagos State will spend times 2 of what the money they used to deport them. If they not deport
we don't want them to turn Lagos State to
my
what
brother,
they turn Zamfara State to. You know what? You know the state of Zamfara. You don't want them to turn Lagos State to Zamfara.
Hold on, Joe. If not because this guy that what's his name, Akedolu, you know how they were importing a lot of guns and every other thing before they started the Amotekun. You know what
I get it. I get it. Well, my point is this. My point is this. See,
so
they
what you are saying
cannot be.
now?
They cannot be Boko Haram. They
Hold
cannot
on
be
now.
Boko Haram. They cannot be Boko Haram in
Who
Lagos.
told you? Somebody that want to collect money from you and you cannot get anything from you. What is it going to turn to?
No, the point is this. You're not allowing me to talk. See, you're mixing everything up. What you see, they might engage in criminal activities, but getting to this point of Boko Haram, I don't think it's going to happen because one, we don't have those bushes. They don't have relatives over there that can hide them. At least you can really say, okay, this is where they are coming out from, right? So, I mean, if you're talking about how secluded that they are, now we can make that case.
No, it's
We
not
can make that case,
relatively.
but they cannot get to the level of Boko Haram in Lagos. That's my point.
Crime is crime, whether it's Boko Haram, whether it's anything, crime is crime. Forget about.
No, if you're talking about normal crime, just like the Baba's son that one kicked the car, those kind of crimes. I mean, like he rightly said, if he can kick your car in the daytime, what will he do to you at night? So stuff like that will be happening regardless. But the issue there is that you cannot just say deporting them will solve the problem. You deport them and they get back into the next truck and come back to Lagos tomorrow. What are you going to do? Are you going to start arresting them? You cannot do that.
See, I believe something. If Southwest, if they are in opposition, if they want to do anything, they will do it. It's because of this federal government stuff that they belong to federal this thing that they belong to. That's why they were doing all these things. Because if it is an opposition when they were in AD, they can do anything. They will deport them and nothing will happen. Forget about all these things. They've done it before.
My brother, let me explain something to you. So what you are saying about having them leave Lagos, it's not. I won't say it is. Wait.
It's not about leaving Lagos. If they have something doing, if you have something doing, you have some.
I can't hear anybody. Is anybody speaking?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I think we lost.
Well, I can hear you, Aizon.
I think the system dropped.
Okay. No, what I was saying, Baba, is that this clearly you have a major issue in Lagos regarding these Nigerians that have been displaced or whatever the reason, right? It's a major issue, right? Lagos is the commercial capital of Nigeria. You need an environment that's functioning, that has low crime, everything, right? It's a major revenue generator for the country. So there needs to be a conversation between the executive in Lagos and the executive at the federal to address this issue. Because, like Adeleko was saying, it's going to become a crime-ridden environment. You're already seeing it. But there needs to be a major address
I'm
to
really
the issue.
worried.
Yeah, and I tell you what, Baba, if you go to most, I remember, and it's funny, I was noticing this thing. I went to visit a friend of mine in Lekki Phase 1. And just driving through his neighborhood, I was looking at all the different This has always been in Lagos, but it's even more pronounced now. The different stalls in front of each house, the people guarding the house, the people selling watermelon and pineapple, the people, everything, all those people there, all from the north. They're all speaking Hausa. So I'm looking at the situation and I'm thinking, and then I'm looking at the road I just came from, at the light. If you stop there, 4, 5, or 6 will just come to your car immediately. Children. So there's a big problem, and that problem needs to be handled. It needs to be solved, but it cannot be solved just by the Lagos state government because these people are coming from other states. So something is making them come to Lagos, and that's where you need to work in conjunction with the federal to address the issue. That is the best way. And they address it, they find a way to get them to places, because
some of those people are from Chad, from Niger.
It will surprise you,
Maybe some are even from Sudan now, where there is war. Who knows?
And you can't differentiate.
Sudan, no.
When
I start proposing policy now, Kolaka will say, we can't do that. We can't do that.
No, Aja.
What if in the north they do the same?
Aja, you are not lying. You are not lying. In my street in Lagos, it's like a cartel. I think the Bajabia Miller brothers, their own Megad is like their Seriki. So is that Seriki Megad we go to that will give you your own guide, and they are from Niger. They are from Niger.
Ṣòtán báwo ni ará Niger ṣe máa wà ní Nàìjíríà tá dẹ̀ máa ṣiṣẹ́ lẹ́kọ̀ọ́? What?
I'm telling you.
The reason is because we Yorubas, are accommodating.
If you find people, how would they trace it? How would they track it?
Ajali Koko, let me shock you. You see, at the motor park, they will tell you, all those J people, they will say, they say, we can't speak Yoruba. I can speak now. My name is Dizo. You will see them. All these Niger, they are there. And we are here talking about, let's just give them and this and that. If you see them, you know what is going on there.
Somebody was saying that the Igbos will go everywhere, speak their language and all that. Yes, I know that is true. But my brother, another people that are very good with language are those Niger people, Sudan people, all of them. They will come, they will speak. They will beg in Yoruba. They will speak Yoruba past you. You'll be surprised. I'm telling you honestly. They take. I'm telling you, even the ones in the southeast, right? If you come, they will speak Igbo.
Sudan, they learn language.
You say?
You say Sudan people they know how to learn language.
I they tell you, say if they come our place, they will begin to speak. They speak Yoruba, they speak Igbo. I'm not joking.
Sudanese. Maybe that's where now they kind of get the idea of Sudan.
I tell you, no. See, I'm telling you, those people that you see on the street, right? If you agree with me that they are, some of them, all of them are not only Nigerians, they are from Sudan and Niger, right?
It's true. It's true. You are saying, Joel. What you're saying is
they
true.
will speak your language.
It's true.
Go out that Seriki on your street. Go and speak Yoruba to him. He will speak it back to you.
I'm telling you, it's the head that recruits everybody. If you don't go to him and you bring another Malam, you are just endangering your life and that of your family.
Exactly.
And they circulate them because there is a season they go back home to farm and they will bring other people from their hometown.
Yes. Exactly.
The Bagabia Millers, who is my neighbor, not the chief of staff, who is his cousins, them. They don't live in their compound. They live in the US, so they seldomly come home. So they've given them that compound entirely.
Yeah.
So it's a problem.
Baba, you see all those rich low houses in the east. Now, Hausa people they gather. Most of them, the Hausa people. Once you just get them, you give them a place to sleep. That's it. Though. If they want to go, they will bring their own cousin or somebody that they trust that's going to be there while they're away, right? And when they come back, it's like they're exchanging. Then from there now,
That's
you will
what
not
I'm
get
saying.
someone down the street will not tell them, please, so I need personal. Before you know what is happening, it's like they are running a security company on that street. Everything is so good. You will see that if you see that there's all gather one side of this because they know your name, they will greet you, they know everything that says on that street. I mean, they can be
With their
sincere though.
radio.
With their radio.
Baba, let me tell you this right now. God forbid, if we piss these people off in Nigeria, they will finish us. I can promise you.
We are finished
We
already,
are
Aizo. We
finished.
are
We better
finished.
not piss them off. That's why I'm saying this thing
We
that
are
Ajale
finished
people are saying,
already.
pack them up, put them in a bus. You have a security issue if you do that. But you handle
And I
it
think it's the
gently.
policy of the government in the north, too. Believe me.
I'm telling
To
you.
overwhelm the south. I'm telling you. They are too clever politically. They are very
But,
clever when
but,
it comes to
but,
politics.
but when Kanu said that,
Baba, they are just irresponsible leadership. This is not the, I mean, we have been saying this since we are young now. There people have been moving down to Lagos and all over everywhere, but it has not, they didn't constitute any form of any threat to the security of our places. But the way we see them now, with this overblowing population coming en masse in their thousands every day, it is not good. We have to do something about it.
But Angelico, you know what really destroy Nigeria? You see that free money that they share every month to give to these the northern politicians and all these politicians. It make them just abandon their people, abandon governors or doing anything else, and they just take that money and enjoy it. So all if you look at their leadership in the past, like during the when they used to have Ahmadu Bello, that era when regional time, their leadership were focused on them, But now you have a bunch of criminals scrambling to get to the position of governorship, senators, because they want to go and enjoy the ride. Because everybody's running, they don't get there to earn money through taxing their people or creating something, actually working for their money. They know they get there, Abuja just give them money every month. So what kind of people you expect to start governing or solving problems when there's this free money that comes to their pocket every month? So they are not doing anything. They are not working.
look, Mike, you see sometimes, when people come out to talk and say certain things, especially politicians, there are issues, there are things that I look beyond, what they just said. I look at, the advantages or disadvantage. You see, when Obi was talking about empowering the North, most of us were thinking that, oh, he just need to get vote. No, most of the time, you will see the next thing he's going to say when he said that is going to be like, look, this people.
I beg you, stop that. Obi, they play politics.
You want to use opportunity to tell Obi
how do you empower the, what of the rest of the country?
Can I just say something?
That was politics, man.
Look, see, let me tell you. Listen.
They're not already empowered above others. Other part of they have more local government, they get more allocation, they get everything. What are you talking about? What kind of empowerment do you want to get?
Babaja, can you listen?
Yeah.
We cannot shut our way. We cannot just shut our way. Let's just have a conversation. My point is this. Everyone in Nigeria knows that money goes to the North. But we are not empowering the people of the North. We are empowering the elite. And the idea of the elite is to keep.
That's what I say. Almost the whole country. That's the same thing I say in the whole country. Like you just empowering the elites. That's what it is,
How do you want to empower the people of the North without empowering their leaders? If their leaders you go through their leaders. You cannot go directly
to No. What we are saying is that they're giving the money directly to the leaders, like to their pockets. If you're going to pump money in the region, pump it into programs. This idea of just writing check to the hands of governors and tell them to do what they want to do with it. That's a terrible idea. That's one thing we do in Nigeria. It's terrible.
I agree with you, but Jonathan did the same thing. He built Alimajori schools. They didn't go there. Their leader didn't stop them not to go there. So even if you empower the people, because the way you are talking about it is like you want the government to empower them directly, and that is
Okay,
what
look at it this
Jonathan did.
way. Look at it this way. Look at it this way. Why do Lagos state governments begin to invest in a lot of things, programs and stuff, or empowerment? You know why? Because they rely heavily. They realize that they make money from taxation, from productivity, right? Lagos State does not even want to rely on they don't rely on allocation, because what they get from allocation is not even a fraction of what they get in terms of internally generated revenue, right? And they know that if they want to earn more internally generated revenue, they have to invest more in the people, right? And infrastructure and things like that. So to have more productive people and they can get more taxation. So what I'm saying is, in the north, if you put them in a position where they have no choice but to go to their people in order to earn revenue, meaning they have to earn through the productivity of their people, right? They will be forced to work. But when you put them in a position where they don't really have to go and look for ways to earn money through their through productivity of their people, we are just giving them these billions every month. They will have no reason to look at their people or even find out what's going on with them or go to them or anything. They will not. So what we are saying is, we have to change the system of just giving money to states. If we all, I understand people will say, well, how do you want it? If you want to give this money to state, do it in a different form. Maybe in the form of the state will come and loan that money from the center. I mean, borrow that money from the center, right?
That means they have to change. They have to
I
change
apply, pretty much
constitution.
apply. Like, okay, this is what I want to do in my state, and I'm coming to the center to apply for this amount of these billions for that project, and this project, in return, we generate we can retrieve this amount from this project. What's the word?
Mike. See,
What you are
You know what
saying,
I'm saying? Like, out of that project, in the next, you kind of like the way Nigeria take, they will pay them back
no,
from,
you are
so
talking
you're
about.
putting the cart before the horse. Look, Mike, this thing you're saying right now is the right thing to do. What you just said is independence of the state. They should now go back and what they can do within their state and generate money. But it has to be constitutional.
exactly, and you come and
It has to be
you have to come
constitutional.
and tell us in the center that this is what I want to do in my state to generate money. You understand? This is the project I want to put there, the infrastructure I want to put there, and that infrastructure you can use it to
But
generate
this what
money
you
or
are
whatever.
saying now
And then the center cannot give you that money as the loan. You
is a
understand?
constitutional
And you put the money to
issue.
work.
It's a constitutional issue, Mike. You can't do it. You have to.
Yeah, but that's what we should be talking about. Then we have to change that constitution. There's a lot of things to change, man. There's a lot of things to discuss. We can't do what we have. Just like I said earlier, we can't define what the hell we're doing. We're practicing. We can't define it. We can't define what we are practicing in Nigeria. I don't even understand it. We can't even say this is where we are going. This is where we are. The next reaction with the next 100 years, what will Nigeria look like? Some people will not even, they don't even think about it.
Mike, before you cut me off, before Babaja started telling me about Obi and all that, let me just land my point. The only way, let me tell you guys, I was born in Kano State, right? So let me just say this. The only way is if these people are empowered, if they start having money, then when you talk about independence of states, right, they will listen to you. In this present Nigeria where oil is king, where most of these governors are lazy, you're going to it's going to be hard for you to implement such law or even bring it up in National Assembly. That is the problem. The issue there is this. If, for instance, right, Mike, what the point you were making, right, and I supported what you were saying, right? How does this money impact the average Amajiris? Because the ideology of the elite in the north is that those people should remain down and we use them you keep them down, then during election, right? You can just give them little food and they come and vote for you. They have to be down. But the ideology of those of us in the south, if you want to go from Awolowo, or even if you want to go to Emma Okara, was about empowering the people.
Even all the governors in the south, what are they doing? They are empowering people. They are all failed, man.
They are all failure. They are all failure.
They're all
Even
failure,
the
man. Let's not
problem,
make
all
everything
this
about
problem we
why are
have
they
in the
failure?
Mike,
Joe, look
Mike,
at this.
let me just
Hold
let me
on.
just start. See. Let me just now see. Mike, we are benefiting from what the owls and the MI Opera did. Because you see, let me tell you this.
Because those
If you
guys are
don't
not
go
getting
just
free lunch, free allocation every month now. So
no,
they
no,
are forced to
Mike,
work.
Mike, let me just start. See, the issue there is this, right? It will be hard for the Yorubas to have Amajiris. Do you know why? Because those of them, like the owls, the MI Opera that empowered us, they've already empowered many of us. So for us, yeah, we have a government, but most of the time we are our own government. Why? Because we've been able to get that education, right? So we can run our families, right? So it's not necessarily what the government is doing. The ideology of the government is they build road fine. If they don't build road fine. But with the people go school, yes, we've been paying for it because we have the access. You cannot teach what you don't have. This thing that is going on in the north now, you have you have generations that have not gone to school. Mike, you see it happen here now. You see an African American say, I am the first to go to school or to graduate. And the first in their own generation. So that is why sometimes when I want to talk about the issue, I'll be like, you can only give,
To
what
me,
you really need.
if you ask me, like it's a simple law of nature. It's give and take. You understand? If you create a system of give and take, meaning that government have to go to the people to earn money. Like in America here, they design their system in a way where the government will not earn money unless people are working or people are doing something. They go to the people to earn money. You understand? That's where they get their revenue. So until you design a system where a state will not earn money unless they go to the people. If you are as a governor, no, the only way you can earn revenue is to go to your people to tell them to give you money. Go to your people to ask them for money. And that's when the people cannot look at you and say, oh, you want our money? Well, you want us to make money. Well, put this in place so we can be productive and make money and can give you money. That's when productivity will take effect, will begin to take effect in Nigeria. But when you create a system where government don't have business with the people because they get free money, it's like you right now. The reason you wake up every day, hold on, the reason you wake up every day and are productive, you go to work, you're productive, is because no one is going to give you money. That's why you wake up, you're not lazy. You go to work, or you look for a way to make money. You get busy, you get it also on. But imagine somebody starts sending paycheck into your account every month. You become a lazy man. You won't have reason to start working. You become a lazy man.
Very true.
If
Very
every one
true.
of us there, like somebody start giving us free money every month, like paycheck, $5,000 come to your bank account every month, you quit your job. Even if you want to
I mean,
work, even if you tell yourself I want to work, you'll be working 2 hours. You start working 8 hours because you are not motivated to work.
Mike, you see it with
And
people
that's what the problem is.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you're right on that one. But the issue, that's why I keep saying, it still goes back to the constitution, right? For me, I was saying in the past that we should go back to regional system of government with a star. Let's start merging up the states. Every region should have at least 3 states. Let's start from there. Because we just have bunch of states doing nothing, unproductive states. Merge them up. That bureaucracy you're going to use to fund the governor of one or government of one state, you're going to use it to develop most places. But we have
Why was Amadu Bello investing in Granite Pyramid agriculture, back then? Because that's the only way it's going to earn this money. Because when those guys produce, the granules, everything they export, that's the way the northern region earn their money. So they put their people to work back then. Awolowo was running on cocoa, build a cocoa house. You got to get people to work so they can tax them to fund education. So those guys were busy because that's the way they were earning their money. They have to get busy, get people busy so they can tax people. But if you start giving people, when you eliminate that system, you create this unitary, and then you sell oil, you get oil revenue, and then you send paychecks, free money to governors. And you expect that governor to now say, okay, let me get off my ass and go and get busy, work with the people so I can. No, I already got money now. What do I need to? Yeah, lazy. You become lazy. That's what the problem is. And I don't know why we don't get it, man. It's so simple.
Mike, no, Mike, you are right. The issue is this. You give them this money. If I have to work, right, to go get money, I get up in the morning. I've started planning myself. How am I going to do? How am I going to do that? The man that you give money always is like you're just funding whatever his desires are. So that is why sometimes you see, or that is why Wike will build a bridge on a 2 kilometer road. He built 9 bridges, nine overhead bridge. I was talking to my cousin that stays in Port Harcourt. He was like, I was saying, but I thought it was building. He said, AGK, this bridge they hear so now for that Port Harcourt road, less than 2 kilometers. You built 9 bridges. You understand what I'm saying? So sometimes, those days, they say, Wike is commissioning bridges. He's commissioning bridges. That's the thing. If Wike had to do what he ought to do in that state, like work as someone that wasn't given money every month, those things won't be his priority. He might be one or two that are strategic, but also fund his people. I mean, during his stay, no promotion. So you see, Mike, what you're saying is right. But I wish we have the right people that can go in there and twist this constitution in such a way that our people will become productive. Even this money that we are receiving from the federal government, it's not up to the budget of places like Harvard. Then that is what we take every month, and we are just making a mess of ourselves. The cake, like Okojiwala said, let's bake bigger cake. You understand what I'm saying? Like I was talking with the other, we were talking about Lagos State and what Lagos State was generating. I said it could be times 4, times 5 if they ought to do what they're doing. If Lagos State was better planned, they would make so much money. So look, let's step back, look at our constitution, make some of these things. Every region should give us. I don't care how big you are, just give us 2 states. If at most leave a pilot state from every region, maybe southwest you give Lagos, northwest you bring Kano, southeast you might bring Enugu or whatever, south maybe Port Harcourt or Bayelsa, whatever. Just take that one as your pilot. Every other thing divide into 2. Reduce the amount of people in government. Then give them more resources. They have more resources to go back to their areas and develop. They have no business coming to the center. Go and develop your place. Then you now see people that want to develop their places. That's how they are born.
You see when you guys are discussing how to solve the problem of those northern Nigerians and the Sudanese flowing to Lagos everywhere. We can't control it. The last time we were here, when I was telling you and Kolata that if we put local governance, right, in the hands of the traditional people, the traditional rulers, you will solve that problem. You guys are looking at me like, oh, what are you talking about? No, yes, all the indigenous territories, you put the governance in the hands of the indigenous people, meaning any part of Nigeria where they have indigenous language, that will be a local government, right? Now you have some ethnic group that have, of course, larger, ethnic group, but yeah, those ones can figure a way to still break their local government system down anyway. But if people are allowed to govern their own locality, the way they were governing themselves before the British came and put us together. However, I'm not saying exactly, they'll be part of larger Nigeria, but they will remain, the indigenous nation, right? And govern themselves. They want to govern themselves and then incorporate into maybe one Nigerianness and things like that. You won't have this issue because we all know who's our indigenous. And when you move into the locality, we know who's not from there, So the indigenous people can practice whatever traditional system they have. Anyone they want to come there, we'll make accommodation for you. But we'll be able to control who's where. But when you have a system where you take 20 different tribes in one state, or and then the governor doesn't even know every part of his state. He's probably never visited most part of his state. Probably grew up in one neighborhood his whole life, and he became governor of his state. He doesn't know the localities. And when one locality is being flooded by Sudanese or whatever, he has no clue what's going on there. The local chiefs don't have power. The traditional rulers, they don't have power. Let's say Yoruba people flood Ogoni land today. The Ogoni chiefs don't have anything to do. They can't do anything about it. Or let's say Fulani flood one Esan land. The Esan people, they don't have power. The traditional chiefs and kings, they don't have power anymore. So they can't do anything about it. They don't have hands in governance. So that's where our problem is. The British landed us in this mess by creating a country and tricked the traditional ruler to accept these countries. And when it was independent, he gave it to some bourgeoisies, some foolish bourgeoisies, because they can speak grammar. They just took over wetsuit and tie. They have no clue about their terrain. Some of them don't even know their culture anymore, because the British already picked them up from the childhood, put them in English colonial schools and missionary schools, brainwashed them. You were preparing to hand them over, hand the country over to them, and then so that way they can control them from England. That was the plan, man. We don't even know all these things, man. All our bourgeoisies, look at them. They don't come on, man. They are the ones ruling Nigeria now, and they don't know what they are doing. They have no clue.
I think we've not done the basics, and the Nigerian project has to be rejigged, top to bottom, top to bottom. Look, the amount of states we created, to what end? We it was about who is in power and who he didn't fit, or who he feels should get one. It wasn't built on the viability of those things. So we have to now start cutting back,
So
especially the cost of governance. We will cut down the cost of governance. We cut down the cost of mediocrity we have in governance. We're able to monitor those. At least there will be fewer people will be able to monitor how our monies are going. And start holding people that are close to what accountable. Because you see, it is very, very hard to mobilize a nation for protest. But if I know that I don't have to go to Abuja, I have to go to Anambra, my state, or I have to go to Imo State, or I have to go to Enugu State, it will be easier to, gather people and we march to that place. So I think, the fewer we are in terms of governance, the fewer governments we have, the better for the people. And the more we localize our government, if we localize our government, it will make government more efficient.
So you don't believe in local governments?
No, I said no. I didn't say I don't believe. I said we should reduce the numbers. Like that's what I'll call it, for merging of some of these states. Right? Let's get 2 states out of every region, or 3 states out of every region.
And one governor.
Joel, I'm sorry. Joel, yes, were you not advocating for more states in your region a while back? Or what made you change your mind?
This one. This one. That you see, if you listen to what I said,
right.
2.
I'm only asking the question. I'm not trying to attack anything. I'm just asking.
I get you. What I'm just saying is that under this present system, right, we need our equity. But if that's what I was talking about, rejigging the nation. If we want to start afresh, we make it to a point that every region have 2 states. That way, or we have 3 states. That way, we have created that equity that we wanted. Then we can now start looking at how, we push back the money back to the regions and let them go back and develop their places. It will be easier for them to come together and protest against the government. It will be easier for them to monitor the money that comes into their region, than if it was in Abuja, right? So that's the point. Push back the powers back to the region. Let the regions go and develop the place. Nobody comes to Abuja for any allocation. You go there,
Can
whatever you want.
give me an example of region. But yeah, what region are you picturing? Are you saying 3 regions?
No, I'm not. No, we can have 6 regions,
6?
but 6 regions. We can leave this region the way it is.
Okay.
Can I chime in here, please? You have been advocating for region, although it's a good idea, but the disadvantage here is this. At this present situation, Nigeria is divided. So you must be very careful that people don't use region to see the way, to get their own country. That is a major drawback about that regionalism. But my own proposal, my own thing that I have in mind is that total resource control to the state. Whether you have 6 states everybody has 60 states, only the Northwest have 7 states. Leave it like that. Let every state control their resources. Then let me finish. I totally agree with Mike. South South has 6 states. Only Southeast has 5. I totally agree with Mike that while you continue to sit down there and every on the 25th to 27, you are collecting money from the federal government, it makes you a lazy person. You won't think, because no matter what happens, you get money from the central government. Assuming you are controlling your state resources and you only pay 20% royalty to the federal government, the rest belong to that state. So we will be to know, even in so-called America, you can differentiate that this is a poor state, this is a vibrant one. That is why it brought up competition in them. That is why that country was able to develop at an alarming rate. Because you have to contend. For you to become a governor, then you have the right people who will be vying for position. Because you have to think ahead. You have like 20,000 civil servants in your state. How are you going to pay their money? How are you going to pave the road? How are you going to do this? So nobody will be talking to you that a road within a state is a federal road. This thing is a federal. That is all nonsense. This is your state. You have every state in Nigeria, luckily for that country, they have both natural and human resources. So, and if you don't have enough human resources, then you can get a good incentive to attract people to come and work in your state. But the regional aspect of it, the federal establishment might be afraid that it's a way that this country will break into 6. So instead of promoting that one, why not promote that state resources and then promote lean federal central government? Lean one. So by the virtue of that, you will see that people that will go into position, they will know it's a lot of hard work. They won't be able to go there unless those that have really planned and have a way of really to administer that state. So Prince Dad, you can go ahead, please.
But Baba, before you go, please, I do not think, right, if we create 3 states out of the present uh, uh, 6 region structure that we have, we're going to have 18 states, right, instead of 6 regions. So, and it's going to be 6 regions, but each region gives us 3. So, I mean, I'm just saying that way we can cut down, the bureaucracy that comes with, having too much government. If we can,
I think at the end of the day, it's because they still collect money from the federal government. The moment you start creating development by yourself, you will know that you will tell your people, at least you are from the same state. We don't have power to this. Then you have a way maybe to push a lot of people to different business or industries. Then you have that cost advantage in your state. If your land is arable enough, then you can, okay, maybe we start planting this kind of thing and start exporting. And then you have a lot of incentive on grant to attract more people to pump in more money to your state. But the way it stands now, if you just say, okay, you want to force it on them that they should, all the regions should be 3 states, they won't agree with you. No matter what you talk about the state, it's also bring a lot of development also, one way or the other. If we still remain in that region, some section of region did not also develop as well. Not all the region For example, in the old region of Nigeria before, Ibadan was developed, but some inter-town or city, they were not developed also. If not because of state, Oshobo would still be a very, what do you call it, the old way, old roof, nothing like that. But go and look at Oshobo today. Or go and look at places like Asaba and the rest, even with a slow development. So that is also creation of state. Look at Nasarawa. So sometimes you have to look at it holistically. So that is
Eh,
just
eh,
yeah.
you see, Baba, those places can still be covered with by the local government, right? Because you still going to have the local government structure. But my thing is this: we have so many the amount of money that goes to the state government. I believe that if we can cut that money in half, right, feed the local government that they have, feed the state government that they have, I think we will have more accelerated development. Look, sometimes we talk about
It's
what kind of
still the
development
same
do we
thing we
have?
are talking about. They are still going to rely on the federal government for funding, which I want to
No,
totally
no, no,
reduce.
no, 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 no. See, this is the point. What I said is this: you give them back their power, make them more independent. They divide it into three, give them three states, then make their state independent. They go back and they start doing things for themselves.
When you look
Hey,
at Nigerian very well, actually, if you look at Niger State is so big that and the entire southeast. If you look at some maybe Shokoto, Sambara, and the rest, what I'm trying to say is that leave the state, forget it. If you really truly want Nigeria to develop, throw the question to a lot of Nigeria. Let them do total resource control. We see that they will shaking out because they know that they won't get that free money anymore. They have to work for it. That is why some of these states they don't want that resource control. The regional government you are talking about, it won't fly at the end of the day. Because they know that if it fly, that some region will develop more faster, and those federal character, whatever, is also gone. But when you push it through state resource control, little by little, you have the state police. Little by little, you will see a lot of states that will come out very well. You might even be surprised that a state like Imo State.
Remy,
Yeah.
whose idea was it to start allocating money to governors? I mean, how do you, when do you, how would you trust a Nigerian with money? Like, they just allocate this money to the governors. Like, these guys are Nigerians. Yeah.
What slowed
control,
down
control.
it is that totally military takeover
And
everything.
it's so funny that since then it's been so corrupt, and they don't see any reason to change it. Like, it's just constant looting. And
Yes, and
it hasn't occurred to them that, come on, this thing doesn't make sense. Let's change it. They
it
just
will
keep going. You see the
it
problem with
will,
black man. Black man will have problem. He will not solve it.
and the irony part of it is that if anything happened in Nigeria, instead of all the citizens of a state to hold their governor responsible, they will be thinking about everything is the central government. What do you mean? The direct person to you most time is your councillor and your party and your local government chairman, which the governors are
But
pocketed.
the only way they can hold them accountable is by voting them now. So they only have power of vote now. What would they do? Go and they will go and attack him, go and visit him.
Yeah.
Me, I think the solution really got to come from the center, man. Like, you guys just got to change the system. I'm with you that the most a citizen can do is just come online and talk rubbish, talk shit about the governor, like do people are doing against social media. That's the most we can do, but it doesn't. The government already stole the money now. I mean, he talk trash about him. Doesn't he's just going to figure more way to hide it. So that way, or just trying to trick you to believe he's doing something. But to me, I just think, unfortunately, it would take someone in power to change the system. And if the person in power is part of, I mean, is one of their looters. I mean, the people that are benefiting from the system are the one in charge and the one in position, I mean, in charge to change the system. That's the unfortunate thing.
Okay, and also one of the arguments that people make, I think Remy was not directly saying it, but I think he brought it up in one of his submissions, that the idea that, well, we cannot give you true independence in your state because you will develop more than the other states is a very I would say, annoying argument. So we're going to hamper your own growth. We're going to, because we don't want you to grow too fast. Yeah, so you cannot grow that fast. Just wait for the guy that doesn't have any idea. So you're going to hold me back because the other person who doesn't have an idea, doesn't know what they're doing. I mean, I don't know how we got to that kind of country where Lagos cannot grow on its own, Igbo cannot grow on its own, Sokoto cannot grow on its own because Jigawa is still trying to figure themselves out. No, I don't understand that.
Yeah. But I don't understand. Babati, this thing you said, I mean, you might have just said it, though, but it's very deep. Very, very deep. Like, you cannot just, like, say, let's have some competition. Let's compete. We don't have it in Nigeria. You do your own, the people say, oh, no, you want these people to. What the hell? If the Southwest want to be the financial industrial capital of the world, so be it. So be it. Like, I will still go there and buy what I want to buy. I mean, there is proximity. I know I would like, have one or two friends. I mean, it's the same fucking Nigeria. It's sad. It's sad. So you see, Babati, it still goes down to what we were saying. Many people were listening to the obedient thing. You see, we are pushing mediocres into governance. Most of us here are talking about chasing Amaju away from Lagos State. Wait till 2027. Tinubu will tell you that he needs the number. So, because if we start having leaders that are not thinking of the next election, but start thinking about what is right, then we get our that doing things right. But all this pandering, because you think that they will not vote for you in the next election, that's the reason why.
No, Joy of Nashville, you are not thinking as a politician. If you are a politician and you have opportunity to go for a second term, even in the so-called America you are living, they also think about second term. Listen first. That is why you have to protect the people that vote for you. Sometimes, for example, look at this present one.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm not saying it's wrong, but
you can't blame them for doing that. So
good. I am not blaming them. See, listen now. See. This is the thing. It's a choice. Babati asked a question.
Yeah.
And I'm just giving him, it's still an opinion. It's a choice. Do we want to put that man that's in power, right, to make him continue, or we want our country to develop? These are two different options.
My response to his question is very simple. Actually, as this person, Nigerian, we have not yet, Nigerian politician or Nigeria as a whole, we have not yet developed the idea of politics is just a game and it's just a matter of win or lose. And anybody that wins, the whole country should come together and support that person. Because at the end of the day, all what we want is a good country and a better nation. So unfortunately,
you're making it look like to change the constitution or change the system, it requires
of course. If we are going to change the system,
who has more power to make these things? Is it not the senators and the senators are the one? I mean, if we're going to change that constitution, it's really the senators that we have to go to now.
We not only the senators. We also have opinion holders.
And civil organizations. No, you have to go to the. You have to go to the state.
So many.
One voice. Now, one voice. Let him your land. I'm trying
to. To change the constitution, you have to go even down to the state assemblies, and that is where the politics is. So, if you have a bunch of governors, especially in Nigeria today, where we have this state assembly in the pocket of governors, right? And probably now, those in the north now come up with their agenda and say, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to pass.
Are you saying with the constitution, you have to go through state assemblies?
Yeah, it has go.
36 states must say yes to that change of constitution or amended constitution or whatever they call it. So that is how
Is
it
that not
is.
what the people should be protesting about or be shouting about?
They won't protest. Now you don't
But
know
I'm
them.
not well for that country, man. All of you.
They are not interested. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They are only interested in it's all about this is my guy. I'm from this. They are not they are interested in a lot of negativity. They are not interested in getting that country to be a better country. Now you put all the protest that they did the last one. What is the result at the end of the day? Before we know it, after 2 days, you see the idea. We want Atiku to be president. We want Tinubu must go. Is that the way to make a country better? That is not the way. Our people, maybe because I don't know, the standard is so low that even people that you talk that are highly educated, the way they think, the way they do.
I mean, they were hungry and they protested. I mean, what's
The
wrong?
problem with Nigeria.
People that are
Let me tell you the problem with Nigeria, particularly we from the south. We are addicted to being dishonest conversation, being dishonest, and just when the sometimes when Nigerians are talking, even when they don't have to lie, they will still lie. We are addicted to dishonesty. That's our problem. That's why we can't have conversation about anything that can take us anywhere.
Exactly. If we are honest with ourselves, every Nigerian knows the problem of that country. It's not all about bad leadership alone. What about followership? The orientation is terrible. What should we do? Everybody know the truth that this security situation we find ourselves, everything cannot be controlled from the central. What about state police? What about state resources? What about making people accountable? What about rule of law? In Nigeria, for the last 24 years, no governor have signed any death warrant that okay, a judge send this person to death. No person have signed it. They will be claiming on religion. So many wahala. So
No,
many.
it's because no, it's because of international all these international
No. This is
we
not
have
a lot of. This is not about international something. In your
this is
so-called
not this
America,
is not
some states still have death penalty now. What are you talking
yes,
about?
I know now, I know, but
So why are we
you want
not
hold on
international?
now,
I am telling
hold on,
you.
Remy, even at that, you see, it is not fashionable. No, you get, you see most of those death penalties in Asia, right?
No,
Here in the United States, you have few states.
I
You
am
have
just
few
giving
states
that
that
as an example
death penalty.
that these people they don't obey the rule of law. You will see some people detained for 10 years on frivolous crime. You will see a lot of how to say a lot of injustice, and the so-called people that they said they are NGO, they are all lying. They are collecting money into their pocket, and they will think they are fighting for the people. It's all lies. People are not truthful. People are not honest. They don't really love that country. What they think about is so far my pocket is being lined.
But you cannot say in totality all the NGOs are all lying. They don't
You are
they are
right.
fighting.
Because
You can't say that. That is wrong.
majority of them are
You know
also
that is
in
wrong.
the system. You are right. I do not say all of them, but I can guarantee you more than 70% of them is all about lining their pocket and throwing their country under.
Remy, do you think we can somehow? You made a statement. You say Nigerians don't love their country. You think you can get Nigeria to a point where they can uh, not love their country, but at least still be committed to some kind of, you know,
If you want to
progress.
do
At
that,
least, if not the progress of the country, progress of where you come from or something.
yeah, if you want
Because I
to
don't
do that,
understand. If you notice a lot of the people that are like me myself, I can say maybe I'm not really a fan of the country, but it doesn't mean I would now not be interested in progress. You know, like
well, to me, I think that country needs a little bit of carrot and stick. When you have a lot of people not thinking, sitting down, just relying on begging every day, they are not productive.
Who's that? That's true.
When people say that they are not productive, and how do you do this? We have a lot of land for farming. At least we can feed ourselves. Who are the people that is going to work in this farm? Are we going to import them from Benin Republic? Or are we
Did
going to
you see
import them from
video one man play with a Chinese man that came to Nigeria?
See, it's very, you cannot do that in China. They will never allow a foreigner to go and farm their land because your people are lazy. And if you tell them they are lazy, they say, no,
Did you see the video?
I don't know, Jerry. So
You didn't see the video one man play?
Yeah, I saw the video. Look, Mike, if you go to Nigeria nowadays, you will say especially people from China, from India, from Nepal, from Bangladesh, they are trooping into Nigeria, doing one sort of business or the other, whether legal or illegal. How can a Chinese have 50 acres of land to plant yam? And what is our people doing? Nothing. And they are not bringing him out. He's the general manager, he's the director.
Remy, can I
They're
say something real
begging,
quick?
complaining,
Oh God.
Can I say something real
agitating.
quick?
That's what they know how to do. Bunch of lazy people.
In regards to what Remy just brought up, the Chinese farming in Nigeria. Look at what the Chinese did when America came to their country. They studied what they were doing, and they did it in their own land. So why can't we also, whatever they're doing on your soil, study it, learn from it, and replicate the same thing?
No, they believe the man that's doing it, God created him to be able to do it, and
The finance is not there.
No, but that is where your government should come in to say, okay, you have foreigners here, right? Like I said, China, you will bring foreigners in, you study what they are doing, government will then fund you because you are low skilled, they bring you up to speed, and you just replicate the same thing. And over time, you just take over the business from them.
Babati,
Yeah.
until we start telling ourselves the truth, Tinubu has disappointed many of you. But the issue is this. At the moment, I have said this on this show.
so it's Tinubu that is the reason why they are not farming, are we?
See, let me tell you, Mike, farming is not, it's capital intensive.
It's the reason why Tinubu is the reason why some people say they don't be farming. They are busy opening
Now
shops
listen,
and just importing. Selling, you know, come on.
listen, let me just say something. Let me say something, Mike. You see, there has been so many wastages that we've seen in this government. And yet we've not seen like proper empowerment. When I mean proper, it's not all this one they will say, hey, come and take 10,000, take 20,000. We have not seen like, policies that say like make it an emergency. And it's still the same people that you're going to push to invest to do all these things you're talking about. These things we're talking about. Some people are doing acres by acres. I said it on these shows, and sometimes we make it look so hard. And when I talk, the people will say, hey, the land, the land, the land, the land. Which land is the Nigeria state government using to do his? Can't you liaise with the state government and give us those, send those acre by acre to some of us that are here that are well to do? It's very easy. The land is there. You get a couple of tractors that you need there. You tell us how much to cultivate 6 acres. If I come, I will pay. You have the farm managers there. You have the harvester, everything there. Very easy. And I know that's what we wanted to do for you guys. But many of you will start looking at it from this thing I'm talking about, Mike, making this money, doing this thing. These are easy things that we can do. The cocoa in the southwest, why is it not up?
The what?
The cocoa industries in the southwest. The palm tree in the southeast. Why are they not up? Everybody gave up. The discovery of oil have made everybody look so redundant. We used to have this thing. So look, see, Dabaki, do you think that if we put in 21 billion into cocoa farming, that in 2 years' time, you know how much we're going to make from it?
Right. You will pay the money back when it is a loan. You pay the money
So
back.
that's the point. I know that's the thing. So when you hear people like Obi talk, people, it is just simple. I don't know how to put it for you guys, but
No, and Joel, it's even worse because you are devaluing your currency, which should be favoring export. So the way the money is going, it should be benefiting you if you're exporting. But we're not even gaining from the devaluation. We're not even benefiting fully from it. We're still importing more.
That's the point. So the only people that can really survive in this economy are people like us, right? And people like us right now.
Sorry to bring to your notice. In the last quarter, the non-oil sector, especially from export of Nigerian product, generate more revenue than
I would
oil.
like to. I would like to know that what those non-products are.
You can go and Google it by yourself. It's so easy.
See, I know, I understand. You see, I know one man. It was one of the headlines, right? I wish I
No, no,
could.
no, no, no.
I
It's
wish
true. That
what
is true. That is not a lie. What I want to
I am
tell you is,
saying.
Joel.
I am not saying it.
What
Look,
I want
see,
to tell you,
listen.
listen. What I want to tell you is this: in Nigeria, the land belongs to the state. Even Tinubu begged them that every state of Nigeria provide the land, I'll provide funding. At least they are talking about 50,000 acres of land in all the states of the federation. I will provide funding for it. The states that key into that, like Niger and the rest, it helped them by providing counterpart funding. They brought a lot of tractors in. Look at the northern people. Yobe did the same thing. Recently, Oshun also got a lot of tractors. 2 or 3 days ago for their big for farming in their state. So this guy is trying. It's not about okay because I'm supporting him. This is the right initiative. You can in a constitutional democracy, a president cannot just control a state governor. No, there is a delineation of power. This is what a state can do. This is what federal government, the president can do. So
Will you please, what happened in Niger had nothing to do with Tinubu, right? It was a governor's initiative.
you
My
don't
thing
know.
is just
It was a government. It was a government initiative.
hold
Listen.
on,
Oh,
hold on, Baba Remy, hold on.
I'm not Baba. Just call me Remy.
I will call you Baba Remy. Nothing happened. I
When it's
mean,
not done, Joe will blame president. When it's done, you will say you praise governors.
the issue, no, see, this is my thing. I'm not blaming it. Look, I'm only saying the reason why we are still talking about the federal government is because they still have chunk of the money. That's the reason why. I mean, they still have a chunk of the money, and we look at it from that angle. We've not gone to the point where we have started holding our state governors to account. My own thing is just this: these monies that was increased for the state governors. If you have a leaky sector, a leaky basket, you don't go and pour more water inside it. Mike, let me tell you, I believe if if Tinubu did not give those monies, those 2, 2, 3 billion naira extra, right? That he started giving to the state governors and use that money to invest in critical sectors of the economy. Everybody will see it.
But they say it's the constitution.
I get no. I know it's the constitution, right? But you get where I'm coming from. If you use that money,
Because I was saying the same. They say it's the
yeah,
constitution.
yeah. If you use that money and invested directly, the
You
money to
don't understand. This is money generated to the federation. Federation means Nigeria as a country. And listen first. That is Nigerian constitution. That money should be shared among the three federating units: the local, the state, and the federal. That money belongs to Nigeria. It's not the money of Tinubu. You cannot just use it as a like. It must follow the constitution. That is the right thing to do.
I
Now,
know, but
the next question.
my only thing is this: if I were Tinubu, let me tell you, sometimes we just say what I know. If Tinubu decided to do it, I don't think they were going to even impeach him. They will only take him to court. By the time, at least he has a hold of the Supreme Court. But if he's doing those things and the people see what he's doing, you will find out that the people will be the one even fighting for him, right? And
let me ask you a question.
my own thing is just this, right? That money, right? That money, if you're going to have maybe like a national economic council that will have its subsidiaries in all states. That those economic councils will go, they identify key areas, especially in the north. If it is agriculture, they will just pump in that money inside. If we say, no, hold on. It is still your money. The money will still go to you, but the act of investment will be done via the federal government. So we know that if you point, where is this 6 billion? Where was it invested? This is where it is.
I don't know whether you follow what is happening.
No, I get where you're coming from.
If you follow what is happening in Nigeria very well,
Remy,
listen,
I think if it were me, I'm not saying that's what Tinubu is going
I
to do.
understand you. I'm not talking about Tinubu. I'm just telling you what is going on. Each state of Nigeria received 5 trucks of fertilizer, which is free. Most of the northern states, they go back to the land in big farming area. Seedling, free of charge. Fertilizer, free. They go back to the land, they continue to till the land. Now they are providing them NDCDC and Nigerian military to cover them. Especially in Niger, Yobe, some part of Sokoto, not Sokoto, maybe Zamfara, and KB, yeah. And some other northern states that are big in agriculture. They are enjoying all of these things. The reason why you are not saying in the southern part is that our people are not keen into this. Our people are saying we don't like agriculture. We don't want to do it. That is the truth.
I'm not the one that said they don't need agriculture. And any one of us cannot be into agriculture. Right?
Yeah, but if you are not into it, so when the food in your southern part of the country is expensive, don't complain. Deal with
People
it.
like Ekene should be in the farm
have
instead of sitting in the shop all day.
In your southern part of the country, deal with it by yourself.
Every one of us cannot do farming.
We agree.
Instead of sitting in the shops, complaining.
We agree. So if you are hungry, then be hungry today. I think the Hausa are not telling you they are hungry today. But
Let me know they are hungry. That's the reason why they protested.
I know that a lot of their actually, to be frank with you, from that protest, I see that it's quite unfortunate for Nigeria. The people that will bear the brunt is we in the South. Because all those boys that they are uneducated, if they just find their way to Lagos, Ibadan, Enugu, or whatever, they continue to troop into the South. And you are using them as your gate man, you use them to do your farmland, you use them to run errands. Because the moment they continue to make babies, then we in the South will continue to suffer it. And at the end of the day, we don't go to farm.
Somebody once said, right, that the people we are abusing today, right, we have revenge on our kids tomorrow. Do you think that is true?
Sorry, in the context of Nigeria, I don't think it's true. Because there is no plan that shows these millions of people out of school, unemployment, their leaders there, they are not making any provision. The certain leaders, they are not also making provision, but they are trying a little bit. So I don't see that thing coming into reality in Nigerian context. It might be in American country, but in Nigerian forget it, okay? It's
no, but you mean that these people but we're talking about these people turning into terrorists in Lagos and all that. But these are the people we are abusing today. You just made the point.
Oh, you mean it's not going to go to, let me tell you the truth. If it's going to go to that extent, that country will break immediately. Because if they bomb Lagos and Oyo and Enugu, like they are bombing, they are doing those stupid things they are doing in the northern part of Nigeria, that country will break immediately. They will put it, if we cannot control it, then you stop it. And the way to stop it is that everybody go their own way. Because I do not see a reason at this particular moment, the people in the north, they are still supporting the people to take people to bomb their places. They know these people that are doing it now. So they are also using it for political angle. This thing has to stop.
Well, the issue is that that's why I said if the presidency is not thinking about the next election, I believe that we can stop.
You know, Joy of Nashville, the Minister of Defense is from the north. The CDS is from the north. NSA is from the north. All the security apparatus in Nigeria, like 6 or 7 people, are from the north. And still
Even the barracks from Amory, we have most of them in the north, and we're still.
Why are they not a solution to it? Is it not this time around that Tinubu instruct all the CDS and the Nigerian defense, all of them? He said they should go to Sokoto and find solution. All of them, they are now in Sokoto. Go and fight them there. Why? in the same
Really?
country.
Abacha said, if insecurity past 24 hours, is it for 24 or 48 hours? Government has a hand in it. In this case, the government and the elites of the north, there are many of them milking this situation.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, but it's unfortunate that
Because
if the
the
northern
time
people,
they
if the north can treat their own people like that, killing their own people for the last 10 or 15 years, do you think it can happen in the south like that? We're killing ourselves because of terrorism. What is it, for God's sake? So let them politicize and kill
no,
that means they are stupid. I don't know what
too
they are
much. The killing is too much. The kidnapping is too much. And in fact, even with the one happening in the east, that even though we don't normally see it much, but always Imo State area, and now they're even encroaching into Anambra and all those places. The issue is this: the moment you start having such insecurity, people will start running away from those areas. It's as simple as that. So it is something. It is something that is a two-edged sword. And until we need that in the board, certain people, most of those places, people will stop going there. But I'm not going to go to Nigeria now and say, okay, let me go this man just because I come from the east. No, I don't love it that much, right? I mean, what the hell is that? So the issue there is that the insecurity in most of these places, when the governors, and I mean, let's see what the state police will do. I believe the state police will be able to nip certain things in the board because certain governors now will be
immediate short focus will be man the borders of every state, kick out this kidnapping or something like that. I know the politician will use them one way or the other, but at least they will also try to the insecurity will decline, especially in the south. In the south of kidnapping.
Yes. And that thing is this: Remy, if they can put it in the also, pass the law. If there is insecurity in your state more than say 2-3 weeks, right? Let them put in a military administrator in your state. Simple. Look.
So you're saying like in the southeast now, they decided to put military administrator there. You won't start shouting Tinubu.
No. See. The military administrator could still be from your place. It does not. I'm not saying that you should go bring someone else. It could still be from your place, but you know the reason why? The fact that you have a job and they're trying to push you aside for you not doing your job will make every governor to act. You can't just say give the police and say, okay, just stay there. They're killing in your place. You just say, fine. No. You must hold them to account. If you are the chief officer, if you are the chief security officer for 6 months, you still having issues of insecurity? No. You have to step down. Or you have to step out.
Maybe not step down, but in America, your National Guard will come in to stabilize the situation. Maybe we can have something like that in Nigeria too. But unfortunately, like Mike said, we are not being truthful and honest to one another in Nigeria. That's the truth. Because nobody can tell me they are killing thousands today. Maybe 2 or 3 days ago, the Boko Haram killed 24 people. Another day, they killed. How many people would they buy in those places where their leaders continue to fold their arms? And not only the north, I will also even the southeast. The leaders there also fold their arms, and the governor don't have power. So people are not being truthful to one another. Even in the southwest too, what our leaders do, some of them are doing, we don't like it, and people also voice out. But is it enough? It's not enough. That is not what we voted for. Even the southwest that we think is developing, it's also not developing. When you remove Lagos State, what are the other states? What are they doing?
I know. That's what I keep saying. Sometimes we keep making about. I said, let's bake bigger cakes, and that bigger cake is like.
Forget the bigger cake. Let each state bake their own cake, Jari. Their bigger cake that is always coming with wahala. Let each state bake their own cake. If you bake, like if you bake your own cake, are you going to allow somebody to come and cut it anyhow they like? It's your cake now. You are the one that is going to make Mike take this more. it is small. But if it's not bigger cake, everybody will not come with their own knife. They want to say, I want the bigger one. They did not
No, no.
offer.
See. What I'm saying is this: states should start baking bigger cakes. That's my point. Every state you see today still have their internal generated revenue. Can they make it bigger? That's what I meant. They should bake bigger cakes. If they bake bigger cakes, it will be better for everybody. In fact, even this thing we are talking about, you start seeing some states trying to lure people to their own states. You start valuing your residents. The reason why we are having these issues because we are getting something from the federal government. If you have to get taxes from your people, then you start valuing the productive sector of your state. So it's a win-win for everybody. This issue about tribalism, you see, it will stop. Because you can't tell the governor, oh, these people are giving me 3 billion. And you start telling me something about they will start looking at you like, are you crazy? So it should be about, empowering people, knowing full well that I'm going to get more taxes if people are working. That is what we decide. You can't tax people that are not working. The more you put people out of poverty and they are working, you can now tax them. You tax better money. So that is the issue. Nigeria, as it is today, Remy, needs rejigging. We need to rejig that country. There is no doubt about it. We must rejig that country. We have to restructure that country. The state should have more responsibility in terms of security and in their economy. Let's have zero government officials going to Abuja to get any money from the federal government. Let the federal government only concentrate on major issues of national importance, ceremonial and emergencies, natural emergency, what they call them again, natural disasters, right? And and the military. Let the people that we elected go in there and work. Then maybe our brains will start even working as people, as a people. The people that are from the states will start looking at it and saying, oh, this man will not go. We don't need the money for our state. We need a civil that will go fit lead us where. The people will start thinking. Then you start looking at other states that are doing well. The only reason why people don't really look at Lagos State is that people look at Lagos State and feel like Lagos State is favored by the federal government. And when you look at it, rightly so. If you take away Lagos from the southwest, what are other southwestern states doing? You go to the east, the same thing. Even the south, look at the amount of money Delta State is collecting. Look at the amount of money River State is collecting. It even has to be
what about Bayelsa? That Bayelsa, in fact, they should just turn it.
Bayelsa, please, I don't want you to go to Bayelsa, please. Bayelsa is a sorry case. Look at Bayelsa. So it's something wrong with the state of the head in Nigeria. Either something is, like Richard said, that something is wrong with the head or something is wrong with the state of the head of our politicians. Just in Bayelsa, their population is about how many? That amount of money.
Population, I don't think it's up to 1.5 million.
You understand what I'm saying? The amount of money that they get. And they cannot
only nine local government. And to now make matter worse, we have a president that comes from that place, the name of Jonathan. And he just fold his arm like that. What kind of man is this, for God's sake? And that state's supposed to be a paradise. The money.
It's not for anything, eh? I know that they don't have the land mass, right? But
yes,
you can.
A small land.
That's the biggest problem. They don't have land. So most of the land, right, that they have are land that are being claimed from the ocean, right?
So why can't they, with the money they are putting in? Lagos State created Atlantic or City, Eco Atlantic. I'm not saying they should create like Atlantic, but at least that state should have standard good road, good hospital, good
No,
schools,
they have good roads.
everything.
No, they have roads. See,
Oh,
they
do you
have
think
they
their
have
road
roads.
is better than Akwa Ibom Road? Have you ever seen
Uh,
Akwa Ibom? You?
see, look, Akwa Ibom, the one you're talking about now, Akwa Ibom, you're talking about Uyo. When you go outside of Uyo, what do you see? This is my
But
issue, right?
let us see their Yenugu. I checked them on YouTube the other day. It's
No,
just
no, no, no,
terrible
no,
place.
no, no. They have good roads in Bayelsa. My thing is just this: they don't have the landmass. But again, right? You can also look at the people. You can also look at the amount of money going to the state. I believe that they can reclaim much more land than they've reclaimed today. They can reclaim much more land. But you see, Remy, you see, you also have to look at the quality of human resources. Most of these people you see, no disrespect to people from South South, right? The only people in the South South now that I know that can just go out and say, man, look, I am not taking it. I do people. I do. Most of these people you see on these on the riverine areas, most of them they have oil wells, maybe a pipe that pass through their community. When I was staying in Port Harcourt, you go there with guys like this now for money. They'll say, hey, I'm coming. They will enter canoe, go where they want to go. By evening, they come back with money. They have shared money. Maybe there was a busted pipe and Shell have paid the money. So when you talk about the quality of human capital, it's a problem. Even if they're educated, they have this. Some of them have this entitlement mentality. Oh, you have to do this for me. And when you talk about ambition, if he manages to get his bungalow going, they love enjoyment, right? I'm not talking about all of them. I'm just talking about a chunk of the population. So you have to look at the human capital within those regions and the people that were able to, that are ambitious enough to go out there and do something. So it's a problem that they have over there too. So the people develops the place, not really the amount of money you get as a government. You can build hospitals, build all those things. The human resources that you will need to run those places will be huge.
So,
Competent.
Joel, I just go to YouTube and check the Enugu city. You are right.
Mm,
They have one big road at the center of the city, which is square, and that's all
mm.
they have. And when you see by the roadside, what do you see? Shanties. I mean, as in shanties. It's so terrible. Look, oh my God, it's like that state no development at all. Only that single road they are continuing to show that roundabout all around, all around, all around. No,
They
no,
don't get land. They
no,
don't get land.
no. In Yenogua, no visible development. No, not like you have a set of I'm not talking about skyscraper or whatever. I mean, and the city center, like businesses, nothing. What are they doing? Shanties, selling what do you call it? Plantain, selling all the kind of stuff. Forget it. They swear for their leader in that place, okay? That place, Bayelsa, Delta. In fact, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Remember what? Rivers,
I am
Rivers
not
are
knocking you on that one. I'm not knocking you on that one. You're right. I'll be honest with you. Now, if you go to places like River State, right? Because of how planned the place is. I'm talking about those D9 areas. If you go to the place
but
that were
I
planned,
still think this place in the east, Ebony, the state capital, Uma here is the best now. After that, we can talk about Enugu. Anambra
hmm?
to me is too rough, okay? Because I
No,
passed through that.
I'm not even looking at Anambra when it comes to,
Enugu is beautiful. It's a place,
Enugu is a former capital now.
very
Enugu is a former
peaceful area.
Mm.
The people are well cultured and well reserved. Maybe I think most Enugu people, maybe they like education more and they don't
Yeah.
like Wala. They just go their own, because I did my youth service. So I know those people very well. They are peace-loving people. Everything is.
It's the same thing with Imo State. It's the same thing
I've
with Imo State.
been to Imo, but I passed through Onisha several times. I've been to one or two cities in Anambra, but most time I know all the local government. I've been to Nkano West, Uji, almost like 6 or 7.
Which is
in Enugu, I stay in Enugu that time. The best to me now, from what I saw on YouTube video, in terms of state capital, I think it's Umuahia, well organized and well structured.
Yeah, but isn't that the problem? People like we focus on the state capital, but what happens once you leave the state capital?
So
that's the point.
What happens? What happens when you leave the state government? Just I mean that's it now.
It's because
what else?
That's the point I was trying to make them understand that look, all these things we are talking about, immediately you leave the state capital, you don't finish, you don't be everything you are seeing, and it's not just Yenagoa and all it's the same thing everywhere. You know, welcome to this capital. The moment you leave that capital, my brother, or you.
That's what I'm trying to say, that some of the state creation also have an advantage. If not of state creation, Oshogo wouldn't have developed to that extent. They wouldn't have a good road and some other small town or city before.
Let me even bring this up, Joe. Let me bring this up. Do you guys have any updates on? Remember when Lagos said they want to start finding people for digging boreholes? They didn't provide the water, right? So they want to fine you for if you have boreholes, they will now fine you or you'll be paid. Did they pass that law? Anybody have update on that? I was trying to look up any.
Your water and they want to stop it from.
Yeah, no. If you have in Lagos, if you have borehole, they will not start charging you for that. They will having that bore. You'll be paying like say you did now. Water they supply you like the failure of the water corporation. Yeah, they wanted to pass that law in Lagos now.
They are charging you for supplying yourself water.
Exactly. Let me even look it up. I thought people
this one that's behind this one. So you can
yeah. Let me find that.
I don't think they implement such a thing in Lagos. I don't think they implement such a thing.
So, but you mean like if you have a borehole, they will charge you for the borehole for the water you're drinking from your own borehole.
Yeah, let me. They said it's 100,000 naira fine or something. You guys go ahead. Let me find that if I can. It's a fine under Lagos water regulatory something that it's 20,000 naira or something like that. So they will fine you for. But yeah, I found it. Okay, that was 27. Okay, there's a borehole tax, but that was 2017. It's been an old story. Yeah, that was on that body. It was somebody that was passing that law that they will fine you for having a borehole, 200K plus 6 months in jail. But anyways, guys, I thought you guys had any updates on that. If they remove the law, they still have it in place. Yeah.
But Babati, what do you think about the contract of that Lekki Link Bridge signed by Sanwo-Olu and the CECCC of China? They are going to build that bridge.
Lekki, man.
And soon they will start the green light.
Yeah, I saw the. I mean,
it's not for all the others.
Yeah. As a man from Ogun, that made me further depressed. Like, I mean, just hold on. Like,
yes,
it's just embarrassing. I mean, yeah, you've done two. You want to another one.
You even make it work. The West Sanwo-Olu said, "Okay, from here to Agbado." So stop talking about it now, because that Agbado station will never be.
Mike said it jokingly a while back, but I think I'm starting to agree with Mike now that Lagos now needs. I think Lagos should just have maybe a passport before you come into Lagos now from other states.
So,
before you come into Lagos, let's just before you come in there. I mean, they pretty much left everybody behind at this rate. Totally. I mean, it's embarrassing.
Just look at that red line.
Mike, sorry, BT. So with this passport, will it be for other? Will it be for other Yoruba states too, or will it just be for?
No. I'm saying that as a federation now. I mean, just think about it. If they do, they're almost done with the blue line second phase. They are, by the way, they are also building the red line second phase. So they will terminate in front of that newly refurbished Lagos Theatre, whatever, Wole Soyinka Theatre, whatever they call it. So you have green line, blue line, red line in one state. I mean, all they need just the purple line and the yellow and brown, and the whole Lagos is connected.
Yeah.
So what do you think will happen to that population? It will double. People will move in more. So
I mean, Babati.
Yeah.
My problem is that the leaders of Lagos are not futuristic in thinking. You see, we can conserve those lands and start building high-rise buildings, right? Now, Lagos State has gotten to a point where it should have its own power station, 24 hours. Then you can now start building these high-rise buildings because you're going to need lifts. That way, you conserve those lands. Then beautify. Look, a place like Lagos State, the beach should also be part of a huge part of that city. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That beach line, that entire beach line. You know what I'm saying? It ought to be part of the beauty. If it was properly planned, that Lakey area, now people are buying land. They shouldn't have sold those places.
Yeah, I saw
Sorry,
the
Baba, do you see the new landmark? Do you see what he's doing?
What is he doing?
Oh my
What's he doing?
Oh my God. That beach, maybe behind you or whatever, they make it like you can do a lot of water sports there. You can even do that skiing with that kind of skiing bike, or what do you call it? That you sit on that bike, you drive in the ocean. You can do that now. They will open it soon. In fact, it also brings me more things. When you open it, Nigeria will enjoy it.
I thought you left.
No, the one behind the hotel, that light lake, I mean, water.
Yes, maybe it's not landmark, but that one they will open it soon. That place is a paradise.
No, behind the Eco Hotel, there's a large pool of water.
That I saw it on YouTube. I never been. Is this Nigeria or in America? It's very beautiful.
Are you sure? It's not the part that was demolished?
No. It's even with landmark, there should be the main beachfront for Oniru before it got swallowed up by the erosion or whatever. So they left. It's behind the hotel. You see that
landmark. I used to go there. The only thing I don't the customer service.
So they left it there. They never sandfilled it. They just opened large body of water. It's by the new construction. It's right by there. So that is good for landmark. That's good for them. But like Jody was saying, like because I followed this Lagos Calabaro, and if you notice, people already built houses close to the ocean. It should be left open for people to just walk. That's how they do other coastal roads, where once you cross over to close to the ocean, you can just walk that beach path, and you can have chairs and tables and all this restaurant there. But to have all these people already building there already, I'm like, no, this is wrong.
Babati, I want to ask a question. You know that highway now.
Go ahead.
That coastal highway now, they are doing with street light and everything. Are they going to do it like that to Calabar when everything finishes? Let's say in the next 8 years or maybe.
Yeah, that's
my God, Nigeria will totally change. I'm telling you.
You know, and if you notice now, if you notice now, once they got over the Jackpot Road, they're already expanding into where they have the train track and the train part in the middle. So once you
they are moving at a very faster rate.
Yeah. So they should be able to.
This thing can be done in Nigeria. It's unbelievable.
They said they should be able to get to Ogun State by the end of August next year. They should be able to cover it into Ogun State. They will have been done with the Lagos parts into.
Then that means Lagos to Ibadan will also nobody will go through that angle anymore.
They'll be using that
route now. It's more beautiful. You can see and you see all those buildings. When you start that high-rise building, you can see I think it's that hotel. What's the name of that
No,
hotel?
no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying once you get past that, once you're going into, it's a very beautiful. So it's very beautiful, but unfortunately, close to the ocean, people already have built houses. Those places are supposed to be for tourists, not for residents. Supposed to be all so you should be driving, going to Calabar, seeing tourists, like beachfront and stuff like that. Not just.
Well, at the end of the day, some people will take that initiative and start building a hotel. Maybe by the time you get to the outskirts of Lagos or State, 5-star hotel, resort area, anybody that have property in that area along that route.
No, but they're already doing their come and buy her estate here. Not that estate crap. It's gonna that's the issue I have. I don't want them to have estates that is just for gated community. It doesn't make sense on the coastal road. It's supposed to be it's supposed to be trees, restaurants, there's a way it's supposed to
do you know that Lakoi Lagos town or city?
Which one?
Lakoi or something like that.
Lakoi.
Yes.
Yeah, Lakoi.
That place is
beautiful. It's a beautiful place too. Yeah, it's a beautiful.
Oh my God! I don't know how much their property will be expensive. I think that place is
actually it's not that expensive. Actually, it's not.
Really?
I know. You would think it's that expensive. Like a few price point above the average price of what you can get somewhere else. Few average points. So let's say you get like a 200K property, you can get it for maybe 240 or 250. So two price point above that, which kind of for what you benefit from the golf course. You look at the environment, what you benefit from it. Well planned city, no flooding. It makes sense. It's just that people that go back there.
I think next time I visit Nigeria, I'm going to check out that place out.
Just pay for the resort. Just stay there for a week. You can walk around. They'll show you the properties they have. And see
I think I'll stay there for
it's a beautiful
because
place.
If you have that kind of area, it's even more like you are living in any abroad or whatever. It's so beautiful, so serene. Everything is perfect there. Okay, what else do you want in life? I think Lagos State is like 5,000 yards ahead of all other states in Nigeria. Just the other 35 states, just throw them.
Yeah, they said. By the way, they said they promised us that road. They said they will finish it in 18 months. The Lagos to Songo. So we are just watching. That was said 18 months. So that's.
Well, just forget him, Jerry. Don't let us talk about our Ogun State. We already know. Just let us manage him for the next 2.5 years that remain. He didn't do nothing, unfortunately. Lagos State, they are going to build green light in a space of how many years? And Ogun State is not even doing nothing.
That one is good.
Advantage of all this red light to push them into Abeokuta or Ijebu or wherever we can puch them to.
Or Itori or Wasimi.
Yes, we can push it to that place now. Let me tell you, in China, there is Shanghai, a big city, their commercial nerve center. There's a small city beside it, like Kunshan, Suzhou, and the rest. And that city, they start with like 6 subway lines. And in space of 6 years, they have 22 lines. I'm talking about Lagos, I only have 2 now. And in space of 6 years, they say Lagos have 12 different lines. And the small town, they connect them by this light rail. People now started living in that small town or small city. And before you know it, the price and the development of that city developed under 3 years. People are making lots of money. Chinese people become so rich, people that never thought they are going to be wealthy in their life. The government will buy their property, then they will give them 2 or 3 property. And before you know it, they started selling it after 5 years. And what they did, they just moved to America, buy all the property in Los Angeles, especially in California, that LA area. Because they are providing cash, $500,000, $1 million. They are just buying. They did it in Australia, they did it in Canada. They did the same thing in Spain and also in America.
And And also in Australia too, they are
Yeah,
buying a lot
that's
of
what it
houses.
did. It's not by magic. Everything turned around for them. A family of 3, they never thought. Government just demolished their house, build another one, give them 2 or 3. 5 years, there's a jump in property price. A house that worth average of $1 million in 5 or 6 years worth about $6 million. They sold it off and then buy $500 or $1 million house in America. They give them all the green card easily, immediately. And most of the rich people take that. So
Joe, that's one thing I also I'm disappointed with the government. You see, that market, that real estate stuff in itself is a very lucrative business that government can make billions from. Mortgage
Yes,
price. These are things that you can make money from.
exactly.
You're burning that sector of the economy. Where
Mhm.
now if you are building house in Nigeria now, you bid, it's like bid as you go. When you have some money, you will add one decking. When you have another one, but if you can get a mortgage that can help you build faster, you will build more. You will rent out more.
Exactly. But see, that's the thing. That's the thing, right? Um, my thing is this: it is not that they are not building these houses. I believe that if you can build one-story building, right? You can also build a beautiful one-story building. But because there are no specifications for you, because there is no accountability, there is no supervision. My brother, the difference between what that we are doing in Nigeria and here is that as you are building it, they are telling you that guys, see, this is our specification. If you must build here, this is what you're going to build. This is how you're going to build it. This is how wide the road is going to be, and all those things. We do not have it in Nigeria. In
But
Nigeria, when
but
you
we
buy the
still
land,
have. But where I grew up in my hometown, when we built our own house, even
mhm,
you had to plant trees in front of the house. Everybody had trees. There was
sadly,
you're supposed to build your for the when you have rainfall now, the way the waters will run through into the gutter, they make sure that you have to follow and they will come and inspect during the construction. We used to have
exactly. Babati, Babati, I don't know. There was some videos I took in my estate in Lekki, right? I don't know how the thing, I don't know how it got missing. Babati, you will cry. If you see our gutter, our gutter is like 12 inches. No, don't lie, you. I'm not joking. No. In a place like Lekki. So now they will now lay pipe, they will now lay pipe from inside the estate now, out to the canal that is outside the open canal that's outside the gate. The same thing they did some places in Butemeta is what they're doing in Lekki. They will not lay the pipe from inside the estate because the gutters are small.
but and there's nobody that government can come up with underground system to move the water. The things you can do to move the water out now. If you can't live in Lake and everything is flooded all the time. So what's the point of buying an expensive property when you cannot even enjoy during the season?
So that estate now, right? Someone was able to acquire those estates, right? These are the things the owner of the estate should have done before selling the land. They ought to have done the gutter. If it's going to be underground, now you've gotten the estate. You get the bank to fund it. That's proper real estate. You get the bank to fund it. So with that funding, you should make sure you have underground sewage drainage system, right? The places that are going to be for your little park, right? This like all these community buildings, right? Maybe a place where you can have your recreational activity. You understand me? Where you're going to plant your trees and everything. No, this one now you enter is because you don't want to plant trees. But every place as you're coming inside the place is going to be like if you build your house, you now do your concrete to outside the to the roadside. So there are no trees, there are no nothing. You just look straight down. But if you go to VGC that was built by the Israelis, remember, Babati, VGC was built very long time ago. You remember those days we used to hear about VGC. It don't take. But go to VGC, bro. You will see property. You think you are in abroad. So can we build abroad in Nigeria? Yes. Because I have been to VGC. I have seen how planned VGC is. All those things. And they have more houses in there. But Nigeria, I don't know. But there's something really wrong with the black man. When I say India, people will be like, hey, India. It's not insults. It's not insults, Babati. Look at that coastal line, Babati. If it was here, when we go to Miami Beach, what is it all about?
It's all rising building with resorts, and that's what I'm saying. Like, I was even like, I'm like, what? I didn't even know they already built on the coastal, all those ridiculous buildings. Like, I'm like, you are wasting real estate here. You are wasting real estate. This should all be high rising. Imagine building 40-story building looking into the ocean. That is where you should be building there, not one bedroom house now. You are wasting real estate here.
Exactly. Then you should have like a long walkway around that. You see the way they do this in Miami now.
You can bike. They have biking paths. Yeah, you can bike. You can sit down driving. That's the way you design it now. Not just having people building all over the place. It's ridiculous.
Hey, that's the point. But look at that place. They wasted that line. They just wasted it. Okay, even going inside. Now, if you're moving away from the ocean and you're coming inside the town, how planned it is. That is why I said, that our leaders are not futuristic. They're not, we need someone that, really have the heart of the people that really want that.
Well,
Really,
the thing,
really,
I think this democracy thing. If you look at it deep enough, you find it's not what we need. This not coming for 4 years, 8 years. I don't think that's what we need, man.
Something stable.
We got to do more like the Chinese system where we just and this idea of everybody votes to vote a leader. I can't depend on Nigerian masses to be picking leader. We just don't have that kind of brain. People, I mean, the masses they are not smart enough to be picking leaders. Imagine with China when they still had millions of their population, tens of millions of their population ignorant, and they now rely on them to be picking their leaders back then. You think they will get to where they are right now? Imagine when China. I remember when China was still like third world country, like when most of their population was still illiterate and ignorant. Imagine if they rely on that population to be voting their leaders every 4 years. Do you think they would have got to this point by now? At this point, we need to end that democracy idea that we'll be doing election. Then it's not the best of our people that will be running now. We're winning election now. Now, if you want to have all these things you just talk about, we have to have the best brain, the best minds in charge doing the plan. And the only way we can do that is to either, if we want to do this voting thing, we have to select who will be voting. We can go to maybe every state and tell each state to provide maybe 500 or 1,000 of their best. You understand? You get what I'm saying?
No, you're right.
Yeah, like if you want to continue with this voting thing, we just have to select who's going to vote. Like each state, bring your best 10 brains citizens, and all the state bring their maybe 1,000 of their best brains, and then those people will be the ones to vote, because now they are thinkers. The people that are going to elect the next president will be people that got brain, because they're going to vote based on goddamn who's the best. You understand now? We start saying this Mama Lata and all these Amaji mother that we run to the polling booth to be voting for president or voting for governor. We are wasting our time, man. We just
Mike, you see, there was something Remy said. I think he mentioned, a leader that used a carrot and stick. See, I don't mind us having. I don't want it to be a dictator, but if you must be that dictator, just be a fair dictator. Someone that is just using the carrot and the stick with justice behind it. And what do I mean? If you steal more than 20, we have a constitution. If you steal more than 20 million naira, whether from public or private sector, death penalty. We are not looking at whether America is doing it or not. Death penalty. Or if you steal more than 1 million, you go in for 5 years. That 5 years.
But you can never get to that point where you make rules like that if the people you are electing, they are robbers. So it's the people that are there to steal that not make law like that.
No. That's why I said it should be somebody like it's like a dictator, but that loves his people. That's how we're going to change these people. Though. You tell these people they care. ESCC. It's all just look. All the led power in 20. All the led power. I think 2000 and I think 2008, 2009, if I'm not mistaken, when all the led power, corruption charges against him is still on. This is Amechi came with at least between Amechi and what's his name, Wike, and that one is 16 years. That man is living large. And it's the same thing for most of these governors. When did Obiano leave government? Have they been booked? No. So you get this money, right? You throw some money around to the court, and they keep extending your case. That's what I'm saying. Like, we know that you are a lawyer. There are certain cases that we know this person is a thief. It has been established this person, and you are still going to debate or trying to defend that person. You as the lawyer, they will put you inside. That is how we're going to correct all this nonsense. But if we think that we're going to just like, oh baby, this person, we have to follow democracy. Look, democracy works in the West because they've already mastered the art. They love their people.
I mean, you mean if you have like you said, the guy that you just described, benevolent, we will not be discussing 5,000 megawatt of electricity now.
No.
They are flaring gas for free that you should be powering your stuff with down south. It's just flying away, and it's right there. You're not buying it. You have it. You have it in abundance.
But when we were staying there, when I was still 7 years old, I started seeing that light in Nebema. I went to Nigeria in 2022. I went to Imo State. I am still seeing that light.
The flaring, the gas flaring.
Yes, now. You see it now. You go to normal element, you see it. Anywhere they just have anywhere, they start flaring it. They be flaring that gas since I was a little boy. And that light is still on today. But it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
And they were like, oh, Nigeria is now producing 5,400 megawatts as of today. I was just laughing. What kind of country is this? Why are you celebrating 5,004 electricity for a whole country?
Don't you think we should also give praise to Tinubu for this? For the first time, we started exporting the gas to China, India, and the rest.
Remy, hold on. You must.
Wait, what happened?
You are exporting. Your own people go. How are they benefiting from the gas before you start exporting? Don't you have local market? How about your own to power your own?
But to be frank, I'm not saying it's El Dorado. I asked questions to my people. They said they are not buying kerosene like before. More people are now using gas. Okay, they are using cooking gas at home.
No, like Remy, this is my I'm telling you, if Nigeria was
you need gas for electricity, right?
Every home, every home, like they do in America, every home should have gas pipes.
Yes.
With the amount of gas you have in that country,
it's supposed to be like
cooking gas. Explosion everywhere.
No. But Remy, but Mike, that comes with what Joy was saying earlier. planning of how to, before you build. It comes with it.
Black man cannot plan well, man. Trust me. They can't even maintain.
No.
Black man get problem, my guy. Black man get problem, man.
I know. We know BL. Forget it. See, this thing, it's not a Latin matter.
It's
Sometimes I feel like
okay.
This one point about it. You see, if you're going to Nigeria, take off. As you take off, look down where you take off from. From where you take it for America here. As you run land for Nigeria, look down. You will know where you are. There's no two ways about it. At night, that evening, you will be seeing like this not better light or what they call it again. You know this we call it a panaka. This one they put kerosene inside. You know that people are standing on the street. You be seeing like that kind of light outside. It will be like if you don't know where Nigeria is, you see that they want to get you killed because normally we come in at night. Look at the planlessness. It is not only in Lagos. Go everywhere. Look at our cities. In fact, if you go to the south, it's the way they build the road. You know that the people that build this road did not think that we are going to even develop narrow asphalt. Narrow asphalt. I beg, go ahead, but I don't want to. Nigeria is depressed.
In America, if you notice, if you're about to fly into any major city, if you look down, maybe 10 minutes or 20 minutes before you touch down, you will see that they're already planning. You will see empty lot already divided. They've already you notice that you will see that they're already planning ahead before they even get to that place. So it's already mapped out how they want that place to be.
Yeah, you still line.
You see the line. You see the line. You see all the line already there now.
They don't planner, yeah.
They're not planner. You see as a liner. You will see it. You know that okay, somebody sat down, do this thing, map it out, and it is well planned. Those kind of places, you can now channel your gas, right? Line it. Everybody will just get it. And as they're building those houses, it has all those possibilities. It has all those possibilities.
It comes with cable lines, gas lines, line. It's part of what they do now. So with it. So you build your house, you just plug and play. You just plug it in, and that's it. You're good to go.
That's it. You're good to go. The money you understand. So Lagos could have done stuff, and if they wanted to do it, like I said, somebody was able to build a house. The only thing you did not do was what kind of house are you trying to build? What thing do you want to put in? Now, if you now want to go now and say, you know what, you must add pipe to this, you must add this, you find out that you will have to go through many destruction. Correction, no correction. You have to break to be able to do those things. Meanwhile, over here, it's meant to just be, I want to build a house. Once you're building a house, you already have a line that connects you to water. You already have a line that connects you to gas. All you have to do is connect and you're good. So we don't have it. We don't have futuristic leaders. So whether if you look at Lagos, they did not really maximize it. Lagos should be, I tell you, if Lagos did what they ought to do, at least 5-6 billion. Especially from that sector, that big sector, at least. They should be making at least 5 to 6, 7 billion, even 10 billion every day.
And do you know what's funny though? This is the funny part of the thing that we just talked about to the beachfront. Technically, by law, what applies to landmark also applies to all those buildings on that part. If federal government really wants to take them out, they should take them out. Just do it early. Don't wait until you finish the road and say, do it now. Take care of it now. Don't wait until you start building and say, we are sorry. No, you own the land. Take care of it now.
Now, actually, but when that, and that's one of the reasons why, like, when I see some of those places being reclaimed, right? And I'm like, why didn't you reclaim all? I remember those days, you can walk at least 1 mile into all those beaches, right? It just gets you can walk into the beach right? But it takes you time to get to where it is
Yeah,
really, really
I remember the Lekki one was very far. You had to walk all the way down to
way down.
yeah.
But if you go today, you don't will see anything. You go today, it's just, it's like, by the time you get to the ocean, right? It's either you fall in inside the place, because if it comes to take you, it's going to pick you up. It's getting deep. We've lost shorelines. Why? Because it wasn't planned. It wasn't planned, but see, look, but see, there's a place they call Uguta, right? If you go to Uguta, I don't know who actually planned that Uguta, because if you go to Uguta, you find out that it is really, 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 they planned it very, very well. That's the Uguta part, the Uguta one, the principal Uguta one. That area is really, 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 very, very, very planned, right? But the governor of Imo State, what have they done? That area could have been like, if you want to turn it to a badass resort, it's going to be a hit because they have a lake, right? All those shorelines, you can sell them. I mean, for where? What did happen there? That place is wasting.
But when somebody does not see what you're seeing, if you don't have visionaries that see ahead of time and the value those places will bring to that community, that's what happens. You just sell properties and okay, I get tired of all this. Let's build estates. Just everywhere na just not estate now. Those one gagara 4 corner estates.
When I estate and they build all over.
It
Some of those
looks
estates, I want
ugly.
a mansion everywhere.
You think they
Like,
do?
But see, I know what you're saying, right? They will just be like, oh, we're living in the estate. I remember when I went to Nigeria, oh, estate. Immediately I got to the place, I was so disappointed. I was like, is this what you call estate?
Black hostel.
I didn't go, this is estate. I mean, I've been, Robert, see, that's what I'm talking about. It is not that the money is not there, but we did not plan ab initio. I'm telling you, Lekki is about 20 something years old. You should be able to tell you, like, why am I even using Lagos? Because we are looking at Lagos, that the people that live in Lagos State are even, higher in terms of thinking and all that, being exposed and all that. But if you look at it, in fact, if you go, but do you know that if you go to the old Lagos, like all those Ebute Meta, they are better planned though than what you have in Lekki. They are well planned. Those mainland.
You can tell. You can tell, like even the way the roads, even the drainage system is kind of they plan this out.
Yeah, they plan it out. In fact, the problem that I even having is that even the ones that they even did, the ones that they built in the past, but they were not even properly maintained. But you will see that the waters were big.
Yeah, but that time the population, the demand for that, like they didn't. Once again, it's planning. They didn't see this coming. They didn't know Lagos was going to become what it is today.
Okay. I mean, you've been old enough now to be late. What about Lekki?
Yeah, that one is a disappointment. That was a disappointment.
That's an excuse. There's no excuse. But I mean, but that's our story. If you go to Port Harcourt, for instance, right? If you go to the D line, that place where Oyibo plan, or I don't know whether you're going to other George Wedua, that area. When if you go there, you see how they build the place. Beautiful.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Is it Oguta Emeshi?
Yeah, Oguta.
Wow, this is beautiful. Wow. This is the shoreline. Wow.
Babati, I told you, Babati, don't get me a little, right? We used to watch movies, a lot of movies, right? Wow. So there's a place my dad usually take us to. They call it Ugwe, right? And what it means is in English is the hill of Egwe, right? Now, if you're coming from the indigenous Onishore Road, right? If you're coming from there, you arrive from Uguta Junction, and you're going down, before you get to Uguta mainland, you get to that hill of Egwe. If you stand on that hill of Egwe, you can see Uguta. It's like, this thing you have in Oshun, like where you can, you maybe stand on a rock and you see, the city is kind of downward, something like that. It's like below sea level. That is how it is. I told my dad that time, Babati, on God, then I was at 13 years old. I said, why can't you make Miami from here? My dad told me that they will not listen.
I mean, they should be like boat rides, all those kind of things.
Yes, no.
Yeah.
We used to do boat rides there, but the boat ride we used to do pontoon, right? People would be like, "Oh, let's go," because they have a golf show, right, on the other side. They have a golf course on the other side of. So you just enter the pontoon with your car, go to the other side, then go there. You now have like mat on the floor. You guys will have picnic. Families will come around and all that. But people still come around, do their golf. They have like little hotels over there, but they've not been able to put money in that place. That place you see, Babati, is guaranteed 10 to 20 billion in income every year. If you plan it very well, look at it now. It has some islands too. It has islands and it's a lake.
I don't know. I don't like even there's a place close to the governor's office. My grandfather and I used to play golf. Yeah, there was a golf course over there. So I used to go with him when I was young. We played golf over there. That same place, they want to turn that place, the whole forest and the golf course into the same bullshit again. Those estates.
You
don't even value the landscape. You can't just turn this into one reduction. I mean, these guys, I like this. Man, I don't know.
You can't take a walk. You can't take a walk, but that beach side ought to be where people can just come out, take a walk. You have like restaurants on the roadside. They don't want you to even take a walk. They didn't build it. It's not built for you to take. It's not built for you to have leisure. It was just built to satisfy certain people. Sell. I don't care what you do with the land. And if you go and look up whoever the people that own those lands, you find that there are also people in government. They just got the land, just mark it, sell. No planning about it. So where are we going with that?
Well, I was even talking to it was Thomas. I was talking about people focus on building international airports. I said Nigeria needs more regional airports.
Yeah.
That way, if you are flying, it's not about flying from Japan or London or America. You can fly from Japan to Kenya, from Kenya to Ibadan, or those small towns, those small cities. Yes. You can fly in. You don't need to go to Lagos.
Exactly.
You can do more regional airlines. There's so many things that you can plan. That we imagine Ibadan having a regional airline that grows that place. That means you can fly from London to Abuja, get to Ibadan. You skip Lagos. That's the way it's supposed to be. Like I don't, sometimes I just like sometimes I just it's baffling. I don't know why they don't. How come we get it but they don't get it?
No. If you talk, they'll say that you just also like say do you know what they are seeing? That's why I said, man, look, that's part of the reason I was talking about. We need somebody like a dictator. I tell you, we never reach to get democracy. But I'll be honest with you. See, we need somebody that will say, look, you want to build international airports in your state. Why? It is not because I am in my own state. I can say this in my own state.
They will tell you that we are hungry. It's this international airport you want to build. You don't know Nigerian people. We are hungry. Give us.
But maybe you understand where we are coming from, right? The kind of government we need is a government that has common sense that will be like, look, you cannot have airport in Delta. You have airport in Anambra. You have airport in Ebonyi. You have airport in Imo State. At least, okay, give us one big airport. One biggest, fine airport. All these things they are building, you cannot even compare it to the section of any airport that we see here. They just build it just to put the money.
I understand. I have not seen.
They are not right enough. They're not.
Remy, there's no reason on God's side where you should be able to fly from New York to Enugu, or there should be no reason why you cannot do that. There's
Of course,
no
you should do that.
excuse.
Direct flight directly.
Yeah,
Instead
there's no
of flying
excuse.
to New
Let's
York
be.
or
It's just like
Fly from New York to where?
to Enugu now.
Enugu now.
Why
How
not?
many passengers will you be carrying?
No, I'm saying no. Come on. Now.
People travel. People from
The only way you can get that is maybe private jets. All this, no airline will succeed. We will make money. Even
No,
Lagos alone, most of the time,
no.
the airline they are flying directly to Lagos.
Mike.
Many times, hold on. Many times, I remember they used to do New York to Lagos, and that airline after some time they will quit because there's no profit. Now the only airline that's flying from United States to Lagos now is Delta Airline from Atlanta. And I'm praying they keep it like that.
No.
But the rest, you have to go to Europe, go to different places because they don't get that traffic. They just don't have the markets. So now you want to create Enugu. I'm talking about Lagos, so where the most populated, the most traveled city, and airline are saying they are not making too much.
No, that is.
I'm talking about Enugu. How many passengers will we be getting on a daily basis?
Let me tell you what I said earlier. I said make them regional. When they are regional, they are not only catering for the Enugu they land to. So if it's going to connect to like a Kenya or something, it's kind of / international. So it serves more than just Enugu. So where you can, the issue Africa is having, I think it was one that was discussing the AFTAC deal that they were supposed to sign. Because now, if I fight,
what you guys don't understand about airport, then the airport have to make money for maintenance. Now, how do you make that money? That means you have to have a lot of passengers going through the airports to make your money.
You know, first thing is this, Mike. They need to encourage more air travel in Nigeria. They need to slash their prices, okay?
Who's going to slash prices? The airline.
I mean, the local airline too.
Mike, let me want subsidy for you.
I'm not talking about subsidy. Their charges sometimes is too high, okay? What are the currencies?
They have to make their profit now because we don't get too much travelers. You have to understand supply and demand now. If we don't get that much demand, then the price will go up.
Yeah.
Do you guys know that the least air ticket in Nigeria as it stands today is bigger than the minimum wage?
The what?
We are not talking about minimum wage here, okay? Air flight is not for the poor. It's for the
Listen. Yeah, but maybe I was trying to support what you're saying. You know, sometimes you're being too defensive. You know they coordinate. Sometimes just listen to each person they talk.
Right.
We are not able. The air flight ticket, right? Yes, in Nigeria is for the rich. But we know that if we wanted to do that same thing over here, right? These airlines will not fly. There should be at least a reasonable amount of people that will be able to, afford air travel. For that to work, why I created a relationship between what we earn as minimum wage and the normal flight ticket is because over here you don't use everything you have or your salary or your wages to make one trip. It's a fraction of what you make every month. I don't know if I'm making sense, but and Mike.
Yeah. You are getting.
You understand me? So
you're not saving for months to travel. It's that you have it or you don't have. You're not trying to save for 1 year to travel somewhere.
Even if you look at it very, very well, even if you want to save, probably you're saving like 2,000 naira. So for you to make an air travel, maybe it might take you like 2 years to walk, unless you have to do something different. So that is not how you're going to do it. My point is that the airfare has to come down, or our salaries has to go up, so that people will be able to fly these things like it's normal.
No, that was what I was saying about the regional thing that Dangote was talking about. There's this after deal that they were supposed to sign. That's the reason why if me flying to Kenya is more expensive than somebody flying from the UK to Kenya. So if I'm in Nigeria, to go to Kenya is more expensive than the guy coming from the UK because you don't have regional to connect. But if you have that Enugu airline that might not serve New York to Enugu directly, people can fly into Enugu not because they want to stay there, but as a connecting flight to other countries in Africa. That keeps it viable. That's what they're supposed to
But
do.
they don't have a lot of inter-African traveling now.
That's the problem.
Most African don't travel to other African countries.
No. Not
when they want to travel, they are going to Europe or America.
Mike, you mustn't. I know what Babati is saying. Like, if I'm coming down to Nigeria, right, I like stopping in Europe. I love it. Coming in Europe, like, spend and my favorite country is Netherlands, right? I stop in Netherlands for
Netherlands,
right, for 9 hours, right? And get back into the plane and keep it coming down to Nigeria. So I see what Babati is saying, right? If you have that kind of hub in, say, Enugu, for instance, and you have the flight there, that is how people will just stop by. Oh, I'm moving, or I'm going to Kenya, but I have to stop in Enugu, Nigeria, to connect to Kenya. You will see people. They will have traffic, and I mean it could also be a connecting.
Where other African countries are not agreeing to AFTA, you can see you want to go to Kenya, they'll be asking for stupid visa.
Right. So that deal was never signed, even on not on in air only, even on ground. To even drive, it's even hard to go out.
If I were Kenya, I will make visa free to Nigeria, and I will make it a group travel so that I can control them. When they come, we take them to the resort place as a group. And when they finish their traveling experience, everybody go back.
You think you see maybe Mike has a point with the black man, because if they say African countries amongst ourselves, we are only doing about 11% trade.
Mike is right now.
11% amongst African countries, 11%. So they do more deals with foreign countries than themselves in their own country. It is pathetic, man. It's a sad. I don't know.
And this is the thing, right, Babati? The issue there is that let's take Nigeria for instance. We are 250 million, right? We love foreign stuff a lot because for most of us, those foreign stuff are far more superior than what we have at home. But we have not thought it this way, that we can also produce such in Nigeria, right, and export it. Because you see, sometimes we be like, oh, we are not trading amongst ourselves and all that. What do we really produce?
No, apart from what we produce, we need to make air travel easy. So that way,
we're not talking about air travel now. We're not talking about air travel now. We're talking about
let me finish. To be frank with you, Nigerians are really trying. There's a lot of Nigerian investment in East Africa in terms of banks, insurance, and IT services. Nigerians plenty there. Access Bank, Guarantee, Zenith, they're all over. Okay. I was just reading a report recently that the federal government have given approval to 500,000 Nigerians about consumer credit. And I don't know whether you know about it. VW, Volkswagen, they are back in Nigeria again. They'll start producing their vehicles. So all those 500,000 people, maybe they can buy new vehicles. They buy new vehicles, little by little, they will integrate more Nigeria into it. You can get a new vehicle from them. I think as Nigeria is going through this phase,
who are those that are going to get load? Hold on. Do you think the average car, which company is going to give you a brand new car and you pay, how much are you going to pay from your minimum wage?
No, we are not looking at it from the minimum wage. You don't understand how it works. How it works is this. You have a secure job, maybe with federal government or state or with all these big private organization. They are not going to license all those that sell tomato or whatever now. They are going to license all those ones that they are already middle class. So
how much
this
are they?
way,
How much this car cost and how much people are making?
Yeah, they have to check their credits something also. I don't know.
Do they have credit score? Where's the credit score in Nigeria? Who has credit score in Nigeria to check?
No matter what.
No, Remy, hold on.
Let me answer you now. No matter what, if a car company is doing that, they will also verify that their client before they say, okay, fine. And I'm sure there's going to be a down payment also.
Remy, hold on.
Also going to be a kind of guarantor that
Remy, hold on.
Remy,
hold on now. You are describing some that is upper middle class Nigerian standards. What you are describing at this point?
Yeah, exactly. You are right. I'm not talking about the lower one now because
if you're lower middle class and the cannot buy, so what is the point of the tax credit?
I think that is the first phase. Little by little, they will incorporate that too. But initially, they cannot.
Hold on. I mean, I don't understand. Are you saying they should sell vehicle to people and should be paying money? Or what are you saying?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they will pay a split of, I don't know, maybe 3 to 5 years, and they finish paying their
so finish. What kind of vehicle are you talking about? Are you talking about?
No, they are talking about Volkswagen is coming on board. There's another Chinese company also coming on board to produce in large quantity, so they will come on board, and then you can have your choice. But it's only people that verify.
What price range are this kind of car? What price range?
I don't know now. I don't know, but I don't know how much they are going to be selling their car. But soon, maybe in the next 1 or 2 years, we will know about that. But already they have approved 500,000 people, and I think these 500,000 people are not the lower handle. Probably they are upper class people. So it's not.
If they're talking about producing cars that are cheap, they're not expensive, maybe it makes sense. But we are talking about the kind of car we are driving here, like all these cars are costing.
No, I think they will produce probably the middle-range sedan like Toyota Corolla, and you know that what they call Peugeot is also back into their plant. They have been producing like 508 before. Maybe they continue to produce in large quantity.
In the country, what about insurance? If those people you are giving a car, they crash, if they get an accident, a car.
I think they have to. Insurance is also there, but they are not going to be all this mushroom insurance. They are going to be the established.
Remy, can I be honest with you? Those people that they are targeting, if you look at the monthly payment and the insurance, in most cases, those people can buy that car outright. They don't even need that, based on what you are saying.
But at least it's a start. Maybe not all of them also want to. It's a very good opportunity instead of.
Remy, the brand you are describing, the price point for that car is too high for the average Nigerian, because you want people to buy a mass now. You don't want it to just be some few that will.
We shall say at least it's a good direction that the company are going back. Okay, that is good news.
Okay.
I think the game will be in many people being able to afford these things.
I think in the long run, that would be.
If we make it 500, probably you will be like, how many of them are within that 500,000 bracket would it buy a car? So you have to stretch. It has to be stretched. We have 250 million people.
But if like Peugeot can sell 100,000 vehicles from their plant in Nigeria in a year, don't you think they will be happy? They will be happy now.
Let me give you, Remy, let me give an example of what I'm saying. BYD now. No, yes. BYD, because it's heavily subsidized, they get EV cars for 10K or between 10 to 15K, right? 10 to 12,000, you can get an EV car. That kind of car in Nigeria, now we're talking. Peugeot is not giving you a 10K, 15K car. It's it's going to be about 20,000+ to get it.
But Babati, there is a plant already producing EV vehicle in Lagos.
What is the price point? That is what matters.
I don't know the price point now. I can maybe later I will do my own research.
If they can do $10,000 to $15,000, I think it's doable.
$10,000 should be about 16 million naira, right?
but if you are going over 25,000, once you got, it's very hard. But if
But you know Nigerians now, Nigeria will consider BYD as inferior to their Toyota.
No. They will not. Why? Because look at the demand for BYD globally. They are leading Tesla.
Yes, of course I know.
Uh-huh.
Do you know when you guys are talking about Tesla yesterday? I was just laughing. The biggest Tesla plant is in Shanghai. Do you know how Chinese buy Tesla? They are just buying like water, cash down, man. Their biggest plant is in China. They are buying cash down. All those your Model 6, Model 3, they are just buying like, but now they are no more buying it because Chinese brand, as you said. When BYD started, you cannot even touch them. They are so rugged, not beautiful. Just under 5 years, everything just changed, man. I was just looking at BYD in Australia, BYD in America. And what is going on?
So let me, okay, so